Nelson, to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Colony Nations radio show. As you know, I'm your humble chief host, your benevolent, lovable dictator, the College Genesis. And more than I love my people and the movement, I love the sound of my own voice, as you can know. There's nothing gives me pleasure than listening to myself talk. You know, I can listen to myself talk all day and everything. You guys have this confidence in yourself. I like looking at myself in the mirror, and I like hearing myself talk. I'm somebody in love with myself. That being said, let's get going. So I'm here to share myself with you tonight. My listeners, thank you. So like, share, and subscribe. Because when you have topics like are people turning to the right, you know things are gonna get hot tonight. You know I'm gonna have a knockdown, drag out fight, with the fellow undesirables coming in here tonight, the boo-boo, the fools, all these other goofballs, clowns, and outright idiots. They're gonna be calling my show, trying to get on. But now I say, hey, one guy, that guy, what's his name? Lil John. It says he's a native Aboriginal. These native Aboriginal Americans are pretty hilarious. They try to make up fake history and they put up fake references. This is how the extent these people can do. They actually think if they put some reference on Google, a search engine, something like that links you to a blog, some raggedy blog, it's supposed to be true. Look, Google it. You Google it, it's them putting it out there. That's why I said, when you're not educated, look, I'm like this. I am not a Google scholar. I spent my time, everything you hear from me is I read books. I went there and read books. And now that I read multiple books to back up what I read the first time. That's how you get real research educated. But I don't look at people, and people basically get their research from clicking a Google button, a search button, or Wikipedia button. There's something freaking wrong. And if you want to do that, it's fine. But don't come up to College Genesis and try to think that's going to fly. Like I'm going to respect that. No, I don't respect that. I don't care what how enthusiastic you sound and everything like that. I call bullshit. But tonight we got a good topic. I'm trying to say, are we turning to the right? And I think we are. I think, unfortunately, the Black America is fed up with crime. We're fed up with immigrants. Really, think about it. Part of being right wing is sort of being nativist. You like things, the people, the culture, the way it is, and you don't want to change. Most Black people are fearful of their identity being challenged as Black people in America. We always define what is Black in America, our story. Being Black in America is our story, as we always said. Now the story of Black America, being Black in America or African descent, is changing from slave descendants, right? The original story of Black in America, to one of immigrants and voluntarily coming here and embracing the American dream. And that's the part that's a lot of Black people are fighting against. They're like, dang, if that's the new narrative, that means I got to be quiet about my pain and my history. And that's to a lot of Black people, that's too much to take, because there's a lot of pressure for Black people to just shut up about racism. Nobody wants to hear about racism, They don't even want to see. The bottom line is one thing that, Black people, we don't talk to white people about racism, right? Only the stupid people like the Jasmine Crockett's and all these other stupid people that's all in white people's face. But we could talk about it among ourselves. I think that's what these platforms are for. People of like mind talking, right? But these people want to come in here and shut down us talking to ourselves about our problems and issues and everything like that. Nah. There'll be a white person trolling. No, you can't say that. You can't say, who the fuck are you? You come in our platform telling us telling us our business, So, but the thing is, Black people are turning to the right because it seems like the right wing are the only people that really understands what Black America is going through right now. Because it's not that I don't think we're becoming so much xenophobic, but the idea of people being able to live their life and not have to be pressured to change or take over an identity is strong in Black America right now, and it's strong in white America. White America fear the changing of America from immigrants and outside forces. White America fears the change in what we normally just thousands define as gender roles. and the women's roles, men's roles, what is a woman, all these things were never debated before. So therefore, what happens is the right wing movement in America is sort of taking these things under its wing, and more black people are starting to tell me. Like I seen this one commercial just a little while ago of two fucking men kissing. I swear to God, man, I said I couldn't turn the TV fast enough. Two men, they're equating love. Like I said, they showed a two couple, then they would show an interracial couple, and then they show two men kissing. So in other words, there's a lot of black people who don't like that. Who don't like that. They think they want to go back to the days where we saw black commercials on TV, and it was traditional black families and stuff like that. And like I said, so there's like a growing alliance with the right wing in this country among black people. It's real. We don't like seeing gay men on television and stuff like that. We don't like the gay agenda. A lot of black people don't like the gay agenda. They don't like interracial stuff being shoved down our throats, and they don't like the radicalizing of our children in school and education and stuff like that. So more and more black people are basically saying, you know, something. They making their peace with America, saying, "This is my country. This is all I want to know. This is all I want. I am. This is all I want to know. I don't want to know anything about Africa. Don't stop shoving Africa and Africans down my throat." That's what Black America is saying. You know, and that me being a Pan African Black nationalist, this is what I'm up against. You know, so this is what I'm up against because I'm like, dang, because most Pan Africans movement in the past were leftist movements. Leftists. POC, multiculturalism, all that stuff like that. And black people, for the most part, are starting to reject all that. And so the whole thing is, how do we reach people when people fundamentally don't want to hear leftist Marxist talking points anymore? So I think the Black nationalist movement have to move to the right too. On things. We have to move to the right on families. Or at least to the center on families, values, and stuff like that. Or education. As far as like U.S. foreign policy. And stuff like that. So we basically, black people are definitely moving to the right or to the center, right? More and more. So this is an interesting phenomenon. That's why people couldn't, Barack Obama and all of them, now is not the time to be questioning. Like, dude, who are you? They automatically assume if you're black, you're born a leftist, You got to go for the leftist causes. And black people look at it like, what the hell do we get out of the leftist cause? You're telling us that I got to vote for my own replacement? You're going to bring millions of illegals here and whatnot to replace me? And replace my vote, replace my clout, my numbers, and everything like that. So basically, and we're voting for to give black women more power in our community. I mean, the black male has no say so in the black community. Like Amanda Seal said, black men just shut up and vote. You have no say so, no nothing. You just sit up there. That's what they do. They get around themselves. Black women are invited to POC, feminist, gay, LGBTQ, this whole left-wing cabal, socialist, Marxist party, right? They got black women as their agents, right? And they know the only people that's a holdout are African-American males, heterosexual, straight, patriarchal, black. They're the last holdout, right? And they want to basically destroy that. Once the black male in America falls, then black America has no resistance. We just got to go along with their program. And one of the symbols of that was there was Bill Cosby. He was in their way, so he had to go. That's why they resurfaced all this stuff to take Cosby down. Once Cosby went, they had nobody. You had people like Michael Eric Dyson on their side and everything like that. This is a calculated thing of going after black people who lean to the right or who are traditional as far as like family values and stuff like that. So they basically went after Cosby and they brought Cosby down. And after that, there was like, they feel like everybody else could be bought, tamed, and everything like that. So you got them basically doing one thing. I said, you got Snoop Dogg going to the inauguration. You got people saying 50 Cent said he voted for Donald Trump. I don't know. Black men are just breaking. Are the last holdout. I don't know for what it is to today. I think I got to give Donald Trump a lot of credit for that because he reached a lot of black men with his message and his style. You know, a lot of black men are feeling Donald Trump. You know, except for the sissies and the hobos. You know, like your Ricky Smileys. You know, and also there's a large number of black men who come from two-family homes and everything, or there's a large number of black men who came from single homes, but want to see better. They are tired of the single mother, baby mama lifestyle, and they yearn for something different. So they want to be. They look at the traditional black family and they want to buy into that. You know, that they can be a head of household and stuff like that. There's a lot of black men who yearn for that. You know, even if they grow up in single mother homes. Then you got the Negroes that basically grow up in single mother homes and they act like women themselves, like Ricky Smiley, sitting there crying, you know, grown ass fucking big strapping man crying over Kamala Harris. I mean, that was the most embarrassing thing. You look, it's like these leftists and whatnot, these minions and these leftists, these people are so embarrassing. Black men are rejecting them, you know. Ta Coates gets in front of Congress and starts fucking crying about reparations and black oppression. I'm like, dude, man, shut the fuck up. And for a couple of years ago, I didn't even know what how to look at that. I said to myself, there's something fucking wrong. Then I noticed a pattern. Guys like Jonathan Capehart, Don Lemon, these are all gay or gay-centered, effeminate black men, you know? And the bottom line is, and so when you're effeminate, gay, and weak, you know, like Elvis and everything like that, you tend to be liberal and loving and open and stuff like that. I had one video on TikTok. I'm gonna play tonight. It describes Elvis, you know. You know, nah, I do. Trump was a better candidate, bro, Eddie. If you look, Eddie, I know you couldn't bring yourself to vote for Trump, and you couldn't admit you voted for Harris. If you like Harris, Eddie, brother, just vote for Harris, man. You know, it was your vote, your choice. The bottom line, this was a real thing, real condition. If you look at the policies, right, of both people, right, there were two completely different directions. This country would, the history of this country would have been altered. Black people in particular. Had Kamala won, that would have said to the world, right, that you don't have to campaign for black people, and you're going to get overwhelmingly black vote when that without. That's going to set the precedent for political pundits for years around that we don't have to do anything or cater to the black community because their vote's going to be there anyway. You know, that's what happened if she won. Now, because Donald Trump won, they got to basically come at the drawing board and say, can we do? And this time, they got to come with something real and tangible, not a bunch of friggin' talk. Because black people don't want to hear talk. They don't want to hear slogans. They don't want to hear lies and everything. They don't want to hear celebrities. They don't want to hear none of that stuff like that. If Black America don't see real money coming into our community, and as far as like, again, the Democrats are going to keep losing the black vote. As simple as that. Because more and more black people let me give you an example. Most black people do not support abortion, you know, or basically don't believe abortion should be on demand. Like I said, the abortion to black people is like a center right sort of movement. You know, it's not leftist like where black people all agree that abortion is. We know how many black babies were aborted in the black community. So all these things, basically, black people are moving to the right on, you know, but yet we have a political quagmire which requires us to vote against our value systems and our interests, you know. So what do we do in this situation where we have our values are one thing and who we're forced to vote for is another thing? So this is what we're talking about tonight, folks. Are black people turning to the right and why? You know, I just think main thing is I think as more and more, you know, 65% of black people are in the middle class now. There's 2.5 million black men in the upper class. That means making $150,000 a year more. That's 10% of the black male population. So with those numbers in the working class, and then also people being able to survive now on things like Uber, DoorDash, stuff like that, black people are not we're not the same struggling community we were 30 years ago. We're not the same thing. Money is not really an issue in Black America no more. You know. Eddie says, "See, Eddie, just admit that you don't like Donald Trump, and and you like Kamala Harris, then you know the indictment bullshit, bro. Eddie, most black people always say the criminal justice system racist, is rigged. They go after you because you're this. But yet, when it comes to Donald Trump, suddenly, suddenly the system is legitimate. Those indictments were legitimate. Why? Because the original crime was a misdemeanor. You can't convict somebody for a felony for one crime unless the crime that they were investigating was a felony itself. This judge Mashan, right, who's a Marxist from Colombia or something like that, right? Trump's lawyer said we're going to send this guy back to Colombia. These guys, you got to say something. When you got these third world people coming into America, this is one thing I do agree with, like Stephen Miller, about. When you got third world people coming in here to this country, right? They're coming from failed societies, Marxist societies, so they hate America on that regard. They're coming from failed countries like Venezuela, Colombia, Brazil, all these El Salvador, all these failed Cuba, these failed societies and everything like that, right? And so what they do is they believe fundamentally that it's the government's job to basically take from people who are successful and give it to them. That's what the Marxists do, right? And Donald Trump symbolizes everything they hate about America, white privilege and stuff like that. More black people, we don't care about that. We just want our part of America, Why would they hate America? They hate America because they fail their society, like you, Audrey. Most of the people who come from third world countries hate America. You hate America. You only like America if you can get something out of it, But it's fundamentally, there's people that come here that weren't born here. Most immigrants, I would say, hate America. They really do. They think America is basically, they hate how you do that is the way they think about Americans, right? America people are naturally spoiled, right? We don't have to worry about education. We don't because we know the society pretty much going to take care of us. That's the way it is in America. You don't need a degree and everything. Survive. That's how it is in America. You can basically survive being a working person and have a good life. A working person in America, working class person in America has a better life than rich people in most countries in the world. That's just the truth, And a lot of times, people in these third world countries feel it's unfair that, a lot of immigrants do hate America. That's really the truth. I believe that. I believe that. I believe most immigrants hate America. Because they think it's unfair that America has so much and their homeland has so little. They come here to get what they want, but they don't really embrace the country. They don't embrace America. They come here hating America, and then when they get power, like AOC and Ilhan Omar and all these other people, they hate this fucking country. Talib, whatever her name is. Why are these black women like that join in Congress joining with people that hate America, like Talib lady, Ilhan Omar, and AOC? These people really hate this country, because they come from failed socialist Marxist countries and everything like that. So they hate this country. More and more black people are turning against the thing, Look, the working class people, Audrey, in America have access to, in New York City, you work in a class of New York City, you got access to thousands of miles worth of subway system, You got trains, buses, you got every sort of transportation in the world. You got every restaurant in the world. You got the largest news media circulation in the world. You got the huge New York City is the culture capital of the world, the entertainment capital of the world. You have so much just being a person that a resident of New York City. And so the bottom line is what people have to come to have in America, in New York City. You could never in a million years have in your country. You could be rich in a country, but you don't have access to activities and stuff like that, transportation and stuff like infrastructure. As somebody just a working class person that could buy a subway ticket, can go to any part of New York City and have access to 10, 12 million people. Sometimes 40 million people be in the New York City area at one time, with 10 million residents. So you got access to like 40 million people within a few subway stops and whatnot. Tell me where in the world you could have besides Tokyo. The densely populated area of New York City with money all over the place and everything like that. And the vibe in New York and everything is so friggin' first world, everything. So like I said, that's what it is, But like I said, a lot of people come to this country. And like I said, if you're an immigrant and you want to call in tonight and dispute that, then by all means, I could be wrong. But that's just my observation, I don't know. I say the working class in America, right? I've been to Africa, right? I'd rather be and I've been to a country, like other countries in the world. I'd rather be working class in America than middle class in most countries in the world. I mean, I'll be honest with you. You know, so yeah, a lot of immigrants don't assimilate. They don't assimilate into American culture and society. They don't even bother wanting to speak the language and whatnot. It's like, what the hell. And that's the other thing why black people are turning to the right. They're turning more and more black people as far as the immigrant group. And I think black America is the most conflicted group of people with immigrants. We used to be pro immigrants back in the days, because we thought it was going to text our numbers. We thought more, we joined the POC bandwagon of leftism, multiculturalism. But now more black people. That's what somebody asked me about ALSFBA. That's what I think the ALSFBA is coming from. As black people see immigrants and the changing of America as a threat to their survival and their existence. So therefore they're coming late. And then immigrants come here being racist. So yeah, that's what's going on, folks. I'm not one of these get them out people, but that's what a lot of black people feel. A lot of black people are waiting for January 20th to see mass deportations. You know, and there's a lot of black people telling me they're gonna report. They're gonna be on ICE reporting suspicious immigrant activity, and they need to be reporting the suspicious drug activity in their communities. But they're worried about reporting on immigrants and getting some immigrant family kicked out of here. I don't have nothing problem. Me personally, I have no problem with immigrants. But I'm just trying to say how black people feel about this. I mean, immigrants don't bother me one bit because they're not in my category or anything like that I have to worry about and everything. And the bottom line, if they want to buy insurance or whatnot. I got a person in my office that can speak Spanish bilingual. I'm trying to reach out to that community so I can make money. To be honest with you. So I don't that right there. It doesn't harm me one bit because they're not going to take nothing from me. But a lot of black people do feel threatened by immigrants. Well, a lot of people in America really don't care how much it's going to cost. We gave Ukraine $150 billion for nothing. And a lot of people in America think this is more urgent than having millions of people here undocumented when that is more of a threat to national security than the Ukraine war. So it's like pick your battle. Black America, you're gonna be shocked. They're willing to pay for this. They're willing to pay for this. So it is what it is. It's not a good time to be here undocumented. Okay, no, Donald Trump is dead serious about this. He's dead serious about it. He doesn't use illegal alien. He's dead serious. He does. You're gonna see on January 20th, all the people, oh, he's not gonna do it. Yes, he's gonna do it. Trust me. If he said Donald Trump is not playing, this man means what he says. He means what he says. On that guy Hoffman, his borders are. These people aren't friggin' no, not no sales tactics. Obviously, you don't know America very well. That's how he got elected. He got that power. Now he's gonna do it. Okay, next week when we have this thing, when you start seeing these massive roundups, then I'm gonna say, Audrey, see, I told you, just like you guys thought, you kept in here talking about, oh, Kamala's gonna be the next person. I told you, not only was she gonna lose, it was gonna be a thing. Melania is here legally. You understand that, Audrey? You cannot be in this country illegally. That is a serious issue. You know, Having people here, millions of people here who are not assimilated into the culture is a serious issue. That's a threat to the national security of the country. We got people here that no one knows who they are and everything like that. Look what happened with this illegal alien that killed the woman on the bus. So no, yeah, but look. The bottom line is this: and Melania's not here legally. Neither is her grandmother. We're talking about illegal aliens. She came here legally. So people like this, like I said, you people in your delusion, you're gonna basically understand something. This is a new America, right? White people and black people have turned to the right, and that's not a damn thing you could do about it, you know. So it is what it is, you know. Illegal immigrants. Let's put it illegal. Migrant. Okay.
We'll take steps to
fair
secure
use,
the border.
folks.
President-elect Trump's incoming border czar, Tom Homan, tells us mass deportation will include workplace roundups.
Are we talking around Inauguration Day, even on Inauguration Day?
I'm not going to forecast what we're doing and where we're doing it, but you can count on worksite enforcement coming back.
Will mass deportation hurt the economy?
I think mass deportation and results of mass deportation are more important to this country than anything. We're going to protect the national security of this country.
ICE agents have told us they prioritize arresting undocumented immigrants with criminal records. Critics have asked, what about undocumented family members?
Will there be collateral arrests?
Yes. It's not okay to be in this country illegally.
He's also promising to close Panama's Darien Gap, which migrants cross on the way to the U.S.
We want to shut the Darien Gap down.
Would you work with the Panamanian government? Would you send the U.S. military to shut it down?
We're always going to work with the foreign government. But it needs to happen. We'll save thousands of lives.
At a shelter in Tijuana, Mexico, we found worried migrants struggling to schedule initial asylum screenings on the Biden administration's phone app, an app that Homan now wants to eliminate.
Creating programs to allow thousands of people in this country a week that we don't properly vet and that we know don't qualify is not the answer.
Homan's also working on creating a hotline where Americans can report undocumented immigrants who've committed a crime.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Wow. Yeah, let's play some more of these videos. I love this shit, you know.
We're going to take steps to secure.
So the craziest thing happened to me today. I got a psychic reading. I know. So when I was presenting,
Chicago's welcoming city will be discussed at next week's council meeting.
Some members think the city should be working more with federal agents to uncover criminals, but others call it a political move. Elizabeth Matthews is live at City Hall with more. Elizabeth.
Scott, now this amendment was first discussed back in September of 2023. That's when Chicago was seeing busloads of migrants pour into the city. What this amendment to the Welcoming City Ordinance would do is loosen restrictions for city agencies to work with federal partners when it comes to dealing with undocumented criminals.
Chicago will remain a welcoming city. What we're saying is that those immigrants that commit a crime when you are here, you're not welcome anymore.
Council members Silvana Tabarez and Ray Lopez say this amendment to the Welcoming City Ordinance would make all of Chicago safer. It would allow city agencies to work with ICE agents when it comes to finding non-citizens who are committing crimes. And in turn, federal authorities wouldn't have to scour neighborhoods looking for the bad apples. With President Trump's second term about to begin, the threat of mass deportations have been prominent. But Councilmember Tabarez says this proposal doesn't have a connection to the incoming administration, but more to do with the influx of migrants.
All the residents in Chicago, they have sacrificed services and their tax dollars to appease and accommodate migrants and their advocates. And it's time now to say that we're not going to, they shouldn't tolerate living in an unsafe neighborhood. We should make our neighborhood safer.
Because I think is more political theater in a time that our city and our constituents need reassurance from elected officials that we're going to do everything we can to make sure that their families are safe.
Alderman Byron Sigcho Lopez says, as for finding the criminals, he says the legal process already has a system in place, whether you're undocumented or not.
I do think that we have a due process, and the city and the state of Chicago have been a city of immigrants for generations. And I think that to use these times, this narrative, to go after our city and our constituents truly is shameful on those members of the city council.
Council members Lopez and DeBarros hope to bring this to a vote next Wednesday here at City Hall. Reporting live tonight, Elizabeth Matthews, Fox 32, Chicago.
This was a check my company collected for over $30,000. Here's another one for twice that.
I'm for Chicago.
Today's protest was but one of the many ways that immigration activists this week are seeking to not just call attention to, but also to educate people on the promises being made by the incoming Trump administration to begin mass deportations of undocumented immigrants starting on day one. The intersection of 18th Street, Blue Island, and Loomis in Pilsen is a symbolic one in this predominantly Mexican neighborhood. Today, it is where dozens of people came out to protest Donald Trump's immigration policies a week and one day before he takes office for the second time as president of the United States.
His border czar, Tom Homan, came to Chicago, and he said he's going to come and deport people starting on day one.
It is a promise President-elect Donald Trump made over and over while on the campaign trail.
Day one, I will launch the largest deportation of criminal program in American history.
And it is that promise of mass deportations that led both to today's protest in Pilsen and to this workshop in Waukegan, where following services at United Giving Hope, an immigration attorney was on hand with advice for those who are undocumented immigrants.
To avoid an expedited removal, they should always carry evidence that they've lived inside of the United States for more than 2 years.
Education, not fear, is the message activists are trying to promote. Chief among them today was Elvira Arellano, a woman who 22 years ago gained national headlines when, following her arrest for working at O'Hare Airport without documents, she took refuge inside Pilsen's United Methodist Church to avoid being deported and separated from her young son. Today, he is all grown up.
Hace 22 años ya.
I started fighting 22 years ago. I haven't tired of it yet, said Arellano today. I haven't lost hope that something can be done to help all of us. Others, however, believe there can be a middle ground. In City Council, two conservative Latino alders, Silvana Tavares and Ray Lopez, are seeking to amend Chicago's Welcoming City Ordinance to allow Chicago police to work with ICE to weed out undocumented immigrants who are charged with human trafficking and other violent crimes, arguing that by helping the Trump administration to fulfill their stated goal of deporting criminals, that will protect others.
If turning over one or two bad apples keeps thousands safe, it seems to be a no-brainer for me.
It is a proposal opposed by those protesting in Pilsen today, including 25th Ward Alderman Byron Siccho Lopez.
It's unconscionable that we have members of the city council that are taking steps to, quote unquote, collaborate with the Trump administration.
And pro-immigration activists are not done yet, with a much larger scale protest being planned for January the 20th downtown, set to coincide with President Trump taking office.
Watch breaking news on YouTube. Subscribe to ABC7 Chicago Eyewitness News.
That's what a lot of people are angry about. There's people talking about, not only do they want to basically not have having deportations, they don't even want to deport the criminals, you know, and they basically saying no, like this. And the one lady who made headlines 20 years ago, her son grew up, and all that time, 20 years, she's never learned English. This is what people look at this like, what the hell's going on in this country? You mean tell me, okay, you somehow you was able to convince people to let you stay in America? I don't know how it happened. You took refuge in a church. I don't know what the hell. So you didn't want to get deported back to your miserable shithole. But you, and all that time, you couldn't even meet the country halfway by learning English. I mean, it just, then when people are looking at this, black, white, everything, and people just said they had enough. They had enough. And people just coming here thinking they could do whatever they want to do and get away with it. It doesn't work like that. And black people are saying they're tired of it. You know, it ain't about being anti-immigrant or anti-this, anti-that. It just was common sense. You know, common sense, common freaking sense. You know, there's a law there for a reason. You know, if you can't break the law, then, you know, the law says you cannot come here illegally. If you are, you're going to be arrested and deported. That's simple law. If you don't like that, then you change the law. But as long as you have a country of laws, you cannot have lawlessness, you know? That's why one thing a lot of black people want is they want rule, law and order. More and more black people understand what happens when you let chaos reign. Because black people, like nowadays, if you got nice cars, nice houses, and everything like that, you know, you basically want to protect what you have, you know? You can't be, even what, like, Baruch's on here criticizing me, right? I'm trying to protect black people who have shit. You know, if Brody's like, yeah, if you're black and whatnot, just basically let somebody rob your house. Don't worry about it, Carla. You know, let somebody molest your daughter, you know, and everything like that. We can't report criminals, everything, because they're fellow black people. You know, this is an idiot that's talking to Baruti. The stupid stuff. That's why nobody listens to Baruti. Nobody buys his Ubuntu bullshit, you know? Because Ubuntu just means you just sit back and be stupid while we let lazy bums run the place and get over and everything like that. And the hardworking black people who did all the right things in life, we got to sit back and suffer because of freaking stupidity of the people like Baruti out there, you know? So, you know, so it is what it is. You know, so like I said, a lot of people don't like what I have to say, but I'm just sorry. I have to tell it like it is. You know, sorry if I hurt people's feelings, but I tell you like it is. I don't think Black America can afford some of you people anymore. You know, a lot of black people telling me they're just freaking fed up with all the nonsense. They're fed up with the boomquisha culture. They're fed up with the Pookie culture. They're fed up with open borders. They're fed up with all the crime. They're fed up with a lot. They're fed up with the LGBTQ. I'm just telling you, look, this is the stuff I've been noticing, and I've been looking at people. Black people are just fed up with a lot of stuff that they see. You know, it has nothing to do with being Republican. It has nothing to do with like that. Just that black people in their own value systems and everything like that are being compromised. And a lot of black people are like, yeah, what the hell is going on in this country? It looks like everything's going insane. Everybody's gone insane because you got crazy people, and we have to take some responsibility because the Democrats would not even, these crazy people would not be in power if it wasn't for black people. And black people are starting to realize the damage they've done to this country, you know, by just blindly voting for people that's by all metrics crazy. So this is what we're talking about tonight. So are black people turning to the right? Are we turning to the right? Let me see. I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. You can call in and give me an opinion. You know, if you don't agree, I say, go ahead and give me that smoke. You know, there's a link in the chat room, folks. You want to call in and be on the show and talk, give me your opinion. You know, this is a show is about opinions. I accept anybody's opinion on this show. Last night I had to bounce Elvis out of here because he was just getting on my fucking last nerve. You know, it's like this. You know, look, you're not going to win a argue me. Talking you, if you want to win an argue, you better have really substances. You better pick a topic that I don't really feel strong. If I feel strongly about something and I keep reiterating it, leave it alone because you're not going to win. You're not going to win on this platform with me. You know, as simple as that. I say there's a problem with black women out there and the relationship with women. Don't tell me this. I'm sitting there because, like I said, this is like the first platform out here that really tells that like it is. Everybody else has been dancing around this issue and whatnot. There's a serious problem in the black world as far as like relationship or perceptual relationship. It's like a power dynamic. It's like no one respects black male authority in the black community. We're pushed at the bottom of the whole POC. This is how the POC left-wing hierarchy is. You got gay white liberal men up top, the gay white males and liberal white males up on top. Next thing you got the feminist white women, right? They're like in partnership, sort of like on top or just under them, right? And then you have the white feminists, and then you have the black, the other POC, Mexicans, Arabs, and Indians, and all these other people who technically want to be white, but they like, so you got them in that category, right under white women, and then under them you have Hispanics, Latinos, spicy whites, and everything like that. Under the Latinos and everything are black females, right? Sister gals and whatever. Just look at MSNBC. Then on the bottom of everything of that left-wing pyramid hierarchy are the African American. Then you got the black immigrants, right? Underneath the black females, you have black immigrants, right? Black immigrants and African immigrants right there. Then on the bottom of them are your what do you call foundational Black American or African American men. Are at the bottom of this social. Then we wonder why people black people don't feel welcome in the Democratic Party anymore. Because we're at the bottom of this whole social hierarchy. That's why black men are turning to the right or just basically walking away from leftist politics altogether. What's up, Wise? What's on your mind, brother?
I agree with you on almost everything, but I agree with you, man. There's deportations can happen on the 20th. I can't say I can't wait for it, but man, it is what it is.
I'm not losing sleep.
I'm not losing any sleep. I don't give a damn. I don't care, man. Those people need a wake up call.
Yeah, you see that video I played? They're in Chicago. One lady said she sucked refuge, right, in a church, right? Boy, that was 20 years ago, and she still don't speak English.
Yeah, man, they don't want to adapt to society.
They don't want to assimilate. They hate this country, really. I can never understand people who come to this country and they hate it. They hate everything about it. America's English. I think America speaking English is racist.
It's stupid, man. Like, yeah, they bring their thorough ways with them, and now white people, they made a mistake letting them in, thinking that they could replace us.
Yeah, no, that was a big mistake. White people.
That was stupid. They didn't expect. Now, white people already have a population issue. They're not growing. They're not reproducing like they were. And now on top of that, got the fentanyl crisis. They didn't know this fentanyl crisis was going to hit their community that hard. Now we got to go after these illegal immigrants and these drug gangs. We got to do something because it's affecting white America. All this is self-preservation for white America. That's all this is.
It is. White people are like this. Our ancestors built this country, and the bottom line is this: immigrants wouldn't be bad because a lot of them could sort of, even though they're not technically white, they could cosplay as white. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If they learned English and just did what white people do, so white people wouldn't even care, But these people go out of their way to do their piñatas and their fiestas, and they're speaking their Spanish and language and whatnot. And then when you hear like Ilhan Omar, how does that happen? She's a Somali refugee, and she talks against this country and as a congresswoman.
Man, she got a red dot in her head. I don't know why she's doing that. She does talk crazy.
I like that. And that Rashida Shalit went out about the Palestine. If you also care about the Palestine, go to Palestine,
Mm-hmm.
And so people look at this, even black people are looking at this like, how is it these because one of the things that how they attacked the black nationalist movement is they told us that we had to be American. I mean, we had to forget about Garvey, Malcolm X, and all. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because America. But why are these other groups of people, they're able to hold on to their traditions and they don't assimilate at all? But why?
They're an actual threat. They're a real threat.
Yeah, they are a real threat.
We're not a threat. We're trying to defend and build within our communities and get back what's taken from us. That's all. Like, they just did a report on Tulsa, Oklahoma. They're finally cracking down on that. Did you read up on that?
No.
Yeah, they just did a report on Tulsa, Oklahoma, saying that it was a military operation, saying it was a planned military operation. So they're cracking down on that. So that's what we need to do. That's what we need to focus on.
Man, they use planes
Yeah, man, it was planned.
They literally wage war on us inside this country, you know?
I know the elders are still alive. Thank God to the sister elder and her people. There's 3 of them still alive in their hundreds. They're sanitarians and they're still fighting. And I'm like, man, more power to them. That sister went to Ghana. She went to Africa. So you know, it's just coming in time for the ancestors to give us what's supposed to be given to us. It's coming, but this is getting out of hand, man.
Yeah, and the bottom line is this, the whole thing is white people made a mistake. They thought these Asians and all these other people were going to replace us. Instead of doing the right thing and realize they fucked up with us and do the right thing by us, right?
You know, my thing with the Asians, Latinos, that's something else. They're bringing drugs, third world culture. A lot of like Latinos, I call them white Latinos, are divesting from Latino culture. They call themselves Chicano. They're not never saying they're Mexican. They're hiding their last name. They're trying to appear white. I see it. I see it on the jobs. They don't even speak Spanish.
They're trying to feel white. They're trying to appear white and stuff like that. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but white people know they're not white. They check them sometimes. But my thing is with these Asians. I think with these Asians, they're tolerated. They're not accepted. They're tolerated. But with the Asians, what the white people wasn't seeing is that, you know, Asians have a long history of white people. You know, Korean War, World War II. So these Asians didn't.
Asians got a lot of racism, hatred towards white people, and white people don't see that shit.
They do. It's military science. They're gonna come here, learn your science, study you, and then when it's time to attack, your defense will be down. They got this whole thing planned.
Yeah, so bottom line, white people, we got these Asians. They're letting them into American secrets and whatnot. You know, remember that Asian guy that was spying for China? That Chinese guy, remember that?
I remember all that. So the spy balloon, he was spying for China. They caught some other Chinese nationalists that were spying, locked them up. They're starting to take land from Chinese people out there. I forgot the state, but they're taking back land from Chinese. I mean, it's happening, bro. These white people are waking up and seeing what's happening.
Yeah,
I mean, you think these Asians forgot about Hiroshima and Nagasaki? No,
of course not. They forgot about the Boxer Rebellion in China.
Yeah, Boxer Rebellion. They didn't forget about North Korea. They didn't forget
the Opium Wars,
Vietnam War. Ho Chi Minh learned how to beat America through Marcus Garvey. He sat down and meet with Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, he was a Garveyite, you know.
And Garvey said, "Look, take this plan, take my black nationalism, my African nationalism, take it to Vietnam, and you turn that into North Vietnamese nationalism, right?" And he used that.
Yeah, yeah.
So these Asians are not stupid. They it's a long game, man. They know, but yeah, this country messed up. These white people are messing up. They don't know what's going on. You know, I know we try to say, oh, they're the smartest people in the world, and technically they are. But you know, I'm like,
they don't have a lot of common sense.
They don't have a lot of common sense. They got relaxed. They built superior technology. They got ahead. They got a head start, but they got relaxed and they became too confident.
They're slipping.
They slipping up, man. I feel sorry for them, man, because I'm not gonna lie. I don't hate white people. I love them, but they make some mistakes. They're not doing the right thing.
Yeah, well, I can't rely on them to do right by us. You know,
no,
we gotta do right by ourselves and whatnot. Because the thing, they're like, hey, look, now is a great time, right? Black people could build our own shit.
Yeah.
And the bottom line is, since they're distracted with all this other shit, we can just take this time. But that's why I say I look at people like Kaizo. Why are you letting these motherfuckers in your chat rooms and whatnot? Why should they should be knowing what we're talking about and what we're doing? You know, it should not be in our business like this. You know,
they shouldn't, man. They're taking that information and they're saying amongst one another, saying what's going on, what they're planning.
Yeah, what they're planning. Oh yeah, if like I said, if somebody white listening to College Genesis, right, and they turn on me and say, "Well, geez, I've seen this guy College Genesis." And what we thought black people want and everything like that is nothing what I hear online. They talk for 6 hours passionately about things like nation building, Africa, and well informed about world history and events and everything. But when I turn on friggin' MSNBC, I see Jonathan Gaypart, you know, and Don Lemon. You know, they realize, well, we got it wrong. What if these people like College Genesis ever go viral in the mainstream? We're in fucking trouble because we don't even know how to engage these type of people, you know?
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't know how to engage me, you know. What are you gonna say to me? They have no. I designed the BAO and the African movement as white proof. That means there's nothing in the BAO that ever says, "Well, we got to get to the white man one day, and he got to do this." You know, everything. 99.9% of the BAO's successful, 9% is in black hands. Isn't that something? It's in black hands. I did everything, all my calculations, everything like that. It's in black hands. And then if we do, I have to do other not racist. There's like a ton of other people we could deal with besides the white American. We do not need the white American at all.
We don't, bro. We got the skills. We got the people.
Yeah,
we don't
so
really need them. We just need them to stay out
we
the
have
way.
also expertise from all over the globe, even freaking places like Argentina and all that make these places. They got scientists and everything like that. It's people all over the world that would do business with us and help us and whatnot. It's time for us to make friends with other people. Problem is in Black America, like I said, these foundational Black Americans, they simply don't want to leave, or they keep tethering themselves to white America. And white America's in a fight for its life right now,
It is.
They're fighting for themselves. They can't worry about it. It's time for us to grow up and move out the house, It's like
For
a
real.
kid, you leave your parents' house, at a certain point of time, what do? You got to launch, After you get grown and say, look, I got to go. Why? Because if you stay in your parents' house at a certain age, what happens? It retards your growth,
It does.
It rests your development. That's what Black people are doing right now. We reach this critical mass of intellect at HBCUs, but our development is arrested. Why? Because we have no power. We have no way of exerting ourselves in power in the world, So we just sit back and let white people. Can you imagine that? You're like this idiot. Like I look at this idiot like Joe Biden. That's what you fucking ran to the polls to vote for?
Exactly. No critical thinking skills, man. You got people. You even got Gen Xers, man, who I'm amazed by. I thought baby boomers would be worse, but Gen Xers don't have no common sense.
Yeah, we're freaking stupid,
Like, what are y'all doing? You're supposed to be better than the millennials, but you Gen Xers are messing up, man. What are you doing?
Yeah, what is it? They're comfortable,
Damn.
My generation X, man, a bunch of fucking cowards, man.
I mean, Gen X is a beast, though. They're better than millennials. Y'all are a beast. Y'all got it in. Y'all know how to kick butt. My generation,
yeah, what Gen X I would say is only thing about the millennials is they're the first generation that bought into the reparations thing, like social justice. We understood when we were told about when our generation saw Roots, and when we saw Roots, right, it came out in the 70s, right, when I was a kid, we understood one thing: these people don't give a fuck about us. Nobody gives a fuck. We understand that, When generation millennials, they grew up watching things like 8 Mile and white and black people working like that. So they think of the world differently. We came from a world where black was black, white was like the movies we used to watch: Sidney Poitier, Bill Cosby,
I'm not gonna lie, brother. You're right. I started to cut you off. Generation X is more conscious. They have more of a conscious.
Yeah, we are conscious. Yeah, we are.
Even was a costume. Even was like a cosplay. It was still some form of consciousness. My generation, we didn't have that much conscience. Now I'm conscious because my mom was conscious. She taught me all that. I was always into Black history, African history, so I made myself conscious. So I didn't fall for a lot of the bull crap, and I was able to stay safe and stay 10 steps ahead of most people. And they're like, man, Keith, I had this experience. Man, I thought you were just talking crazy, man. But I said, because I study this stuff, man.
Yeah,
I'm conscious.
The problem with a lot of millennials is, and unfortunately, a lot of millennials that had no black consciousness in them, right? And they jump right into Pan-Africanism. That's what it appears like. A lot of millennials that are Pan-African, it look like they hate being Black American. You know what I'm saying? They hate being Black American when they basically never understood who they were as a people. And so they basically go, oh, they think being black is ghetto or something like that. No, I remember Black America when it used to work, before the white people got a hold of our culture and turned everything into the hood, the gangs. They did that shit,
They did.
They did that shit, Black America was not like
they did it, but we were too receptive.
Yeah, it's like it's all peer pressure. Let me tell you something, bro. It's all peer pressure. If you see, the problem is when you basically are weak and don't know who you are and whatnot, and they'll say, me, did you see the way I act right here? When somebody like IC3 come up here with his stupid nonsense last night, you see how I quickly check people, because that's the way I understand. Because I said, if somebody puts something stupid in your head and whatnot, if you don't check, like, well, maybe we should do this, or maybe I come from my generation, we used to always check people at the door. We used to go check you at the door and say, this is the way it is. What happened was the media just overwhelmed us with these images and whatnot. And we just accepted what we were seeing, it's peer pressure. If somebody basically would talk about gangbanging, You know, we just said, okay, I guess that's the way it is. We didn't understand that was they was exaggerating. Even the gang culture was largely exaggerated. They had a movie called Colors, right? And what I'm hearing right now, those people in LA were saying, although the gangs were there, but they said there was a whole segment of Los Angeles that never even experienced that shit. I said, you kidding me? I just thought everybody was getting chased by Bloods and Crips. They said, no. I said, then why? Then it dawned on me, if you basically make movies like Colors and shit like that, and what's the other one? Boys in the Hood.
Boys in the Hood. It's
like
propaganda.
It's a propaganda. They'll say it makes you think, yeah, man, I better get my gat and be armed. And that's how it escalates, you know?
Yeah, they think that's I mean, I lived in LA almost all my life, bro. There's pockets of that stuff. Yeah, there's Real and Sixos. There's Neighborhood Pyru, Neighborhood Crip. There's what's the other gang that's
we
not
got
Hoovers.
that out here in Virginia, right? I know I see Bloods and Crips. They don't bother me. You know what I'm saying?
But there's pockets of them.
You know, and they're usually under the radar, you know?
Yeah.
You get involved with them and start fucking with their money or make yourself vulnerable or just basically, be in the wrong place. Yeah, you'll get in trouble. But for the most part, man, they make it seem like they're just kicking in everybody's door.
No, dude, no, they're not they're not big, bad, and scary. They're more scared of you than you're scared of them because they can say you're gonna mess up their operation, mess up their money.
They're scared of being. What thing they scared of is you calling the cops on them and they getting busted. That's what they're terrified.
Yeah, but even them Hispanic gangs are like pussy. I mean, they're punks. So like they act like the Hispanic gangs are so bad, man. They're scared of you, man. They act like they're so bad. I punked them guys a few times.
They're only good in groups. I know that when I used to do club security, right? These guys come in there and they said, I used to tell them all the time, y'all may be whatever y'all in the hard hood, but once you step in my territory, this is our domain. Us security, and we demonstrate to them, we will beat your friggin' ass down. And if you go to your car, try to get a gun, we got like 10 guns on you. And so therefore, I used to have motherfuckers like, what the fuck? I'd be in their face like, what the fuck you say? No, I ain't see nothing. Say that. And by the way, that's all front. If you let them intimidate you, that's all it is. That's like 90% of the battle. You know?
Exactly. It's all psychological.
You know, it's all psychological.
Hey man, I don't mean to change the subject. We're gonna do a show on your experience as a security guard, as an armed security guard, club security. We're gonna do a show on that.
I want to do a show like that one night. I'm gonna talk about that. I told about the story with Chris Brown, right?
No, I didn't say that.
I know you hear what I was talking about. Chris Brown. Chris Brown came up one night, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is back in 2007. He was only 17 at the time, right? He comes up there, and I'll say he was like, yeah. He gets out. He just did this concert at the Virginia Beach Amphitheater, right? So somebody called me and said, "Yeah, Chris Brown's coming over, right? He wants to get a VIP." And I told the person on the phone, I said, "Nah, man, he's underage, man." You know, so anyway, he shows up anyway. Him and his crew showed up anyway, right? You know, what I'm saying, he goes, "I'm Chris." I said, "I know who the fuck you are, nigga." He was saying, he goes, I just did a concert right here, man. I'm about to blow up big. This before he really got big, you know. He was known, but not really that known, you know. Yeah, I'm Chris Brown, blah, 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 blah. I said, I don't give a fuck who you are. They said he wanted me to get his guys in without being patted down. He says they were like armed security, but they're detectives, they're police. I said, I don't give a fuck if they're Secret Service. They're not getting in my freaking club without getting patted down. They're not bringing no guns to the club. And they'll say he wouldn't fucking let it go. So anyway, my boss came up when I said, you got to talk to that man over there. So basically, he went to talk about boss. His arms frailing. He's jumping up and down. I said, this little kid's going to be a problem. What happened 2 years later? Beat Rihanna's ass, you know?
Man.
I said, I was not surprised, man. I said, this guy was, the way he was acting, I was like, man, this kid is insane. You know? I was saying,
I heard even though he was like a soft-spoken kid, he looked like a good kid. I heard he was a knucklehead.
He was a knucklehead, man. Then something we let him in. I told him, I said, look, better not catch you drinking one night. He was drinking anyway. He was a VIP. I said, you ain't supposed to be drinking. So we let him in. It was a Thursday night, so we didn't have a really big crowd. So basically, we let him in when I was sitting in VIP. When I know he snuck a drink, you know? We ain't supposed to have a drink. But yeah, I got a lot of stories from my club years, man. A lot of stories, man. A lot of stories.
Man, that one you talking about, you manhound that African dude. He was strong as hell.
Oh, yeah. What you call it? You know, this, we had African dudes that came in there and whatnot, you know. We had this African crew that came in there and whatnot. They didn't fucking thing like that. But this one dude, man, was like a big dude, right? He comes in and whatnot. And he's like, I guess I know he must have had a fight early in that day because I know when somebody has fought, right? Because they come in all cocky and like he's bad. So he's going around just punching everybody in the stomach, you know? I said, oh, shit. See this big motherfucker right there? everybody say, we got to get him outside, right? So I told my boy Pac, see if you can get him outside, right? So I had my boy Pac-Man go bring him outside with, hey, I got to talk to you outside, right? And all of a sudden, when he was getting ready to go back in, we said, no, we can't let you back in. And all of a sudden, he goes to my boy Pac-Man. Pac-Man's a fucking big motherfucker. I knock you out in a minute, right? He goes, who are you? I said, Pac-Man's about to show you who he is, right? This is I'm fighting, right? And all of a sudden, anyway, I was sitting there, and our boss Junior was like, because I was training my boss Junior martial arts, right? But this is the time he got to see it right in real action, right? And all of a sudden, the dude broke away from my boy Pac-Man in the hands and came at me. And all of a sudden, the dude tried to lock up arms with me, and all of a sudden I flipped him on his back. Boom. All of a sudden I pounded his head into the ground and knocked him out, right? His head was going into the concrete. Knocked him down. And I swung him down, and he flipped on his back. Boom. As I pounded him in the ground, suddenly Junior's like, yeah, come on, you're going to kill him. Anyway, like that. But the next day, everyone talk about that shit. What the fuck did you do to that motherfucker? I just did simple trick. I just used his force against him. He was pulling me one way, and I turned, twisted, and went with the force. And his force combined with my force sent them flying. You know?
Wow.
And so
yeah, I don't like. Well, you already knew like martial arts, so you like study like mixed martial arts. I'm understanding you probably knew judo.
I studied jujitsu.
Yeah, but judo, that's more of a judo thing to do right there.
Yeah. I study what works. What I do is I do combat, right? And then, like when I'm in a situation, I don't go in the fight saying, "Let me go do some judo on somebody." You can't do that, right? But if I'm in a situation where this guy was trying to grab me, that's where the judo comes out. You know?
Right. Yeah, man, because that's how I feel. I'm a big guy, man, but I'm not gonna lie. I was never into like having big muscles and crap. And I'm like, I had someone tell me, a boxer, he told me, let me tell you something about them big muscles, man. They don't really make sense. They're not really useful like
that.
They
don't do nothing for you. They look intimidating, but they really do nothing. Trust me. That's when you learn Wing Chun. Big arms could be a hindrance,
Man.
And everything, they're big. They're intimidating. They intimidate people. When people got big arms and whatnot, that's intimidating. But they're the easiest people to beat because they got a bigger target. When I'm doing my blocking, my plum blossom technique, big arms are the easiest things because they're so big. But when the people I had the always problem with was people small, like not skinny, but bony, muscular people, Those are the people that gave me away because it was hard to really reach them because their arms are so small, and it's really hard to. But big people with big arms and whatnot, because they're easy target, easy to bridge with, But somebody with skinny arms and whatnot, wiry, skinny, long arms, or short arms, whatever like that, they're hard to do that because their hands move so fast.
And they hit hard. So you'll be amazed, like the Tommy Hearns, long arms and stuff. They pack some power, man. They know how to throw them punches. They'll knock you out.
Well, yeah, that's how I learned, man. It's saying the people with long, skinny arms, and we're not, and it's hard to really because you're like when they can maneuver, so when they maneuver really fast around you and everything like that. But somebody who's big can't move as fast,
Yeah.
Big guys can't move as fast. So
unless you're like a Sam Young. What's that dude who was in Kung Fu movies? He was like a chubby guy, but he was like amazingly fast. What guy's name?
Sammo Hung.
Yes, that guy. He was on Wheels on Meals. No, Wheels on Meals.
He was a lot more. That dude fought good for a big guy,
He was extremely limber. Like he could do backflips, jump. I'm like, what the heck is this dude on?
Yeah, he was really good. Sammo Hung was good,
He was amazing.
So he was really good. So yeah, man. So like about the topic today, I said, look, man, we got to basically understand. Like I said, we're moving to the right, and I don't mean. Look, people say you're moving to the right. There, you're being the alt right. No, black people have to have a right wing in our community. It's not the alt right. There's a white right, and there's a black right.
Yes.
We have a right. The problem is our movement has. We were so weak at one time, right? We had to find help with rainbow type people, LGBTQ, feminists, and all that like that. But now we don't need that, we can basically build a movement of black heterosexual men and whatnot, and win, and win.
Mm-hmm.
Say what we want, where like that. Then once we have this movement, we don't need anybody else. We don't really understand something. When people get up there talking, they said the power is right there in the black male community, right? If we were unified, so we need black men who. This is what the right wing is: people who believe in business, free enterprise, families, order, authority, and stuff like that. Those are right wing templates. Leftist people naturally believe in people over order and law and stuff like that, and the rule of law. In other words, basically, liberals believe, like, if you have a country, right? If you say like Japan, right? You understand what I love about Japan is what? The Japanese culture and history, right? Now, the leftist in Japan says we need to change Japan into a multiracial society and those kind of stupid shit like that. We ought to allow, we ought to change the definition of marriage. Transgenders and gays ought to have the same rights as a traditional. See, the right wing values traditional family. The leftists say we can't define family and marriage and everything like that. That's the difference. So, and also the left wing believe in abortion on demand. Like, you have no right to tell a woman. Well, I believe a woman, it's up to a woman to choose, but why encourage it? Why encourage it? We need population. We need people to grow. And so I would say about that is, what about women saving themselves for marriage? That's what I'm saying, or whatever. Or you do get pregnant, you and the guy work something out. As an abortion would be like a very last option. Like this. But that's just right wing thinking, and I believe that black people, and I think we're slowly and surely turning to that, because we see how far gone our community is. Black people want order. Black people, that's what it is. They don't like black people who like rule of law and order. We want some sort of
And we can do it as black men, like bro, I keep saying, man, just like the Marines, we only need a few good men.
Yeah, so we didn't see people as role models and everything like that in our community. If that would have happened and whatnot, and that's what they did. We used to have, for one time, we used to have peaceful black communities. Why? Because it was like every household was headed by a patriarch in the black community. Mr. Williams may be just Mr. Williams down at the factory, but when he came on his block and whatnot, that was Mr. Such. You had to give him respect. He had children, grandchildren, everything. That was his domain, his house, where he built. And we gave these men respect. All these men would talk to each other. My grandfather, he'd say, "Hey, Mr. Such, hey, Mr. Such and whatnot." Everybody stayed. We were not in each other's business. It was all individual, but each family was like I don't know how to describe it. Each household was like a clan, with cousins and everything. That's how the Black America was made up. That black family Black America was strong at one time. It was strong and formidable at one time. Black America used to be formidable. Now it's not like that anymore. Now you got a community like in Atlanta. They're talking about Stacey Abrams talking about if she wins, she's gonna give black women $800 a month a supplemental. Why does it should be taxpayers to supplement black women who chose to be single mothers? And not only that is like they found out that black women, even with their degrees, they're not making it. They need help. So much for telling black women, oh, you don't need a man, blah, blah, blah. They created a whole friggin' segment of women who having children, and a whole segment of Black America where there's no men around. There's nothing but women, single women. That's what Patrice Cullors and all them talking about. We need to break up the black family because the black family is oppressive to black women, so-called, And it's funny, man. Their houses are burning down. The mansion they bought are burning down. Ain't that funny about life? I like when you basically get ill-gotten shit. You'll suffer for it. I don't know why IC3 keeps bringing up this black gang culture. Black gang culture do nothing but it's destructive to black people. Destructive. The bottom line, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I was around that shit, most of my friends, Crips and whatnot, they really did nothing. They just hang out together, bullshit. There's no real structure. It's something they get short term.
Hey, caller. Hey, caller. Hey, I'm gonna get off real quick. I gotta go do something. Okay, I'm gonna come back.
All right, go ahead, brother.
All right.
Yeah, there's no damn black gang culture. Black gang culture is fucking stupid and destructive, you know? The only culture that's going to work is a colonization culture, you know? That's the only thing that's Black America has left. Colonization is the last thing, the last hope of the Black community, the last hope. This is the last thing. You know, if this fails, then Black America is going down. You know, as simple as that. You know, only a colonization is going to survive. You know, and I groomed this thing to science, right? Where we could preserve a lot of our culture that's good in Africa. We could keep our identity as a people of Black America, the African American community, right? And we could strive for a homeland, which our culture, we could absorb what's necessary and good about our past, present, and future into one civilization. That's the idea, you know? That's what the colonization is all about. And I want to do a show what I mean by the colonization and stuff like that very soon. Because people still don't understand. What do you mean by colonization? What is a colonization, Colin? You know? Yeah, the colonization ideology is a way of thinking, right? You know, we don't need gang culture. You need the colonization culture. You know? That's going to propel us into the future. You're right. You know, gang culture is dead. It's death. It's stupidity. You cannot have something that's not civilized. Gang culture is not civilized. IC3 is not civilized. You know, we believe in Black civilization. You know, and the epitome of Black civilization is a colonization. You know, so I don't know what IC3 be talking about, but I wish him a lot of luck. He talks a lot of goofy shit, but I wish him a lot of luck. You know, so only a colonization will survive. We've tried everything else. We tried the Garvey movement. We tried the Nation of Islam. We heard from Malcolm X, Stokely Carmichael. We heard from all these other people, Umar Johnson, Afatunde, whatever his name is, Johnson. Now you have the colonization, you know? Support the colonization. This is your last chance, Black people. Your last chance for glory. Your last chance for liberation. Your colonization is going to lead you to an African. Because like I said, you got to define who you are, right? What is an African American ultimate nation? It's a colonization, you know? A nation that colon means keepers. What do you mean by keepers? Keepers mean we keep the things that's great about our culture and everything like that. And we make sure that things that are not our culture never get in, you know? So we're the circle of keepers, the colonization, you know? We keep our heritage and culture and everything like that. And so therefore, if something is introduced to our culture, it has to basically reconcile with who we are as a people. You know, you can't come here and tell me like this guy last night. I know some people said, you know, I hurt some people's feelings, but when I said, look, I don't want to be you, you know, I don't want to be an Igbo. I don't want to be whatever tribe you think you are. I don't want to be that, you know. And the colonization says that I'm African American. That's who I am. You know, my ancestors are Booker T. Washington, Frederick Douglass, Sojourner Truth, all these other people like this, Harriet Tubman. That's who I am. That's what I keep. You know, my ancestors were. My ancestors were. I'm descendant of the transatlantic slave trade. No, it's not a problem. That's the truth. And that's why Black America is more advanced than any other group of Black people on the freaking planet. You know, because we do keep who we are. You know, that's not a problem. You cannot take a group of people. I can't look at Haitians and all these other people, and I know how Black America thinks. We don't particularly like you. I'm going to be honest with you. We don't admire you. We don't respect you. You know, you've done nothing that we can admire and say, I want to be that. That's the sad part about it. You know? Well, look, what you Haitians do, trace yourself back to your ethnic group, African, that's fine. We don't want to trace our ancestry back. We are an ethnic group. You know, that's what the colonization is about. We built an identity here in America. That's who we are. We make up all different types of African Americans. We're people that come from all different parts of Africa and everything like that, all amalgamated into one group of people called the African American. That's who we are. That's why we're a freaking beautiful race. That's who we are. That's what we are. I've been saying, like, if you listen, Rico, you say, I'm always like this. I've always been like that. I never told you to give up your identity, to be an Ooga Booga or something like that. I never said that shit, I'm proud to be African American. That's who the hell I am. That's my culture. That's my history. That's what I keep. I'm a keeper, I don't know about the friggin' the Hausa people. I don't know about the Igbo people. I don't give a damn about these people, right? If they were anything good, let me tell you something how serious this is, right? If you basically don't understand that once we were lifted out of the African continent in the transatlantic slave trade, everything changes. You lost us in the transatlantic slave trade. The only thing that's going to get African Americans back is an African of our own. That's the only way we can come to Africa. We cannot be, it's almost like basically, because our ancestors' blood has to be avenged. That's a keeper. We will avenge our ancestors that died in the Holocaust. That we don't forgive. So all this, we need to go back there and just pretend I'm somebody else. No, I'm not going to be a fucking Yoruba. I'm not going to be an Igbo. I'm not going to be a Mende. Because these people are anything worth anything, we would never came here in the first place. These cultures, those communities, tribes, and everything failed us. Now, I don't want no cheap land in Montana. I don't want anything to do with America. I'm done with America. We need virgin soil, beautiful African soil to build our civilization. We need to be away from white America. We need protection from white America, the Africans, and ourselves. 3 things we need protection from: white people, Africans, and ourselves. Those 3 things that we can protect ourselves. We need to protect it from us with the immorality, the degenerates, the thug culture, all that stuff like that. We need to be protected from. Yes, Rico, we are going to Africa. I'm going there. You may not go. Look, let me tell you something, Rico. If you want to stay in America and be American, I have no problem with that, because black people fought for this country in America. You have every right to be in America. Do what you got to do in America. And I would always tell people all the time, look, I'm going to give something to you, Rico. I would tell anybody, don't ever become a black nationalist or Pan-African like I am. Don't do it. Don't do it. If you have a chance to have a good job in America, a good career, good life, go for it. Don't get involved with Africa. Don't get involved with the Pan-African movement, because it's not fucking worth it. It's not worth it. I'm 35 years deep into this, so there's no turning back for me. All these other people are playing with this, but I'm real with it. I got to finish what I started. But I urge you and all you people, black people in America, stay in America. Make it work. Do what you got to do. Make it work. But those of us basically know we need a nation of our own. That's where the black America is going to split. And it's okay. We don't all have to be here, Rico. It's like we don't all have to be in Africa. When I'm done, half of black America will still exist. So it is what it is, folks. Like I tell people, I am not pushing nobody to go to Africa. I'm not doing it. I will say, stay here in America, get your job, get your money up, and build something. Get a family going on, Rico. Find yourself a cutie, marry her, do the right thing and everything. And then, hey, you don't have to worry about me again, But those of us who are interested in African, that's who we need to talk to. I need to talk to. Those of us who say they want more than America and they want to think beyond America, those are the people I'm talking to, But those who say America is the best thing since apple pie collar, I love it. We're not the greatest country where man's ever seen, whatever like that. I love it. Hey, look, man, I wish you a lot of luck. I want you to win in America. You know what I'm saying? America's probably the best thing for you. I'll be honest with you. America's the best country in the world for you. Do not try to be me. You know, I'll tell people that do not try to be me. Because sometimes I wonder, did I ever make a mistake in life getting involved with all this? You know, I could have been I could have been a millionaire right now. I had a friend of mine, my friend Ilya, and basically he's from Jersey, right? And basically Ilya, brother from Jersey, this guy was a millionaire. He was a millionaire by the time he was 21. He bought his first. He built a fleet of tow trucks on the Garden State Parkway, the New Jersey Turnpike in North Jersey. You know, and he built a fleet of tow trucks. He bought his first tow truck right within 3 years. After 3 years, he was 19. And at 3 years, 3 or 4 years, he had a fleet of them, like 10 or 15 of them, and he was pulling in $1 million a year and everything like that. I was like, wow. You know, and he owned like a part of a gas station and a garage shop, you know, in Jersey. You know, so basically, yeah, there's a lot of opportunities. Some people, but he comes from old black money, you know, Fort Lee, New Jersey. People don't realize that. There's black people in places like Fort Lee, New Jersey, Nantucket, when that old black money, you know. And, you know, people in Fort Lee, New Jersey, basically, thing like that. My friend, my DNA trace to the Semir Bantu people. Yeah, that's good. You know, that's good for you. You know, you can trace your ancestors. That's good. But you know, I trace my ancestors to the Bantu people of Angola. You know, but I know I can't be an Angolan. I'm African American. No matter where I go, if I go to the moon, I'm African American. Be all right back, folks. I'll be right back. Hang on a second, folks. All right, folks, I'm back. Ross Boy says, Abraham, 100% of my friends do trace with my two people with my Y chromosome and a Hausa people from Nigeria. Whoopie doo. Okay, you're a Hausa now. What does that do for you, Ross Moisture? What does that do for you? You know, the houses are broke and you're broke. What does that do for you? You guys making any money? You got any land? Y'all building any infrastructure? No. You know? You know, so I'm not asking for reparations, you know. I'm not asking for no damn reparations. You know? And Ross Beast, I bet you anything you never even been to Africa yet, you know. And say, look, first of all, Broody, I voted the Green Party. All these people are freaking a joke. Black people in America that basically, the reason why that is if you don't understand something, do you really think they're gonna let black people have a political party in America that's gonna threaten the balance of power in the world? If black people were organized and they could decide elections, like black people, if we were organized, we could have been the ones that decided this last election, you know, but we're not organized. So they calculated that most of the black will go to Kamala, right? So instead of basically the Trump administration trying to flip certain white people to their side, build up their white side, right? And basically counting on black votes to go here and go there, they really had to realize that they had to bring out a large number of white to counter the black numbers, right? So we end up we realized that we lost So I don't get what the thing is. Do you think they're really gonna let black people sit back and somebody in a black political party saying, okay, we're gonna give our voting block to this person right here, and we're the deciding vote? You think they're gonna let that happen? You really think so? Not without bloodshed. That's the reason why there was so much violence against black people in the South. Bruni, do you even know your own history? Black people tried to do that in the freaking South or whatnot. Look what happened when they tried to register to vote, and it was met with violence. They had to pass a Voting Rights Act. Black people tried to organize. We weren't stupid just to vote. We would try to organize our vote to basically influence things. What happened was they easily would have won because the things that black people wanted back there was into segregation. But the busing laws, the fountain laws, and stuff like this. So it is what it is. Rico said it would be great today if black Americans want to go to Africa and the ones who will stay in America do it. Yeah, that'd be great too. Like I said, I never tell black people. All I'm saying is give me some of these useless Negroes, these boo-boos, these ray-rays, when I could turn them into productive citizens if they had their own land and stuff like that. They can have a new start. It's selfish for the black people who made it in America, right? And not knowing that there's black people in America because of de jure segregation who'll never be part of America. And this is the reality of the thing, right? There's black people in America who are locked out of the American dream, just by race, because of racism, so it is what it is. No, Africa does very little trade with America, bro. Africa has very little trade with America. And also the trade that Africa does with America is not even done by Africans. It's done by Lebanese, Chinese, Indians, everybody else, whites, everybody else. Black Africans do very little trade in America, right? The only thing they sell in America sometimes is shea butter. And I think in Rwanda they sell coffee and teas. That's about it. I did my homework already, Ross Moisture. It's a dire situation, Africa exports nothing. So Ross Moisture, he's a moisture type of guy. So how are people turning to the right? I think so. We're turning to the right side of things in our history, because the left-wing people just they failed. Ross Moisture. Ross Moisture. Like I said, there's always one in one crowd, I gotta say, what is the purpose of the Kaisorian show? I don't know. What is the purpose of that platform? I have no idea. I think Kaisorian shows is there to troll Black America over stupid shit, So it is. No, I ain't talking about alt-right. That's a white conservative. We're talking about a black right. Alt-right is white people, Ross Moisture, Alt-right is white people. Are you white, Ross Moisture? How can you be an alt-right and you're black? What are you, stupid? Have you looked in the mirror yet lately, Negro? You be a black man, Rob Moisture. He's a moisture type of guy. This guy Haven Bullis, man, cracking me up, man. He's going after Jason Black. I already knew Jason Black was soft. A lot of these guys are soft, man. How can you be soft online, man? Jason Black act like he's scared of Tariq. He's scared of all these people. I mean, but he acts tougher. But Jason Black trying to bully people he knows. Jason Black trying to bully people he knows don't got a big platform or just don't. People he thinks he can punk around. But he never goes after his. He's terrified of Tariq. He's terrified of people like that. And he lets Tariq get away with a lot of stuff like that, but he always complains what other people do, Him, Jason Black and O'Shea are two fucking Tariq stands. I'm scared of Tariq because I don't want him to clown me and joke me and whatnot, Tariq's a fucking paper tiger. Let's stop it. Stop the cap. The guy's a fucking paper tiger. It's a joke. Yeah, Jason Black, when he first came out, but the bottom line, Jason Black is nothing but he's a black white guy. The black authority he's a black white guy, He's intelligent. Problem with Jason Black, I can tell he's not really academically inclined. Although he's very intelligent, articulate, he's very, but he doesn't really have the academics, You can tell somebody, is struggling with academics. As far as like history and stuff like that, politics and everything, he's not that good. Same thing with Phil Scott. Phil's very articulate, but he's really not that smart, And then you got the Vicky Dillard or whatnot with that struggle weave. Talk black to me, folks. Talk black to me, folks. Yeah, what about reparations? The only thing she needs to reparate is that fucking struggle weave, Talk black to me, folks. And these people, when I really look at it, I say his whole crew in America, Phil Scott's crew, are nothing but former welfare mothers sitting around online. They found a niche or whatnot. We're going to get our reparations. Look, every black person is not about reparations. We're all broke and poor. And these are all these millennials. Millennials, black people are the worst black people because these are the people that fucking sit around and they grew up on government handouts and they basically think that the government one day is going to just send the ultimate check in the mail. When you sit, your whole life is based on running to the mailbox waiting for a check. You actually think that's reality as far as that's how you can solve all problems. Getting the government to freaking send you a check. That's not reality, folks. Us Gen Xers know that. Ain't nothing coming, Rosemary said, why don't you want to find your ethnic group? I don't care about my ethnic group Rosemary. I don't have no interest in it, I have no interest, That's Mari Shai. She's a little girl when I'm a grown man. I don't need nobody freaking telling me what to do. I'm not interested in no ethnic group. I'm not at all. It means absolutely nothing at this point, Now, let me ask you a question. You got all these people to the ethnic group. Do you basically, are there any African Americans in any government position in Africa? No. Do African Americans own any oil blocks off the African coast? No. Do we own any mines? No. Do we own any factories? No. What does no ethnic group do? So the bottom line is no. I don't care about no ethnic group because the bottom line is no reason for us to pretend like we got something going on. We not. Until we basically build a NAFRIC stand, then we can start talking like that. But the bottom line is this: that was lost. Bottom line is this: the bottom line, Africa participated in the transatlantic slave trade, and also there was never any effort. When you have, it's like we're abandoned children. We have a whole continent that turned its back on us and gave us to the white man and whatnot. So therefore they lost that honor of us honoring them. There's no honor there. Sorry, it doesn't happen like that. So the bottom line, the best we could do is salvage the fact that, over the last 400 years, we became a new people, and that's how I did. Like, do I acknowledge some of these things? Well, not. Yeah, I think of some of the cultures of these people are good, but I'm not going to be that. I'm not going to say one day sitting there saying, something, I need to be a Bantu, blah, blah, blah. No, I am what I am. Well, can I appreciate some of the culture and everything? Do I have so many ideas? Like I have a lot of ideas that I take from African culture. I take what I want. Like I believe in the Taiwara, the god of agriculture. The Taiwara spirit. I study the Taiwara spirits of agriculture when I would like to use. I studied. My name comes from the Nyamakala. It means the circle of craftsmen. And so therefore, yeah, I do have a lot of stuff rooted in the colonization that's rooted in African culture, right? But it's my own interpretation of Africa. Just like Kwanzaa was our own interpretation of Africa. It was our own expression about Africa. You know, I cannot do being Igbo because that's somebody else's history, somebody else's expression. I gotta express myself honestly, and so that's why black people created Kwanzaa back in the days, because it took some elements of Africa and crafted it for the African American. So it is what it is. So Rico says Africans only get jealous. They will let us come there and take over. Yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. And also, be honest with you, one of the reasons too, Ross Morris, based on the fact that we see a lot of hostility towards Africans, we understand that, we can never be brothers and sisters, bro. You can't do that. The Africans basically have a lot of hatred for us and whatnot. I don't have no idea. They love the white man and they hate us, so, your hyper group does not change. Elijah Muhammad, look, we named ourselves black. We knew we were black in this country. So yeah, the white man isn't Thanos here. Some people believe the white man is Thanos and white supremacy is the Infinity Gauntlet. The white man is Infinity Gauntlet is white supremacy. He just snaps his finger, and next thing you know, I'm sus. I do show my face. I was on the other night, real Donald Trump. I showed my face the other night. I was on live one night. I was on live Christmas Day. Christmas Day I was live. I had my camera on, everything like that. I don't go on like because where I'm sitting right now, I'm just in my clothes when I'm lumping on Africans in one group. Dude, I need to do enough for Africa, He had a meeting with people to come to see him, and camera was looking at the audience and not him. That's so strange. Who are you talking about? Real Donald Trump, I don't know who you're talking about, brother. Vicky Diller's a witch. No, she's not a witch. She's just a black woman that's struggling, that needs some money when that, She's one of these chicks that they said ain't nothing going on but the rent, Ain't nothing going on but the rent. You got to have a J-O-B to be with me. Oh, Jason Black. Jason Black has never showed his face. Do you think that's strange? How can somebody be so loud but don't know? Nobody knows who the fuck he looks like. Jason Black. That's why I say, yeah, Jason Black. Never. You don't know who this guy is. Never showed his face. Never. He's out there just running his fucking mouth like he's an authority or something. Come to think of it, I never see Haven Bullett's face either. I don't trust people that you've never seen their face. What are you hiding? Jason Black must be ugly. Me, I know I'm beautiful, so I love showing my face, I love showing who I am, my face, and everything like that, because like I said, I'm handsome, good looking. And so not only do I love my face, I love the sounds. Yeah, he is like a wimp, Jason Black's a clown, I don't know I don't know what I saw something said that this was him. He looked sort of like Dougie Fresh. If that was him, yeah, it says Jason Black, he like Dougie Fresh. A lot of guys like him are probably nerdy and homely looking and whatnot, so they don't show their face, It's like, oh yeah, they don't show their face, Guys who basically like their looks and everything don't mind showing their face. He was out there having an affair with a married woman, has 7 kids. Wow. Yeah, he is a nerd. He's one of the black nerds. And it's worse thing to be. It's one thing to be a nerd, but to be a black nerd. I'm the Ravens or Commanders. I seen the Ravens one time, so I don't know much. The Commanders, I guess that used to be the Redskins, whatever. I seen a Ravens and Redskins game one time. I always was a Raven fan, I've seen them before. I went to FX Stadium, DC. I was back in that was 2004. That was 20 years ago, something like that. So she is basic black chick, very short hair. Yeah. Yeah, I want to see how women do something about their hair. I've seen stuff like little stuff. All black women have to do is stop putting chemicals in their hair. I seen a sister today, man. She was so beautiful. She was like tall, skinny. I like them, kind of dark skin, and she had like an afro, and she had like a real big afro, right? And it was like really neat and everything like that. I was like, she looks so friggin' sexy and beautiful, man. I want to just grab her and be like, oh, but I'm married, though. I can't do that, It's a bit inappropriate because she was sitting there with her parents or whatever like that, I guess so. She had a U.S. Marines jacket on, so. But she was beautiful, and I've seen that a lot. I've seen where I live at a lot of black women wearing their hair natural. They wearing those spiked. It's like they cornrows were spiked up and they're natural and everything like that. But it's like a twist. The twist. I love that hairstyle. If you're a dark skinned girl with an afro and those twists, oh my God, you got me. You got me. I'm just like weak for that. You do not have to put a wig on your head, and stuff like that. You do not have to do that to be beautiful. Stop putting those chemicals in your hair. That's what's taking your hair out, and y'all going bald by the time you're age 30. You don't want to look like a dude at the 30 and whatnot. Yeah, what you call the whole thing is, like I said, Ralph Doe said, I think black Americans have a language problem. Yeah, we do. We live in a country where we have no filter from the dominant society. Really, we don't. At least I will say about other people. I think they should learn English, but it's good that they can retreat back into their own world. And you see them when they be talking to Tagalog and Philippine, you don't know what the hell they're saying. They could be calling you a nigger for all you know. But then they code switch, blah, 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 and they speak their shenagalaga among themselves, And so the bottom line, if we had our own shenagalaga, we could be speaking among ourselves, and the white man wouldn't even know what we're saying half the time, Then we'd be free. But the white man knows everything we say because we speak in English, We should have our own shenagalaga, So if anybody got some evidence on Jason Black, whatever like that, please put it in the back chat. I want to see this shit, It's not enough. I need evidence, not enough to come in here and say Jason Black did not, It's called African. No, African American vernacular is bullshit because too many white people can speak that shit. We need a freaking language, We need a freaking language. But we build our own, what evidence you need, a video or something. Give me a video or something, I need to know for some proof before I go accuse. I want to see somebody else say it, online that he did this or not, So I want him coming at me like, you said this. I said, well, I don't know. Of his affair with a woman, where'd you hear this at? I want to see a video. I want to say you said there was an affair between him and a married woman. I want to know if did anybody break this story. What was the story broken at? Eve, you say the rapper Eve is his baby mama? Wow. Well, this is interesting. Oh, okay, Just Eve. Let's see who that is. Not she's not bad. She's cute. She only got 700 subscribers, and she's a baby. He should at least help her get some subscribers, man. At least he could do if he ain't paying no child support, you know. Okay, she's like an FBA type. Yeah, it's baby mama. This girl, yeah, she's cute. She's really cute. Oh, she's cute. She seems to be anti-immigrant. She's like she's on FBA shit. Yeah, it's FBA shit. You know, it is what it is. But that's gonna tell you how out of the loop I am, man. I don't know none of this shit. You know, the real Donald Trump said that's not his baby mother. I did not think so. I can't see him, Jason Black, getting with something like that. I just can't believe it. You know, I just can't believe him getting with somebody like that. This is just don't sit right. She's just way too cute. You know. Oh wow, she has sex with him, and oh my god, you know. Yeah, and he posted on his Patreon, man. What the hell's going on, man? I gotta forward this to Haven Bullets, you know. I love seeing my enemies fight with each other, you know. Hey Haven, I got some new information for you, you know. Haven Bullets going after Jason Black. That'd be just if he goes, that's just one more person, you know. You can put in that link because I'll use my cell phone to copy it, hyperlink it, you know. I'll send it right to Haven Bullets. Yeah, I'm a troublemaker. It says in the Art of War says cause disarray among your enemies, you know? Right, that's messed up. I wonder how many Jason Black stands we got out there, you know? Oh, just like Umar Johnson, man, always talk about black women relationship, but he ain't got no damn black woman, you know? That's a suspect. That's sus right there. And and the bottom line, although I love, look, I'm all, I haven't seen his mugshot. I've seen some picture. I don't know if it's mugshot or not. When I looked at, he looked like Dougie Fresh. You know, if that was him. You know, people said it was him. People who are always talking about marriage and blah blah blah, and they're not married and whatnot, man, they need to shut the fuck up. You know. Yeah, that's real sus. And then all of a sudden, people that like Umar Johnson, basically, he's a success police and he's a dick police. You know. Successful blacks, blah 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 blah, blah man. They're not doing this, blah 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 blah. You know, Bottom line is the successful blacks, blah 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 blah, black middle class, blah 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 blah. They're not doing for the community, blah 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 blah. Black women, if they spent money on their kids, my tuition. This Negro actually said that he wants black women to give up the weaves and the nails and everything. The $500 a month, he says, that they spent on weave, they could pay for a tuition in his busted ass school. His dirty, non-functional school with no staff, no faculty, no teachers, nothing like that. He says that the tuition is going to be $500 a month per child. You know? But you guys are out there listening to him, you know? You're sending him money when I hit the Cash App and all stuff like this, you know? Rico, I don't know what you mean by black immigrants just as bad as whites. I mean, they're bad, but come on, let's be honest with ourselves, you know? Let's be honest with ourselves. They're not as bad as whites and everything like that. Whites actually have power. Black immigrants have no power. They're just annoying online. It's annoying, so let's not go too far with that. Let's freaking I can understand the black immigrant hate, man, you know? You got a bigger problem. These Mexicans, these Hispanics, the Asians, and all these other people. Elvis wants to come up. See what he got a fat lot of nerve. Let's see what he has to say. So you got bigger problems than black immigrants. You know, they're a non-factor, you know. Donate, hit the Cash App. Imagine your job all day is sit there talking a bunch of stupid incoherent saying hit the Cash App. You know? Now, if he was making I gotta sit back and watch him to see how much money he makes. If he's actually making money on something like this, but what is we gonna do with $20 here, $10 here? Yo, next time send $20 or whatnot, you know? And sending good woman sent him his last $20. He's first out, and she sent him her last $20 or not. You know, evidence. Black women love Umar or not because they think they got an ally in this bullshit they pulling. You know. That's what I was trying to sell Elvis last night. You know, black women are on their bullshit, you know. And people like Umar Johnson and Elvis, they bring in the simps that kept for them, you know. All right, Elvis, what's on your mind?
What's up, Colin?
What's up? Yeah, what's going on, man?
I put the link to Jason Black if you want to see him. There's a video back there, like a 2-minute video. You can check it out.
Yeah, I'll watch it later. What's on your mind?
I mean, I don't agree with you that black people are moving to the right. I mean,
I don't know. I don't know where you live at, man.
I mean, you saw the numbers. It's barely 5% more
what
than
I'm
he got
saying
the
is,
last election.
Hold on, look. It's not even about at this point. That's going to translate that is social. Everything starts, Elvis, with socialization, right?
Okay.
Socialization starts with your culture, your values, everything. Then it goes to economics, right? The last thing when that becomes strong, right? Then it moves into your politics. We have not got to that level yet, but it's trending toward that direction. Trust me. Because you see it in Chicago right now with this anti-immigrant stuff that's going to backlash.
So tell us, Colin, why black people moving more to the right? Well, what's in it for them?
Well, I just think basically one is black people are very conservative. You know, people don't realize that. Black America is very conservative. We're not liberals, you know. A lot of times we basically did not separate our politics from our value system. We never combined two. So we sacrificed our values for politics. You know, we've been doing that for a couple of generations. Now I think that as black people gain more interest in the middle class, everything, we're not really hard up for economics anymore. And so therefore we don't need.
What do you mean? What do you mean when you say more conservative? What, black people are anti-gay, they're anti-LGBT? Is that the main thing?
Always been anti. We don't believe in marriage to be like my grandmother used to always tell me. God made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. That's what we were taught growing up. You know.
Yeah, because that's a cool word when people say black people are conservative. That's what they mean.
Most black people in America are Christian. You know, they believe in the Bible.
Right. And besides the gay issue, what else are black people conservative on?
Abortion.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Abortion. A lot of other things. The border. A lot of black people are seething over. But in other words, basically, when you had people like this one lady I played in Chicago, she sought refuge. She came here illegally. You know, everybody has empathy. You don't see a poor woman be deported or not. But she has the boy she had was 20 years ago. Now he's all grown up, right? She had 20 years living in America, and when she did that interview, she's still speaking Spanish. She has never bothered to assimilate into. So, in other words, basically, Black people are like, look, we were made to assimilate into American society. We were literally forced to assimilate into American society, take on the white man. Because we used, like I said last night, we used to have our own way of talking, on lingo, on colloquy, whatever you want to call it, everything like that. But we were forced to take on the white man's diction, everything like that. So because we said you got to talk proper, all the stuff like this. Now we got people coming over here who not only that, we were taught that we had to sit up for the American flag, salute the flag, be patriotic, and like that. You got people that coming in this country basically that don't have to do all that. You know, they don't salute the flag. They're disrespectful to this country or not. They don't like it, but they're here just for the money. And Black people see the shit and they don't like it, you know, because we were made to conform, you know. And so like, why these people don't have to conform like we were made to conform? That's why I said Black people moving to the right, you know, because they see all this stuff. You know, that's just the way I see it, you know. So that's the way I see it. Jonathan Miller, what's on your mind? People come up here and we're asleep or something like that. Let me ask Barudi's question. Barudi says, Colin, do you think the diasporas who may migrate to Africa well, it depends on how it is. If you in Ghana, if you like being in Ghana and not being able to own property and land and not being able to have a vote and stuff like that, or basically being a second-class citizen or like that, or that would happen with the Hebrew Israelites, stuff like that, that can happen again and everything like that. If you like that, then fine. If you like being unalived in places like Gambia and stuff like this and get ripped off and everything like that, have no voice, no nothing, abused by police, whatever, like in these countries, then hey, wait. But if you want to live in a place where the government's sole purpose is providing for you and protecting you and everything like that, then that's the choice is. If you don't care that's important, then you can stay in Ghana, stay in Tanzania, stay. I wish you a lot of luck. That's easy for that. But people, I know for a fact of the matter is, if we had an Afghanistan, most of these people that were living in Ghana would come over there. You know, as simple as I know that. I know my people. Unless you basically usually it was Black women will stay. You know, Black men will come to the Africa. Black women will stay right there in Ghana because they like chasing these men over there for some stupid reason, whatever. You know, and places like that. But Black men, all men are territorial. That's what it is. And when you go to these countries, you realize you're under the Ghanaian man's territory, and he has the first dibs on everything. You know, he like I see it in Liberia. You know, so let's see what this person Mangos have to say. What's on your mind, Mangos?
Hi.
How you doing? What's on your mind?
Hey, so yeah, I'm just listening, and I agree. This is my first time on your show. I've been listening for a little while though. So I agree about Hispanics not assimilating when they should be.
Right.
I'm from Chicago, and there are certain cities, certain neighborhoods in Chicago where you have people from Mexico, in particular, who have been here 20 years, 30 years, and they still don't know any English, and they just don't want to learn it. And I think that's wrong. You know, when I saw that clip that you played about that lady, she was working at O'Hare Airport, undocumented. You know, first of all, I don't even see how that was possible. You know, given that's a security issue, in my opinion.
It is.
I'm shocked that she was even able to work there.
You work in a hospital?
No.
Well, I had beeping in the background.
Oh no, that's my car. It wants me to put my seatbelt on.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, put your seatbelt on. We don't want you to get into an accident.
I'm almost home. No, but yeah, I mean, a part of me feels bad for her, but like you said, you know, she had 20 years to get her act together. And my dad is from Mexico, and when I was born, he was not, you know, up until maybe I was about 20 or 19, and he wasn't legal here. And he, you know, maybe like 10 years ago, he got his green card, he got his papers and stuff like that, and you know, he's able to go back and forth to Mexico, to, you know, from the U.S. But it's like, you know, but he knows English, you know, and stuff like that. Like, he didn't choose to just only speak Spanish and never assimilate at all. Now, he did move back to Mexico recently because he said that he didn't like the United States.
Right.
I think Trump probably had something to do with that, but I don't know. We never talk about politics. But, you know, he basically said, you know, over here in the United States, it's all about work, work, work. And, you know, in other countries, he said it's just not like that.
Yeah, well, how does he make a living? Or did he save a lot of money? He got property in Mexico. How do you?
He does construction work, and he makes great money doing that. When I was like a child, he would come over, you know, every weekend, and he would give me like $100, and I'm like 7 or 9 years old. So, you know, he makes great money. And he goes back and forth. He lives in Mexico now, but he'll come back here every few months or so to get work because he always has work here, and he'll stay.
He got a good day. He can make the U.S. dollar and go back to Mexico where it's cheap and live. That's smart. And
yeah,
so
he built his.
I wish we Black African Americans had that. That's when people understand why I'm a Black nationalist. I think we should have our version of that. If it was up to me, I was like petition Mexico to give Black America a state, you know, of our own in Mexico, and build the African in Mexico. It'd probably be easier than going to Africa, to tell you the truth, you know. But that's I mean, I interrupt you, but that's really a good idea, you know. You live in one country and then go back and when like that. That's honorable. But what I hate is when people basically think they're gonna come here and they're gonna change America to suit them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't like that. I'm like, look, you know, we're all suffering here. We know America's tough and everything, but we're toughing it out, whatever like that. You know, you basically at least got to meet us halfway. Learn how to speak the language, or know what's going on in this country. You know, that's all I ask for. You know, and so, but I said as far as the topic, as I said, Black people turn to the right. That's just one issue, and I was basically talking about how things like abortion. Things like crime, Black people are turning against crime in this country, and so like that. So I guess you're Hispanic.
I'm
half. Now, what do you think about the? Because I never asked them Hispanics about the gang culture and stuff like that. And I know that a lot of times Central Americans are extorting the people, in the communities because they know they're undocumented and stuff like that. They won't go to the police. What do you think about that?
Say that again.
What I'm saying is the gang violence and as far as like the cartels and stuff like that. What do you think about that? What's your family think about that?
I actually have a brother, a half brother. He lives in Mexico. He was living here in the United States for a little while, but he was doing bad things. I think it has something to do with drugs, and he got deported. And I've never met him, but he was just like my dad. And so, and I look at his Facebook groups. I mean, his Facebook photos, and he's in like this type of artillery wear, and he has these big guns, and he looks like he's at a battle scene. And I'm not sure what he's up to. I'm not sure if he's in the cartel, if he's I don't know. But
you don't want to say too much on the air. You don't want to say too much. You don't know who's listening. But you don't want to get him in trouble, yourself in trouble like that. So, that's a really good thing, part of the story. So you're living here, and you're half Mexican and everything like that, and you see the issue. What do you think about the protests going on between the Black residents in Chicago and and about the illegal migrants? I know there's Mexicans right who are here legally, and there's illegal migrants. What do you think about that?
So even though my dad came over here the wrong way, I'm still, I believe that as an American citizen, you know, you should come here the right way.
Right.
I don't think that, you know, we should just be giving resources to people that just come here willy nilly. They don't go through the process. You know, you have people who did come here the right way. It took them years. It took them lots of money. But, you know, it's well known that if you are trying to come over here illegally, you know, like my dad told me, you know, you can pay somebody, they'll get you a Social Security card.
Wow.
And when you get here, it's like specifically talking about Chicago, you go to like some of these Hispanic communities and there's businesses, they'll, you know, you pay the right people and they'll give you a Social Security card. They'll give you an ID. You know, it's not hard to get those things. It'll cost you a pretty penny. You might pay about $1,000, $500 for a fake ID or something like that.
Wow. I never knew all that.
Oh yeah. You know, and yeah, there's ways. Like my dad explained to me how he came over here, and it's like, you know, you pay somebody to basically show you the route over here. Like they'll meet you somewhere, and you know, you got to pay them a lot of money. Maybe like, you know, $5,000, $10,000, you know, it just depends.
This is, when you talk about millions of people, this is big money.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a big business, and now my dad, he didn't like hop over a fence or anything like you see these people on the street on TV doing. He actually was able to get on a plane. He was able to get on a plane for part of how, you know, for one route how he got here, because he has to, you know, get to Texas and then, you know, but anyway, yeah, I mean, you know, it's, I don't agree with the illegal immigration. You know, in Chicago, where I'm from in particular, it's a sanctuary city, and you know, a lot of the Black people in Chicago in particular are upset about this illegal immigration. But you know what? I'm gonna tell you this. I firmly believe, and I firmly know that a lot of that outrage that you're seeing from the Black community about these migrants taking over Chicago and their neighborhoods is fake. It's fake and it's disingenuous, because they were not concerned about any of that. And then they want to say, oh, well, what about the homeless people? You're not even taking care of the homeless people, but you're able to house these people. Okay, first of all, none of them cared about the homeless people. They only started caring about this immigration stuff when they learned that the migrants were getting resources that they think that they're entitled to.
Right. I don't like that whole entitlement thing anyway. You know. Yeah. So you're right. That's what's the real same thing. I'm like, you know, I'm like this. We shouldn't be at the point where we're fighting against migrants for resource. We should be so advanced that now we don't even care about that. You know. So
no, but that's what the issue is. That's what. If you get to the root of it, that is what the issue is. Because I listen to there's a boots on the ground. He calls himself the crime chaser in Chicago, and he has a YouTube channel and he was talking about all this stuff. And he talks about it periodically, but you know, people call in and they say their piece. I call in. I do a lot of listening, and I've really come to the conclusion the past year that that's really what it's all about. And I said that on his show. I said, you know, nobody was caring about the homeless. Nobody was caring about the migrants until they learned that they was getting $1,000 in food stamps. Until they learned that they were getting put in expensive hotels, and until they learned that they were getting like I don't know, $3,000 for like the first 3 months. It was getting cash assistance, and I'm like, okay, so, but to be honest, if you were getting those same resources, if you was getting $1,000 a month in food stamps and all the free medical care, you would not care about the migrants. You would not care.
Exactly.
You would not have anything to say. The only reason you're up in arms and you're at the town hall meetings and you're in Brandon Johnson's face and you're you know, acting like you like Trump because he's going to do something about it, it's because you feel that you're not getting something that you're supposed to get. And then they keep talking about the reparations. Okay, look, you're not getting reparations. You already got reparations. Reparations has been delivered to you, and it came in the form of EBT, free medical care, and free housing, Section 8. And I don't know about, to some people on this show or who's listening, but a child like me, growing up, I grew up free medical care and EBT. Okay, I didn't have free housing, but free medical care and free and EBT. So if you ask me,
could I push back on that for a second?
Hold on, Elvis. Hell no, nigga. You cannot say that the people in Chicago. Go ahead and finish, Mom.
Let me finish what I was saying. Okay, if you ask me, you do the math. Okay, that is more than enough reparations. You mean medical care alone, and I'm talking like from birth until I was probably 15 or 16. My mom got those two resources. We never paid a bill for food. We never paid a bill for medical care, and there are thousands and thousands of others, Black children and Black adults in America today that are not paying for any of this stuff. And so, and then you include Section 8. I mean, I got people in my family who have been on Section 8 for 10 years. 10 years, and there's no end in sight. So that's reparations to me, given how expensive rent is. I mean,
Jonathan, before you come in, let me say this to the system quickly when you come in.
The entitlements that Black people have is just atrocious. And you, Colin, you say that Black people are moving towards the right. But let me tell you, they're only moving towards the right because they think that Trump is gonna deliver something to them. That's what it is.
Let me ask you. Like me personally, like this is what I said. That right there, I think also there's a lot of Black people who are turning against the socialist state, and stuff like that. I mean, I'm dead serious. And now there's some people who basically who are against illegal aliens and whatnot for that what you just said, which is right. I agree with you, right? They want something they think illegal aliens getting at, but and me personally, I don't really care so much about that, other than the fact that I say that a threat to society is having undocumented people here, right? That basically they're gonna alter. Do you understand the what's your name, Mangos? You understand the labor laws, how we got to where we are right now? Do you work a job?
Yes.
Do you know how we got to a 40-hour work week, paid vacation, health care, unemployment?
Yeah, it was some president, I think, or right?
No. It was the unions, picketing, even violence in the streets. That guy's a thing that gave us the most modern workforce in the world, right? Let's be honest with ourselves. Illegal alien and the bottom of the big capitalist people, the money people in this country never accepted that. That the working class people has a claim, or like what was it? What's the word I'm looking for? Entitlement, or what I'm saying is social benefits. No, where else? What I'm looking for is the
welfare.
Huh?
Welfare?
No, I'm saying is when people are basically sharing in the wealth of a society and whatnot, And so, therefore, what I'm saying is this: so, in America, in the Gilded Age, right? They define business as owned by the employer. That the job belongs to the employer, and that whatever he wants to pay, that was it. That the worker had no rights and everything other than to comply with what the thing says. So, this idea of collective bargaining, on-the-job discrimination, all these things like this, workman's comp and all stuff like this, even the human resource department, where you got to give reason why you terminate somebody, right, was put in place to protect the society. Oh, yeah, a social contract. That's what I'm looking for. And so, therefore, what I'm saying is what's under threat right now with the illegal aliens, from my standpoint, is I don't care about the what you just talking about with the people fighting over little crumbs about that. Yeah, you're right about that. I'm not talking about them. My concern is the social contract, which affects the Black middle class, or the white middle class and working class community. That means that basically, if we're going to switch from that model, right, which sustained us for 100 years now, and two, using staffing services. Like a lot of companies use staffing services run by Mexicans and everything, and other people who know to speak Spanish and everything. They can supply businesses with labor, right? Pay them good money. But the bottom line, they don't have to pay health care. They don't have to pay payroll tax. They don't have to pay workman's comp, all stuff like this. So they're saving billions of dollars using these Mexican migrant labor and stuff like that. And that's going to be the wave. If that continues, right, that means there's not going to be a workforce in America left, that as we know it, with unions and stuff like that. That's what's under threat right now, Now, as far as like anything else, let me tell you something, right? I see these people here all the time, the Mexicans and whatnot, Most of them look like they're hardworking people, ain't minding their business, doing things. I have no problem with that whatsoever, But at the same time, right, these people are being used by big money capitalists, right, to basically do jobs. They basically circumvent laws and whatnot as far as like, if you know what it takes to hire a union person to do a contract rather than somebody from Mexico like that. If you can get away with it, you can. The job is over in 3 weeks. The next thing you know, the company now fold up, move someplace else when there's no paper trail. So that's going on. All this lawlessness in the workforce right now. California is starting to crack down on people doing work without contracting and licensing, proper licensing. Let's see. In my business, I'm an insurance broker, right? I have a license. I can sell insurance because I got a license, right? What happens when somebody starts saying, I speak Spanish, I'm going to start selling people policies and whatnot. I don't have to have a license because I can't pass a test in Spanish, whatever. This is what I'm talking about. So that's going to threaten me, my livelihood. I'm like, okay, it's one thing when you talk about poor people fighting over EBT cards and whatnot. When you start talking about people coming in now into the medical profession and professional world, and stuff like that, illegal migrants, there's more to it than that. The on the bottom, that's one thing. But when they start moving into things where they're bringing doctors here legally, engineers here legally, and stuff like that, that's a threat to what we work for in this country all these years. That's what I feel. That's what I feel.
All right, good, Carla. Enough, Carla, about what you feel. That sounds good. Man, Black Americans pay more money in taxes than we take out in all of those social programs that you brought up. So that can't be reparations. Now tell me that you're intelligent enough to actually say that you knew that already. Or are you dumb? You didn't know that? Yes, ma'am.
Oh, well, in my opinion, that is reparations because I don't know what Black people think.
How can something be reparations if you don't take out more than you put in? How can that be reparations?
And also, it's available to everybody. It's not exclusive to Black people.
Look, Black people are expecting a cash reparations. And like I said, if you do the math, which you can't even do the math because there's so much money that you save by getting these resources for free.
No, it's a benefit of being an American citizen. It's not reparations for wrongdoings.
Ma'am, did your family immigrate here?
No, they didn't.
She said her father hopped over the border, illegally came over, some shit like that. She said that's the first thing that she said earlier.
That's who I was looking for. What's up, Bantu? We thought you got burned in the fire, man.
Yeah. My dad came over here. Yeah, my dad came over here from a different country. Yes, Mexico.
Oh no, so you really can't.
Miss Mango, can I ask you, where's your mother from?
I don't think I want to answer that right now. But maybe if I don't know which direction these guys are going.
She's a swallow. Okay.
I don't know which direction these guys are trying to go in. So I just want to prevent that part of myself right now.
Look, let's not attack her personally, bro. Let's attack her.
Nobody's attacking you. Chill out, bro.
Everybody be quiet. Since she's a new guest, I want her to be comfortable here. Look, don't go like say nothing, whatever like that. I'm telling you right, don't do something like that. I just need to know. Are you you say your dad's Mexican, your voice, you sound part white, are you?
No.
Are you Black?
I'm not gonna answer, no.
You're Puerto Rican.
I'm not gonna answer right now. Maybe as I get more comfortable listening and figure out.
Tyler, you have learned in history when somebody says that they don't want to say who they are, you know who the fuck they not. Come on, Carla, you know dumb.
Jonathan, relax.
You don't know anything about me.
Let me just say this.
We heard enough. We know you dumb as hell. We heard enough.
Bro, give the lady some break on this platform. This lady, She came in. She said what she had to say. Let's give her a break.
Take a kind of come up here. Okay, she don't want to say what she is, right? Let's just take her at word. She's part Mexican. She has a history and whatnot. She obviously feels strongly about this reparations thing. Look, I never was a fan of reparations. Like, not because I don't think it's owed. I think it is owed, right? But I do know. But what the reparations movement does is empowers white people even more.
I just have one question.
Everybody
about reparations
from our daddy.
Right.
I just had one. And no one has been able to answer this question. Okay, black people get reparations. What are you going to do with the money? What up?
Don't worry about it.
That's for them to figure out. That's their money. They can use it how they want to use it.
Yo, let me say.
They don't have to tell you what they're going to use.
That is so disrespectful. That is so disrespectful.
You're gonna have to take that money.
What do you do with your money?
Look. I gotta say something. I gotta drop everybody down because we can't have this. This is an important
Get
conversation.
that bitch out of here.
Saying like this, nah, Jonathan, don't talk like that, man. I don't want nobody disrespect. Please, we don't talk to women like that on this platform. Don't let me tell you that again. So anyway, check this out. I would say like this, sister, right? Is as far as like reparations, right? There's some people basically in not my generation, millennial generation, right? Who basically, they got more chutzpah than we do, in the Gen Xers. They basically are going for reparations because they're saying that their ancestors did this, whatever, they want to get paid out, whatever like that. But I know for a fact of the matter is, right, what I see, I am a black nationalist, right? Like the state of Israel. Remember how that was built? That was built off of German reparation because Germany was defeated during the war. And so the German had to pay out money to the Jewish people, and Israel was the recipient of that money, right? And the bottom line is the money that they built the infrastructure in Israel paid them out 1,000 times more than if they would have just had an individual cash payment. See how it works? But the black mind in America, they don't think like that. They're just thinking they want a cash payment so they can go out and spend it. That's why it's never going to happen. And then second of all, I did the path to reparations, right? I said there's no political path to happen because you would have to have to override a presidential veto, you would have to have 2/3 of both houses of Congress, right? And also, and if you did make it law, it would have to be stand up in the Supreme Court. You got a conservative majority in the Supreme Court, so it's passing and holding up is not possible, right? And it's just a waste of time. That's what I know.
For color, can you agree that? This is my thing. Okay, we know the spending habits of a lot of black people. Okay, we know the spending habits. A lot of black people, when they get some money, first of all, we can look at tax season and we can already see what a lot of black people spend their money on. We can just look at tax season. Okay, right. Cars, shoes, Jordans, clothes, and so you give your average black person out here who ain't never had nothing in their life, you get them, let's say $10,000 each. Okay. They'll be broke. They'll be broke. Hold on, wait. Let me finish what I was saying. They'll be broke within a year, and not to mention all that money has to go back into white daddy's hand because overall black people don't have nothing they can invest in. So where's all that money?
Hold up, sister. I proposed last week to build a black-owned stock market exchange so we could start investing.
You know that's not going to happen with these average Joes out here. It's not going to happen.
No, I'm looking for intelligent. I deal with professional. I'm a professional. I deal with professional black people. I know there's black people up here. We don't need everybody to make this happen. You don't need everybody. I know the average black person ain't on this level, but I'm just putting it out there so I can get maybe people like me, my brother Dollar Bill, and a few other people. We're going to try to make this happen. Anyway, the thing is, though, if black people have no mechanism, like other people, like the Jews and Japanese, when they got reparations, they had something to turn that into. The Jews had a new burgeoning state of Israel, right? And they took that and basically they got a return on that thing. They saw reparations as an investment. Actually, Germany, who paid out the reparations, actually did it, and they also got something back because they got a lot of contracts and building construction in Israel. Black people have nothing but sitting back saying, I want reparations so they can go out and blow it, And the bottom line is, so America's already $34 trillion in debt. Why would they add more debt onto something? It's not going to happen, you know. And the bottom line, what I understand is black people, and I say like this from my heart, I do believe black people owe reparations for slavery, but I'm just telling you the reality. It's never in a million years going to happen. You know, there's no path to victory and reparations. That's why I don't discuss it. You know, I'll say, hey, look, if you want to discuss it on another platform because I don't want to hear it, you know, because it insults my intelligence. Let me get Big Black Elvis and Jonathan back on. And please, fellas, be respectful to this woman or I'll kick you off. I mean it. You know,
Carla, I'm not gonna say what I am because I don't want to hear the insults. I don't want to hear the generalizations about what I am. I'm not gonna say.
Bantu. All right, that's enough, bro. That's enough.
I'm not gonna reveal any more about my identity.
Bantu, it don't matter what she is. At the end of the day, she's anti-black.
Let me say this. You know,
everybody's
crazy.
Opinion. It's a platform of opinion.
So we can't say our opinion, but she can say
yeah,
hers.
you say opinion, but you don't have to say it to her.
Well, Kyla, let me say my opinion if you don't mind me. Now,
go ahead, say your opinion, but we don't have
the
to
Hispanic people, you know, this is why I give African countries a lot of credit. They just got free. These Hispanic countries, they've been free for a long ass time. And they fucking suck. We don't need advice from people that come from countries that fucking suck.
Well, I'm not from. As you can tell, I'm American. As you can tell, I'm American. I'm not from Mexico. I was born in the United States. I'm not from there. I was born in the United States.
Suck. The lineage sucks.
Ma'am, can you let him finish?
We don't take advice from people that suck.
All right, Jonathan, what's your point?
I just made my point.
Yeah,
we can't be taking advice from people that suck.
Now what?
And Kyla, in trying to build an Afghanistan, you can't have everybody come up here and just say crazy
this is a
shit.
platform. Look, she's not gonna be in my social network, but it's a free platform. She's not.
She might join your network. You don't know. She think like you.
No, she's not gonna be in my social network. So she's
not. Kyla, Kyla, you didn't even know this girl was even listening to you the whole time.
Be down with me anyway, so it doesn't matter. Like I said, I let people speak. Big Black, what's on your mind, bro?
Well, I just want to clear up some things. First of all, it's funny how when black people, you know, complain about immigration, now we shouldn't complain about immigration. But, you know, when other races complain about immigration, it's okay. That's kind of like a double standard. I want to say that first and foremost. Second of all, the problems in Chicago, what's going on in Chicago, it's more than the free food or whatever type of.
I think it's more than that. It's like black people like they're being displaced. You know?
Yeah, they're pretty much with the Venezuelans. They're dumping them dead in the middle of black neighborhoods. Now you know what happens when you have a poor class. You know, well you have a lot of poor people in the neighborhoods, in some neighborhoods, right? And then you dump another class of poor people in there. You know you're going to have gang friction. That's the main issue that a lot of Chicagoans are having, as far as like, hey, we know these. You know, there's going to be gangs that's going to develop in the inner cities, and a lot of times with the Hispanic gangs, they pretty much go against the black gangs on racial, you know, and it's mainly racial, you know. So that's the main problem that Chicagoans are having with the immigrant community. You know, they dumped them like right in the middle of black neighborhoods.
Yeah, let me ask the sister the question right now.
And for someone to sit up here and say, hold on, man.
Hold on. Why didn't they dump these people, not say dump, that's disrespectful. Why did they put these people in predominantly white area?
Or Hispanic areas?
We know.
Yeah, that's a fair question. Why did
they sit up here and say, oh, it's a problem
because
white get money. Of course it's a problem. You got a homeless problem right here in the U.S. Why the hell are you gonna give illegal immigrants?
Let her speak. Let me see. I want to hear this.
Because like everything, they wanna keep white people happy and satisfied, and they know that type of thing would not pass in white America because unlike black people, white people are organized. They will show up to their city council members.
Black people are doing it now.
Huh?
They're telling Brandon Johnson, hell no.
Well, yeah, they're doing it now only
They've been doing
because
it. They've been doing it.
they're
Since
doing
they
they're
came.
doing it they're doing it now only because it's affecting them. But see, this
No,
is
they
my
were
point.
doing it before that. They were doing it before that.
This is my point, though. This is my point. It took black people to finally get out and let their voices be heard only when it started affecting them in their backyards.
No, they was doing that
That's
before
when
they
you're
even
supposed to
came.
let your voice be
Man, with
heard.
all due
What the
respect,
fuck is wrong with you?
everybody does that shit. When they
They weren't
drop those
concerned
damn,
before.
when they drop
Wait a
those
minute.
illegal immigrants over there in white people's area in New York, they said to hell with that shit. Get them bitches
Staten
out of
Island
here.
was almost in a race war.
And
So
before they
shut that
even
shit up.
came, right? Then you had
Staten
activists
Island was
growing
ready. There
up.
were little Italians out there ready to kill.
They
You know,
bankrupting the
Don't say that.
goddamn
You
city
can't say
for
that.
illegal immigrant. Got your
Before they
fucking mom.
even came on the bus, there was outcry about that.
Okay, well, I answered his question. That's
No,
the reason why it's very obvious why they're never
no, it's not
going
very
to
obvious
disrupt white people's neighborhood, because white people are the main they are the business bringers.
The
They
black
are
people contribute to the city too. You know that, right?
You say what?
Black people contribute. Chicago. If you understand Chicago, I have friends in Chicago that are real estate developers and businessmen, doctors, engineers, everything. Chicago has a huge black educated, wealthy, powerful black population. Well, like probably second only to New York or Atlanta area. You know, Chicago has a huge black community that basically contributes a lot to the tax base and everything like that. You know, Chicago used to be a black city. You know,
Carla, when you're dumb, you actually think the majority of Chicago is projects and hood niggas.
no,
When you're dumb, you
Chicago,
think that.
Chicago's an empire, it's black empire in Chicago.
When you're dumb, you think the black people in Chicago don't pay taxes. They don't have a right to complain about shit that they're paying taxes for. That's what happens when you're dumb, Carla.
Yeah, that's a narrative people are painting. Black people.
Well,
there's all
that's not a narrative, because I'm from there, and so I understand that Chicago, there's different parts of Chicago. You got the ghetto sides, you got the middle class sides, you got the rich sides. It depends on which side you're talking about. Of course, like any city, you have some educated blacks. But
Chicago is a huge black enclave. Chicago is a huge black enclave.
Exactly. You have black people from all walks of life and all different backgrounds that live in Chicago. Not all of Chicago is Pookie and Ray Ray gang shoot 'em up city. It's not all like that.
You know, but my point I'm trying to make is, this is what we're saying. The topic.
I'm telling these other guys
to the right.
I know you know that.
I don't think when we say right, I don't think people in our culture, in American culture, right, they're not used to this with black people, right? Black people have never asserted themselves in a certain way in this country. You know, like, well, we draw lines and say this is what we want and everything, because we're always asking. The whole thing about being black is we're trying to integrate, we're trying to get white acceptance, everything like that. Now there's black people saying, you know something, okay, we reached a peak. Let's protect what we have, right? Look what we have. Let's protect. And that's not just against illegal aliens. It's also against gang violence, stuff like that. Black people pushing back on a lot of stuff, you know, that's going on in black America, right? It's not just illegals just happen to be at the wrong place at the wrong time, where black people are going through this soul searching about who the heck we are. In other words, basically, that this guy Brandon Johnson, you know, they should have kept Lori Lightfoot. He comes in there and he's pro-immigrant. Like, let me give you an example, sister. The Congressional Black Caucus right now just basically had a new election and nominated a new lady, but she's from black immigrant background, right? And she says her main priority of the Congressional Black Caucus is to help migrants and like that. And black people are like, what the hell has that got to do with us? We're not migrants. So we elected these people, right? So black people are basically saying, look, you know, it's not even if we don't believe we're going to the right. We're sort of breaking away from leftist politics. Leftists want open borders. They don't want to define America by their borders, language, culture. They don't define America by you got to pay your dues to come in here, and there's a culture here, and there's a way of life here and whatnot. You know, they believe that everyone, if somebody just off the boat, just go off the plane, right? Can't speak the English, don't know anything about the culture, don't know who Abraham Lincoln was, don't know who Martin Luther King was, but he's just as American as somebody who's been here for like 6, 7 generations. That's how the leftists think. And a lot of black people, unfortunately, that's why they're coming up with this foundational Black America. There is a difference between somebody who's been here for many generations and somebody who just came here. You know, there's a different way of thinking, way to see the world. You know, so that's what I gotta say about that. You know, so I'm seeing more and more why people are turning to this ADOS FBA stuff. You know, because people are being dismissive of. You can't be dismissive of people. Black people came from this Mississippi, Alabama, the Deep South, and helped build Chicago, made the city it was. And now people are just coming here, just saying that's dismissing that and saying that you're irrelevant, whatever. You can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ben Twin spoke. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Nah, I already said what I had to say, man.
So I see people's point of view. Look, there's nobody. Look, when I see poor people, desperate people, I got a heart. I'm empathetic, right? And the media makes it seem like it's about just people picking on poor migrants. It's not, but it's bigger than that. You know, there's a general concern that in America, like people like Brandon Johnson, who, like I said, who fundamentally don't believe America as a country should exist. You know, they don't believe that border should exist. They don't believe somebody in Turkey right now, Kurdistan, should get on a plane, come here and set up shop. They don't have to friggin' do everything like everybody else do, swear in or learn the country and stuff like that. That's what they believe. They believe in open borders, one world government, all the shit like that is bigger than that. And like I said, the poor Hispanics are being used because what's going to happen is these people, they keep coming here as migrants, they're never going to develop their own countries, you know, just to feed America's appetite for slave labor. America has an addiction, like crack, to slave labor. You know, that's what America's problem is. It's addicted to slave labor and stuff like that. So they pit groups of people against each other and everything like that to keep this whole thing going. You know, so the whole thing is if you basically keep bringing people in from all over the world, what are these countries going to do to develop?
Kyla, who are the slaves? Who are the slaves, Kyla?
What?
Who are the slaves?
Well, what I'm saying is this, Elvis, right? I said slave-like labor, okay? I said cheap labor. America was built on slave labor, right? But they turned it to, we had to fight to get you to have a living wage, you know, and a minimum wage, stuff like that. Why do you think they have a minimum wage law? What was the purpose of that? Because if you let some people have their way, they'll be paying people working in a factory $1 an hour if they can get away with it. You know, this is what happens when you don't know the history of this country. You know, people had to fight bloody battles in the streets, unions, and so in the steel yards and everything. There was wars in this country over labor. You know, so the bottom line is everything that this country has been working for the last 100 years, the wars, the bloodshed between union bosses and workers and everything like that, that led to the social contract where people would have a decent standard of living for their labor, a trade for their labor. You know, is being threatened.
Let me say this, Carla, because see, this is the type of rhetoric, right, that brings forth the FBA movement. You know, for someone to not know the full history of African Americans in this country,
exactly,
and then to come out, I guess, father crossed the border, and then to come out maybe after 30 or 40 years and say black people don't deserve reparations is pretty much a slap in our face. You know, that's pretty much mean. It should be intolerable. You know, and to want, but at this in the same note, you want people to have a little sympathy for you, and people that come across the border. How can you expect people to have sympathy for people?
I didn't cross the border. What are you talking about? I didn't cross the border.
You're still eligible for deportation.
No, I'm
Don't
not.
forget
I was
that.
born and
Yes,
raised.
you are. Yes,
But I'm
you are.
saying your father crossed the border.
She's not eligible for deportation, but her lame duck daddy did cross the border illegally, as she said.
Hey, you sound so stupid. I can't
Your
believe that.
daddy crossed illegally.
I can't
They
believe
can
that.
annex your citizenship. Man. Shut up.
And you can tell by my
Bantu, man. We don't lose that language, bro. Don't do it again, man.
I use whatever language I want to use.
All right.
I can't believe you
Don't drop
actually
it, Kyla.
understand
Don't drop
I'm
it, Kyla.
eligible for deportation when I was born and raised here.
You don't
Wow.
call nobody. You don't. I don't give a damn what you say. You don't call nobody the B word platform. We don't disrespect women like that. I don't care what she says and whatnot. The B word's outlawed here on this platform to women. You know.
And that's how you know he's a weak man, because only weak men. And that's what I'm talking about. This is why, when it comes to black men in this country, most black men are not respected.
That's
because
swirl
of
rhetoric,
because
man.
of men like
Man,
that.
that's swirl
Men like that.
Big Black, she's telling the truth though, bro.
No,
you don't hold up. You as a man, you should be able to hold your tongue. Debate. I could debate with the sister because I know I'm right, right? And she can get her points across and whatnot. But I will never get out of my character, because it's just me being a strong man,
Oh, you can't. Nah, hell no, Kyla. You can't get out of your character when
That
it
guy
comes
is a
down to
weak-minded.
Chantel,
He's a weak-minded man.
MP,
Dangerous.
and Mr. Dime, but be in your character when it comes down to a Bedouin.
Come on, man.
I never called Chantel the B word. I never did that.
Yeah, you've been disrespecting them black women for long enough just for a non-black woman to come up here, and now you sensitive as fuck. What's going on, Kyla?
Now, if we would insult each other back and forth, right? But she's not insulting Bantu.
You be calling her
Gary. He's calling her the B word.
You've been calling her Gary Coleman for a long time.
I know that, but hold on, that's because she was insulting my wife.
So what, Kyla? You got to be a man.
No, she was supposed. No, I was defending my wife.
Kyla, you got to be a man.
Hold on, no, I'm defending my wife, right? And I'm saying back and forth. But I'd never sit there and say, and we're having an argument about a topic and say, "Shut up, you B," whatnot. If she was not insulting Bantu. That's what I'm talking about.
And I'm not going to, because I got better character than that. I can come on shows
you ain't got
like
no damn character.
and I can have a conversation without calling y'all names. I'm not gonna call anybody names.
You just called a whole group of men names. You said,
"Ma'am, you ain't listening. Ma'am, you ain't been listening to nothing that came out of your mouth."
I'm not cursing y'all out.
She didn't have to
I'm
talk.
not cursing y'all
She had to
out.
attack all black men.
She was not attacking all black men. She's talking about black men that act like that.
Right.
The fact of the matter is, she ain't talking black men because I don't feel insulted. She ain't talking about me. She's not talking about my brother Bomani right here in the chat. She's not talking about us. So if you feel a certain way, you got to check yourself.
Well, you just had a show talking about how
holler. A hit dog is gonna holler always.
The hit dog's gonna holler. See, Yeah,
you guys basically in your feelings and whatnot,
Kyla, at the end of the day, you got to be a lot more bolder than that when someone comes up here and disrespects our people.
I mean,
it's one thing if this was some African person.
I stated what needs to be said. I said, look, that's one thing to talk about the problems between the poor people and so like that. Yeah, maybe back and forth with that. But I'm saying overall,
the Hispanics are the poor people.
I know that. But overall, right?
The very bottom people.
The problem of illegal aliens goes beyond just the thing. And I corrected her on that,
I understand that, but what about the self-hatred she exudes? Because it's obviously she got.
We don't know who she is. She could be white for all you know. We
know she's white. It's not a could be.
You know what I'm saying? I know she could be white.
You don't know anything. You don't know anything,
ma'am. And we ain't dumb. You don't think we've been in this country long enough? We can hear a half Hispanic, half white voice. You're more likely white more than Hispanic. I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. We ain't dumb.
How do you know I'm not half black?
Man, the same way I can tell your damn show ain't black. The same way I can tell somebody's from the South. The same way I can tell somebody from New York.
Hold up.
You can hear the accent, baby girl.
Hold up, we're off topic, and we got brother Bomani listening, man. He's I'm gonna get an earful tomorrow about this shit. You guys going off.
Let's
get back to the topic.
Bomani, let me say this to Bomani though. You know what? Me and him get. He had our clashes and everything, man. I apologize for snapping on this show. So that is what it is. That's what that's all about.
It's about time. Look, Monty, Dollar Bill, all of us. We're trying for dudes that start acting like freaking men. So anybody can get online and start cursing. This ain't the Kaisorian show.
I didn't curse.
Like that, that's a bunch of nonsense.
I didn't curse. I tried my best.
Hold up. When I say look, let the woman talk, whatever like that. We can have a difference of opinion. We can respectfully disagree. Respectfully disagree. like I said, strongly disagree about what she said right here. I just corrected her. I asked her, so she saw where I'm coming from. I like that, but respectfully disagree. You know, and basically we don't have to go there and whatnot and be like this whole thing where we gotta friggin' attack everybody and blah blah blah. It doesn't. It gets you no good. You know, it gets you no good. We just attacking each other, and insulting each other, and stuff like that. You know,
Colin, nobody attacked her.
No, yeah, but hold on. But you're calling out her name and all stuff like this.
Hold on. When you say that to people in Chicago, when you lie,
she didn't say nothing.
Kala, I'm sorry. She lied on people. The people in Chicago, they weren't protesting. They wasn't going against the illegal migrants before they were dropped off in the community. That ain't true. And then she said the people that hold on, Kala, let me finish. I don't think you know what the hell she said.
I didn't know about the protest until Brandon Johnson.
Exactly, me neither.
That's what I didn't know. Nothing.
So before Brandon Johnson got there, who was there before that?
But I'm in the Chicagoland area, ma'am, and I've heard about the protest. So
I did not hear about no protest until Brandon Johnson got up there, and basically everybody started calling him a Haitian.
So where you been, Kala?
It's ADOS FBA movement.
No, Kala, where you been? Because
you don't have the local.
Brandon Johnson got in there because somebody else was doing a bad job with the situation.
No, hold on.
So you skipped the whole person before Brandon Johnson.
Lightfoot was way better than this clown. You know, she was way better than this clown. You know, so bottom line is Brandon Johnson got in there. He said he wouldn't raise people's taxes. Now he said they showed a video where he said I won't raise people's taxes. He said okay, he's not gonna raise taxes or whatnot. And guess what he said? To pay for all the stuff he's talking about, the migrants, he sprays in people's taxes. So people are infuriated, you know? And so that's what I said. I did not know nothing about this until Brandon Johnson made an issue. It's like he was deliberately attacking the black community at the behest of Haitian. It wasn't Hispanic.
Kala, your ignorance of what's going on in Chicago doesn't change the situation.
During Lightfoot's time, it was Haitian migrants that were coming there, you know? They were coming in and black people said, wait a minute here, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then when Brandon Johnson came in, it escalated to, that's when the buses start coming in. And they start ending up in Chicago. That's what happened.
So you said, you said during Lori Lightfoot's.
Yeah, the Haitians, it was the Haitians.
And the black people were saying, wait a minute.
The black people were basically, and Haitians were up in arms talking about why are black people being discriminated against us. I remember that, you know. You want me to play the video? You know?
Yeah, play the video.
Okay, I'll play the video. You guys don't believe anything I freaking say when I try to freaking prove you on.
No, Kyle, I want you to play the video. Play the video.
Haitian illegal immigrants in Chicago. Watch. I'm not stupid. I know studies. This is what I do for a living.
Kyle, you're not stupid. When someone that lives in the Chicago area tells you that your ass is wrong, you wrong. Goddamn.
No.
How you gonna argue about somebody?
Let me ask you something.
If Black tells you that he lives in the Chicago area, how you gonna argue with him about what the hell's happening?
I'm not saying wrong, but
where in Chicago are you?
I stay in the suburbs.
Oh, so you're not in Chicago? Oh, please stop. You okay?
I'm in the Chicago. Girl, please. I'm in the South Chicago.
Hey, black. I'm not in LA, but I know they got fires happening right now, don't I?
Hey,
I mean, damn, you see how stupid this shit is?
I go to Chicago almost every other day. What are you talking about?
You probably in Waukegan or
I'm in Waukegan.
You in Skokie?
No, I'm in Skokie.
What suburb are you in?
Don't worry, I'm in the south suburbs, man.
Okay.
So all the south suburbs ain't nothing but like at the most 30 minutes from Chicago.
Okay, you're not in Chicago though, sir. You're not in.
Ma'am, you know how
you ain't gotta be in Chicago to know what goes on in Chicago.
Or a 312 area code. You are not from Chicago.
Ma'am.
Stop claiming Chicago.
I'm saying I'm from the Chicagoland area. I always come. First of all, you don't know me.
While the U.S. has deported hundreds of others back to Haiti, many were hoping for asylum. Today, CBS News' Sal Razai spoke to a Chicago nurse just back from that encampment. SL, after seeing the images, she felt compelled to do something.
She did, Brad. She tells me in just the 24 hours that she was at the border, she treated countless Haitians while she was there, on top of assessing what organizations in Chicago can do moving forward. The Haitian migrant crisis at the border is tugging on the hearts of Haitian Americans in Chicago. Patricia Nabel is a part of the Illinois chapter for Haitian American nurses. She was able to get down to Del Rio, Texas for just one day earlier this week.
Some of them are just waiting for someone to take them in. Some of them are waiting for support with airfare, bus travel.
She's a damn Haitian advocating for Haitians,
clothing. There are infants, pregnant women.
At least 20 local businesses and organizations have come together to form the Coalition of Haitian American Organizations of Chicago. Their first course of action was to send a nurse like Patricia down to assess the situation and see how they can help. She says conditions were not only harsh, but hard to grasp. In these pictures she shared with us, you can see many of the migrants are wearing ankle monitors.
When you ask them why, women say it's because I have a baby and they don't want us to abandon our baby, so they give us ankle monitors.
The crisis at the border comes just months after Haiti's president was assassinated, followed by a deadly earthquake, prompting thousands of Haitians to migrate in hopes of a more stable life. While the camp in Del Rio now seems to be cleared out, Haitian Americans in Chicago say they'll be working with agencies in Texas to see how they can help the migrants that were able to stay in the U.S.
As Haitians who live in a city founded by a Haitian, and as you know, the Lakeshore Drive was renamed DeSable Drive, you know, we not only are we passionate about it, but we feel that we should step up.
Toussaint is referring to Chicago founder Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable.
The Haitian history is just embedded in the...
When they said this caused a controversy among black people saying, what the hell did Haitian mean that they founded Chicago? It was a big thing like 3 years ago. I remember this, you know? And black people, that's what the whole ADOS FBA, one of the things that took over.
Carla, this ain't what you're showing.
I know that. I'm trying.
The video you're showing right now does not support the statement you made earlier.
Look. I'm gonna get to that. I'm just making a point right now. You know, I'm saying that's the crisis right there. And the bottom line is this, and the backlash for that, because there was a lot of tension between the black community and the Haitian community, where people were saying black people were basically discriminating against Haitians when they should be in solidarity. That was a controversy back then. This is before the friggin' the migrants start coming in from the bustles of migrants. This is before this.
Nobody Chicago.
The fabric of this city. And so we're asking people to donate, advocate, and educate.
A daughter of Haitian immigrants herself, nurse Patricia Nabel, says it's a mission that's extra close to her heart.
Well, I wouldn't be here having this conversation with you if they didn't make those same sacrifices to come to this country and to make a better life.
The coalition is hoping to raise awareness on the Haitian migrant crisis. They're having a peace rally for Haitian migrants on Sunday at the Federal Plaza. I'm live in the Streetside studio. Asal Razai, CBS 2 News.
Okay, Carla, let me say this real quick. Black people in Chicago don't have are not warring against Haitians. They're not warring against continental Africans. We don't have that type of energy in Chicago. What you see turned up is when Venezuelans came and they dumped them in the middle of the road.
They were protesting the Haitians too. I remember that.
Black people weren't protesting the Haitians.
Video now.
You ain't never seen no black people protest the Haitians.
Yes, they were.
Nah, you go find
it. Yes, they were. They were basically talking about Haitians. That's how it started with the Haitians. Then it escalated with these other people.
Well, find the video, Carla.
I'm gonna find the video. You know.
You ain't gonna find the video, Black.
No, he ain't gonna find a video.
Okay, here we go. Right here. Here's right here. Here's right here.
Hey, homeowners, if your roof is over 10 years old and you know it needs replacement, but you're concerned about the high cost, you may be eligible to have it.
So Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot has decided to drop Haitian migrants that came over into a black neighborhood called Woodlawn, and the residents are very upset about her.
Again.
Huh?
I said, now you guys
need a chance to drop the just in their community. Let's go ahead and roll that.
Remember when this happened?
I'm here because I am a child of Woodlawn. I was born and raised in Woodlawn. And I'm speaking on behalf of the people that are here and the ones that's not here, the ones that's at work and couldn't make it here. We are very disappointed in this decision that Mayor Lightfoot has made to place these migrants in our community without our permission. Shame. Mayor Lightfoot would never pull this type of thing
like
in
20,
anyone's
20
neighborhood. Not drop off a
This was only 3
busload
years
of
ago.
Haitians in Little Village. She would not drop off a busload of black people in Chinatown.
Now, Big Black,
She would not
Wait a
drop
minute, it's only like
right.
it's
Look,
five,
people.
20
Carla, you just got disproven by your own damn video.
Understand, we will no longer be disrespected by you, ma'am.
Shut up.
Please.
Shut up, you know.
Withdraw
is
your
that's what I get sick and
decision
tired of.
to
I just
put
proved to you
the migrants
what I was
in our
saying. Instead of
community.
saying, yeah, you were right, Carla, let it go.
There's
on that.
plenty
You
of
just can't go on with
room
me. I'm
in
not
Little
having it.
Village for their people. Please speak to Little Village and take them over there. We're not hating on anyone, but we're loving on Woodlawn. That's right. As well, we already are struggling with the issue of fentanyl in our communities. We don't need anything else to add to the struggles that we already have. If there is a lack of resources in our community, we don't need anyone else to come in and suck those up. That's right. We're tired, Miss Lightfoot. We're tired, and we will not be voting for you. Thank you.
I totally agree with our brothers and sisters in Woodlawn, and let me tell you why. The Black community has been the dumping ground for every immigrant that comes into this country, every last one of them. If they come over from Asian countries, they put them first in the Black community. They come from even as Black countries, they just put them in our community. They come from even white areas, they'll come put them, just drop them off in the Black communities a lot of times at first. The Black community has been a dumping ground constantly to put everybody. They come from Latin American countries, put them in the Black community. They won't even put them in communities of their own people. They always put them in the Black community. Now she said a Little Village, I would say it must be a place of upward mobility and more resources. They should be brought to Little Village. The reason why is if Little Village is the way she's describing it, because I've never been up to that area, then that means they have more resources. That means the schools are better. They have more, grocery stores and more things that could help the people that she wants to drop off over there. This community don't have the resources. They're dealing with issues already. To say there's issues with the fentanyl and all kind of other things. These brothers and sisters are not wrong for saying this, because why is the Black community is always a community everybody get dropped off in? Now, some people can say, well, they're Black people, they just from Haiti. No, it's not about them being from Haiti or them being even Black people. They need to go to the white neighborhoods, because the white neighborhoods have never been the dumping ground for immigrants. It's time for the white areas to take on the immigrants too. Why has it always got to be Black people to take on immigrants? Why? I mean, we don't have no services for immigrants there. We don't have the resources in the Black communities, but the white community got all the resources. They make sure they get all the resources. So go put them there, right? This is a Democrat city, so surely Democrats are open to immigrants coming in. So take them to Little Village, so they could be inclusive and have more people coming in their neighborhoods. They need to be putting these people in their neighborhoods, period. And Black folks need to stand against that. And like they said, don't vote for her, because they always make a decision to go drop everybody off. I don't care if they're from Haiti. I don't care if they come from Nicaragua. They're going to go right to the Black community every time. They were hot with Mayor Lightfoot when they took those migrants to some hotels in a Republican area. It was all white. Oh, they was hot about that. Why she go drop them over here? Oh, they was so hot about putting them at a hotel. So I guess enough heat came on her from these Republican areas, white folks. Republican and Democrat, they all the same people. Trust me. So now they say, let's go drop them over here in the Black community. No. Go drop them off in a Little Village so they can get all the help that they need. Understand? No, Black people got to stand up and say, no, we got enough issues and problems. We are the group that need reparations. How are we going to have immigrants being dropped off in our community when we don't even have enough resources to take care of our own? And like I say, I love my people from all over the world. I do. But it wouldn't be right if Black Americans were just dropped off in somewhere in Haiti and making the Haitian people be responsible for them because they don't have no jobs, they have nothing. That wouldn't be right either. So it's the same thing. But let me know what y'all think about our brothers and sisters. Some of you may live in Woodlawn or know anything about that. Let us know in the comments about your opinion about this, because I think Little Village should be the one.
Yeah. So basically, yeah.
Okay, first of all, Woodlawn is the ghetto, it's the hood. So I'm not surprised that they're having those problems. But I do want to say though, there is not an ongoing battle in Chicago right now between Black people and Haitians. That's not really a thing. Maybe
I know that it never was a thing. Like Phil Scott said, it's about the fact that you got people that would just dump. It would be the same thing if you took a bunch of Black people from, let's say, South Carolina, and just with no resources dumped them in Woodlawn. They'll say, "Hey, wait a minute! Remember when Katrina happened? Remember?
Yeah.
And all those people, Katrina flooded to Houston. The Black people in Houston were in uproar because there was an influx of people there that strained the city." So it's not about Haitians, it's about limited resources and people coming in.
The Black community is America's playground. Okay, that's
why Black people are turning to the right. We're saying no more.
Well, a sector of Black people I see are doing that, but the problem is
my job is to spread that to the thing. We're saying, look. The bottom line is this: if you're going to dump people on that, dumping them in the white community, dumping in the Asian community, right?
That's not going to happen.
Oh yeah, well we're going to make it happen. The bottom line is, like I said, Brandon Johnson is he's on his way out the damn door.
It doesn't. That's not that them not dumping immigrants in Black in communities other than Black. That's not a political issue.
Do you think that Black people have a right to say? Do you think this is what I'm saying? Do you think Black people have a right to say who they want in their community or not?
I believe that, but see,
right,
here's
that's
the
what I'm saying.
thing.
Black people said they don't want these people there, so there should be no problem then.
No, but see, you got to understand, Kala. Look, like I just said, the Black community is America's playground. Okay.
No, it's not. We're not. Hold on. We're not. Look, we're not to be America's playground no more. That shit is done.
No more. But you gotta admit
those are the days of Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton. This is the age of the college genesis. We ain't doing that shit no more. We're not here to be shit on by everybody and whatnot. Everybody just fucks with us. Everybody just basically takes advantage of us. Everybody use us. Them days are over.
Well, here's my opinion. No, I don't think it's right. But you gotta understand,
right. It's not gonna happen.
This is the world that we live in. And, look, you have a lot of Black people who have this victim mentality.
That's where not victim mentality. Let me ask you a question.
Wait. Let me finish what I was saying. When you have a lot of Black people today, especially in areas like Woodlawn, Inglewood, Chatham, South Shore, all these little these South Side areas, where it's the worst. You have a lot of Black people there. They can't organize. You can't even have them get together.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a serious question, right? Springfield, Ohio. They jumped a bunch of Haitians in Springfield, Ohio. Haitians rioted in Springfield, Ohio. Haitians rioted in Springfield, Ohio. No, Haitians, no. White people said hell no. They call them nigger, some of everything, and basically got them the hell out of there. Said they were eating cats, dogs, everything like that. Now, were the white people victims too? It was only Black people.
Well, I didn't keep up too much with that.
Okay, well, since you didn't keep up with it, I'm gonna do like I did to Jonathan and all them, and I'm being fair, right? I'm gonna go to the video. Let's look at this stuff. Like this is for fair use, folks. Everything like that. Let's talk. Let's see what the good white people have to say, because you just sat here and defended the white people. Haitians in Springfield. Haitians. So you can't attack Black people and then let white people off the hook.
I don't think I let them off the hook. I think I just said I don't know.
Okay, well I'm gonna show you. Then you could give me your opinion after this. Hope you stick around.
Did you know you can fund real estate, investment portfolios, and businesses using 0% interest business credit cards?
You've got a city that's in absolute turmoil. Everybody's against everybody.
Chad Duncan is the police chief of Tremont City, Ohio, which is just outside of Springfield. He described a general atmosphere of lawlessness in Springfield, which he says is spreading to the surrounding area.
People that shouldn't be driving are out there, and they're allowing them to drive.
Chief Duncan described one of his recent traffic stops involving a Haitian migrant.
He didn't even have a license, coming through town at 44 mile an hour in a 25 mile an hour zone. That's the second time in 2 weeks.
And you towed his car?
Oh yeah, towed it for the second time.
And Springfield wouldn't have?
No.
He suggested that one reason Springfield authorities might be going soft on reckless driving is to protect the Haitians' immigration status.
If you get 2 misdemeanors, you are subject to be deported.
Since Springfield became a media sensation,
in Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in, they're eating the cats.
Chief Duncan says his access to Springfield's police radio frequencies was cut off. What exactly was going on with that?
Well, we were able to hear them on the radio. They have decided to go silent. We don't know what's going on in the city. That happened the day they brought the state troopers in to help them out.
Why would you think they would make things hard to communicate?
Nobody can hear what you say, and they don't know what you're doing, so they'll have to answer to it. There was a threat at the school today. I couldn't hear it. I just caught wind of it from another chief that's something right next to the city.
Right.
If they would have taken the time, instead of worrying about the elites lining their pockets, and just took the time, this could have went so much smoother and been so much more beneficial to everybody involved. But instead,
and so because that didn't happen, how do you think this ends?
I really don't know what the end of the result will be, but right now it's not good.
Right. Okay, another one. This Springfield High, like a friggin' the place is in uproar over Haitian migrants. You know? Let's see what the loving white people that you love so much, sister, have to say about
Seems
this.
like they're trying to run everybody out and make this a little hate.
Now, this is a pretty good video here, and this is straight from the horse's mouth, the gentleman up in Springfield, Ohio. Y'all need to watch this about the Haitians over there taking over the city.
Seems like they're trying to run everybody out and make this a little hate.
Now, this is a pretty good video here, and this is straight from the horse's mouth, the gentleman up in Springfield, Ohio. Y'all need to watch this about the Haitians over there taking over the city.
Seems like they're trying to run everybody out and make this a little hate.
They're accusing Haitian of eating pets. I don't know. Okay, there's another one. Maybe this will be a little more poignant.
This AI tool will take your idea and create a complete book, complete with design, images.
Station reporter Rich McHugh live in Springfield, Ohio, with the real problems facing this town. If we take Donald Trump figuratively and not literally.
Now, so far, Mrs. Mango, what do you think about the difference? Is there a difference in Woodlawn and the white community in Springfield, Ohio? Is there a difference? Are they both illegitimate concerns, or they both or just the white people have legitimate concerns? They're white, and the black people are just complaining victims.
No, both people have concerns. But what I meant by the black community,
you call black people victims, though.
No, right. But what I'm saying is, I'm talking about the mentality that a lot of black people have.
How do you know the mentality? If they're just reacting to a situation, what makes them victims? How do you know the white people?
I'm not talking about.
How come we not talking about? Do you know white people are the original victims and whatnot in this other world? They always call themselves victims. White people think everything is a conspiracy against them. That's why white people are paranoid about the Japanese. We bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They acted between them and us is white people have the power to act on their paranoia and stuff like this. We don't have the power to do that. All we do is get angry when that, and you people like you don't even want to see us angry. You see what I mean?
I didn't say that I didn't want to see black people angry. It's okay to be angry.
Yeah, so anger is a natural thing. Anger, hatred. I'm trying to teach black people how to be angry and how to hate sometimes. Because hatred is a survival mechanism, you know, and people got to get used to it. Yes, black people. It's about goes cause a simp, you know. The bottom line is I'm having an intelligent conversation, you know.
Hey,
you know, and Johnson, man, don't start me. Talk about college. I don't believe in no black brown bullshit. Just because I put you in your fucking place, man. Don't try to fucking stab me in the back, nigga. You know,
Kyla, you didn't put me in my place.
Oh,
you said that the black people in Chicago
Hold on.
were
You said
mad.
there was no incident. You said there was no incident. No incident and thing with between black Americans and thing. And I played the video. Yes, there was.
That's not an incident. They're complaining about migrants being dropped inside their damn area.
Black people, hold up. Black people were protesting Haitians being dropped off in their community.
No. They were protesting migrants being dropped off in their area.
Right. And it was Haitian migrants.
And when it became Venezuelan migrants, they complained about migrants being dropped off in their area.
Look, that's not what I said. I said 3 years ago it started with the Haitians. And then later on came the Venezuela. That's what I said. Instead of you saying, yeah, you did say it, Kyla, you know, and just move on, shutting the fuck up. When you go
Kyla, I remember what you said. You said it started because they were arguing over who started Chicago.
I said before Brandon Johnson, we had an incident with Mayor Lightfoot.
Kyla, you're right on that point. You're right.
You know, instead of Johnson just shutting the fuck up and saying, yeah, Kyla, let me just be careful what I say.
Kyla, you said they were complaining because there was a fight over who founded Chicago.
They had a legitimate thing about people being dumped in their community. I remember the incident. And then what happened is Brandon Johnson escalated because he said he was going to do something about that, but he lied and he escalated that by bringing these migrants from Mexico and the border to Chicago. That's what I said. It started with Lightfoot with the Haitians, and then it escalated to something else bigger. That's what I said.
So you're saying that they were already complaining about the migrants then, right?
I said they were complaining about the migrants about Haitians. That's what it started.
No, migrants.
No, it was migrants, but the migrants just
don't try to make it personal like they just hate Haitians.
It was migrants.
It was a migrant issue, right?
Hold on. It was migrants that happened to be Haitian, right? It could have been migrants from fucking New Orleans, you know, but they were just complaining about people being dumped in their community. They didn't care about where they came from. It wasn't targeted towards Haitians. They said they had nothing against Haitians. They said there's people were just being dumped in the community with very little, and it wasn't even about the migrants, about very little resources in a poor community. That's all it was about. But I'm trying to tell this sister right here that don't mean they're victims. They're just looking out for their interests. Now, the white people of Springfield got resources, and they're still complaining. I'm going to finish this video.
Literally on eating of pets. That perhaps is a metaphor for some really serious problems that are happening in Springfield, Rich?
Yeah, 100%, Leland. I mean, this immigration situation here is affecting nearly every aspect of life from what I can tell and from what the residents are telling me here in Springfield, Ohio. I'm here at a jobs and kind of family center here in Springfield. This was packed with a line all day. It was primarily Haitian immigrants, like literally all day long. I couldn't get anyone to speak to me because they don't speak English. But the services here, they're really under strain. It's the infrastructure. The accidents on the roads are skyrocketing. People are really concerned about that. I was told there were 3 alone today. The crime rate, if you look at the FBI data, the crime rate from 2019 to 2022 is up 142%. Residents say that is during the time when this kind of influx has come. Residents are saying, like, look, the local town is not listening to us. The state is not listening to us. The feds certainly are not listening to us. I spoke with one resident, Cindy Pack, earlier this morning. She said she's fit to be tied. She's a lifelong resident here. She said across the street from her apartment complex, Haitian immigrants have put up kind of a makeshift garage, like an auto body, where they're fixing a lot of these cars that are being kind of damaged around the city. She says she's complained to police. Police have said there's nothing they can do about it. She says it's going all day long and all night. Let's take a listen.
They come in towing them on a rope at night, things like that. So, that's not right.
So this isn't the community that you grew up in or have lived in your whole life.
Not even close. The commissioners, attorney general, all this stuff, most of them won't call you back. They don't want to talk about it. And the city, they'll just lie to you, flat out lie to you. They'll tell you that there's really not a bad problem here. There's an extremely bad problem here. And it's only getting worse. And I fear what's going to happen next because the people are mad.
Yeah, people are mad. I've talked to a number of them today, like Cindy, who are saying, look, sure, the national media is here. The focus is on this because we're talking about this, because Donald Trump is talking about it. But the issues are going to remain. They've been here for a long time. And when you all leave, we have to deal with this stuff, and it's not changing. The problems are not going away. They're only going to get worse, Leland.
Well, to be fair, right, the media leaves and the problems are always left behind. As far as you can tell, right, there's this fascination with whether or not Donald Trump was correct specifically about the kidnapping of pets. But there's also this story, and this is how it began, that the Haitian immigrants have been grabbing geese and duck and lots of other birds and cooking them. Here's one 911 call that came into Clark County. Take a listen.
Clark County Communications. I'm riding on the trail going to my orientation for my job today. And I see a group of Haitian people. There was about 4 of them. They all had geese in their hand.
How many geese did they have?
They each had 1.
All right, so there at least something is there. Rich, I'm always skeptical when the herd of media instantly shoots something down and says, oh, this is misinformation. I'm old enough to remember when Hunter Biden's laptop turned out to be real, but you couldn't say that. You've been around the town now for a few hours. Are you hearing enough stories from residents about what's happening to say there's probably a lot of problems that we don't fully understand?
100%. And I'd be the first to say, look, everybody's saying like these things are false. Residents I've talked to are saying, look, they're not false. They're just unsubstantiated. They may not be borne out over time. They may not be proven. That's part of the issue. But residents are saying, look, we're not really buying this narrative from this city outright because they haven't been truthful with us all along. And there are real problems here. And the city itself is not addressing them the way the residents really want and need.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
The real estate market is changing
like I
fast.
said,
So if you're a homeowner in
this is a
Virginia
sad
Beach,
situation. I get no joy out of posting and stuff like that. But my point of
considering
is
selling your
this.
home, you have
But Kyla, what's wrong with the migrants eating ducks? Ducks is delicious, man.
Oh yeah, look, Elvis, man. We do not eat ducks and geese in this fucking country, man. We're not savages.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, we're sorry about that.
You ever been to a Chinese place where they serve ducks?
We don't fucking know. Look, I go to the park, right, Elvis, right? I bring popcorn and crackers, and I feed the ducks and everything like that. They're good friends. I feed the squirrels and whatnot. We don't.
Kyla, I feed chicken with corn. I still eat chicken.
You fed them ducks, and then the Haitians ate the ducks right
We do
afterwards.
not fucking go here and take wild geese and duck and start eating it. You know, we don't do that here.
You ever had duck before, Kyla? You ever had duck meat?
No, I was like, the ducks in the park. You don't go out there and hunt duck. You go out there and hunt duck, whatever. But the bottom of ducks.
Kyla, duck is duck, bro. Just like chicken is chicken. You can eat the country chicken or the domesticated chicken.
First of all, there's laws against that. You know, you can't just freaking eat duck and anything like that. You got to basically have a duck has that season. You know, you can hunt ducks in certain season, but you don't just basically just come in there and whatnot. Just see a duck in a pond. If you're in my neighborhood, we got a pond in my backyard right now. If I see,
but Kyla, you know that there was one guy who had like two geese in his hands. He was taking them because they were roadkill.
Whatever. Hey, look, the bottom line is this: there's customs and everything like that. Well, the problem is we third world people, Elvis, is you want to bring your shit to this country.
Carla, a lot of people are telling you in the chat they eat duck. Baruti eat ducks. MP eat ducks. I'm sure a lot of people eat ducks.
These are all third world people in the chat.
No, they're not, Carla.
I don't eat duck, but we played Duck Goose when I was a kid.
Duck is for sophisticated people, bro. Duck is for sophisticated people.
I don't want to fucking argue.
Hey, Carla, go back to the reason you showed the video because I wanted to ask a question after that. What was the reason why you showed the video?
Well, the reason why I showed you the video, Big Black, is because she said that black. When I played the bit about the black people, she said black people are always victim and complaining. I said no, there's freaking everybody play. I said then I show her free. I said, but she won't give me her opinion about what the problems in are they victims?
Could you ask? Yeah, could you ask that question to her? I want.
No, I'm waiting for an answer. You know.
No, you didn't ask me. Wait a minute.
Okay, my question is. You just saw two videos, right? What's the difference between the people in Woodlawn and the people in Springfield, Ohio? They both were saying the same thing. We don't have the resources. Blah blah blah. Why is one a victim, act like a victim, and the other one's righteous?
Well, before you played the video, I was trying to tell you that I was not talking about. When I said black people are always acting like victims.
Yeah, you were referencing the video I played.
No. When I said that, I was not even talking about the immigrant crisis. I was talking about in general. You and I were talking about two different things.
No, hold on. Yeah, but if we're talking about migrant crisis, right? And you was also responding to what I said about the Haitian. You was the migrants in Chicago. You said earlier, and don't defend you because I'm defending you against these guys right here. You said that it was no big deal. Black people always act like victims, and you act like and you delegitimize an argument about people, and I told you it didn't start with Mexicans and everybody like that. It started with Haitians, you know.
Well, of course, if you're any group of people, you got people invading your community. Yes, that's something to be upset about.
That's all it was. So we don't need to go and take white supremacy talking points because what you're doing is you may not do it like that, but we know white supremacy talking points here. Because white people will do the same thing and they'll call it justified. That's white privilege, right? But when black people say, hey, this is overrunning our community and whatnot, oh, you guys need to just shut up and whatnot. See, that's why I don't feel sorry for white people, right? Because the bottom line is this. Black people suffered under the same thing in New York City with immigrants and everything like that. You're not allowed to say anything. White people will say, oh, yeah, the immigrants are hardworking. They're better than you black people in America. Y'all lazy. We're not. But when it happens to them in Staten Island, they were ready to burn these city down because they were going to bring migrants to Staten Island. You know, white Staten Island. You know, that's what we're talking about.
Can I ask the question, Carla?
Yeah.
Do the migrants that cross the border are they playing victim?
Well, you're right, man. I think about that. Yeah, you're right. If they're coming there needy and stuff like that, yeah, they feel they're victims of a global system that oppresses them.
Why do they always play victim though?
No. They're not victims of no global system. These Latin America, these countries have been free long before Africa.
No, but they say that Honduras has
no. Fuck that. They got it. No, Carla, you said these people were hard workers earlier. Don't you take that shit away from them.
No, I'm saying,
Don't tell me they ran away from hard work.
I'm saying the fact that I'm not saying I agree with them. I'm saying they're saying, and you got to understand something, right, Jonathan? The CIA and the United States have been meddling in these countries for decades, right? All these banana republics they propped up.
Okay, but they've been meddling in the black community for decades. So
but that's the problem. We've been understanding things, but when a lot of people come over here, they don't understand. They don't tend to understand none of what we go through.
You're right about that. That's a good point. They don't give a shit about what we go through.
Exactly. So don't give a shit about them. Send them back.
We'll be doing all these.
That's a legitimate argument. You know, I can't look. I can't say anything against that because that's how a lot of people feel in the black community. You know.
Especially for people that look like you and I, that's a crime, you know.
Yeah, so like I said, that's what's going on in the community and whatnot. I can't go against my own community for anybody. But the whole thing is, I'm just saying, be fair about things. Black people have legitimate concerns about migrants, whatnot, just like the white people have legitimate concerns about crime and stuff like that. People reckless driving, the police can't even make an arrest because you want to offend the community. You want to, you know. these are untouchable people or whatnot, you know. So it's just ridiculous. You can't have lawlessness like this, huh? Or people come into the country sucking resources. You cannot do that. It's not sustainable. And the fact that they bring millions of people here, if these people aren't removed in the next 20 years, this country's going to collapse. You know, that's what I feel. Yeah, so like I said, more and more.
Well, Kyle, if that's true and you being a prophet, I hope it happens then. Let them come so the country can collapse.
Well, whatever.
And then we'll build Afghanistan in America.
I don't want it to collapse on my head, though. You know, unlike you, Jonathan, I got a stake here. I got a business. You know, I got a stake here.
Kyle, please.
I got a business here, Jonathan. I got something to live for. You know,
please.
You know, I'm dead serious. I'm saying, like, the people think like that don't got shit. You know, let it collapse.
Kyle, please.
Look, Jonathan, I don't want it to collapse. You know, I don't want it to collapse. You know.
Yeah, but about what I was saying, you was right, Kyle. But what I was trying to say, you know, I'm saying you was right because I didn't see that. I think I did see it. Probably slipped my mind, right? But you gotta understand,
it came and went because the biggest thing was the migrants that Brandon Johnson went. Everybody forgot about that incident with Lightfoot. You know, everybody forgot about that because it was so small.
I just wanted to say though, but it was like, not to make light of, but it was just like 20 people, most of them like older ladies, you know, in their in the 60s and above. But for the most part, even the ladies said, you know, when it comes to black people, especially in the Midwest. You know, whether they're from the continent or, you know, they're from like the Caribbean countries or even South America. Well, more likely from the Caribbean countries, right? You know, we pretty much get along for the most part. You know, if we don't have nothing nice to say to each other, we just won't say nothing at all. But we pretty much get along. We don't, you know, there's not a group of black people attacking.
Look, Haitians and Caribbeans. They've been in our community for generations, over 100 years, you know. And the bottom line is, this is new stuff where people are manipulating communities against each other. You know, it's happening all over the world. You know, immigration is a problem globally. You know, a Poland president said, they said, how many migrants have you taken in? He said, not one. He said, not one. How many Muslims have you taken? Not one. Poland's not playing. Well, say you come in this country illegal we're gonna put you right in jail, put you in the work camp. That's what he says. Poland's not playing, you know. They say we don't want Muslims, we don't want people that are not gonna assimilate with us. America lets anybody in this country, whether you assimilate or you like. And also, I think a requirement is you cannot be racist towards a major segment of America and come here. You got too many people come here with anti-black mentality. That's a freaking problem, you know. And so that's what I'm saying. That goes for black immigrants too. If you're anti-black, you should be deported. That's what I say.
Did you see the stream Chaotic Truth had? I guess somebody.
I listened to some of it. You know, I listened to some of it he was saying today. You know, hope he wasn't talking about me when he was talking.
No, I guess somebody was sending threats to him and people talking about people from his own town or whatever.
Oh yeah. I heard about. He was saying that. I thought he was joking. He was serious.
I sound like he was serious. I mean, he did a very long stream about it. You know.
I was at work, so I can't really look. When I'm at work, I just scroll my phone.
I didn't want to look at it. I didn't look at it too long because he pretty much talked about it. That's all he talked about. I guess it was the whole "I'm gonna stand my ground" and, you know, freedom of speech thing going on. But I guess some black people threatened him in his own town. But it is what it is. You know. But I don't know, man.
Well, if he's willing to die with freedom of speech, God bless his heart.
Because I'm just
excuse me. Is this the El Carlos show?
You know it's the El Carlos show. What are you talking about,
Carlo?
brother?
What's good, Carlo? He ain't gonna answer. What's up, Carlo? Oh, he stepped out. Is the lady still on the panel?
Yes.
I called up because I basically heard you speak, and to a certain degree, I feel like you're trying to police black people, but you didn't even actually lay out what you believe that we should be doing. What do you believe that we should be doing, according to you?
I think Black people need to start coming together as a community, pull their resources together, actually try to get something accomplished, police their own community, police each other, bring accountability back, the women holding the women accountable, the men holding the men accountable. You know, where do I begin? There's so many issues.
Okay, man. Let me tell you something real quick, and I'm not trying to be mean or even belittle you. You know, to police our own community, that means that we'll need to be deputized, right? You understand? We had something like that with Black Panthers, but they got pretty much, you know, what happened to the Black Panthers, right? They got pretty much ran out, you know, by the government. But when you're asking in this particular society, when you're asking men to police their community, what you ask them to do is basically go to jail and leave their family behind. Because if let's say a couple of us, you know, say, you know, we're going to clean up the community and we start gunplay, right? We're going to fall under the same laws everybody else fall under, you know. And you know, the judge is not going to be lenient on us. We can't go to the judge and say, "Hey, I was trying to clean my community." You know, so I felt
Exactly.
like
We've
5
tried
people.
this before. And the whole thing, what Big Black is trying to say is, I'm going to put words in his mouth, Big Black, all due respect. We don't have the power of reward and punishment. You know, we can't reward anybody and we can't
Exactly.
punch anybody. So we're in a quagmire. We're not a nation. Black people judge Black America like we're a nation with resources, power, authority, laws, everything. White people, these people have laws and power, the gun, military, and everything like that. Policy, public policy to back up their vision. We don't have that. You know, that's
But
the thing.
what you do have to acknowledge, Carlos, we're the only ethnic group, the only racial group in America that actually put an attempt to do so. The other motherfuckers bitched out.
You know, I know Jonathan, man, we don't have to sound gangster all the time, but like I say, look,
That ain't gangster. That ain't gangster.
no, what I'm trying to say is this, though. We basically tried to build a nation within a nation. It did not work. You know, we did not work. We thought we could basically be our own nation, blah, blah, blah. And we thought that the Black Panthers thought they could basically control the criminal underworld by taxing. And the white people said, you know something? I'm going to make sure the criminals in our community have more guns and more violent than the Black Panthers were. And that was the end of that. You know? As long as the white man tips the scale, as long as we live in a white man's country, that's the way it's going to be, you know. So we could, what you see in Black America, sister, probably as best as ever going to get, you know.
I beg to differ, but can I ask her another question?
We mean beg to differ. How is it? How am I telling you the truth? You know, I know.
I'm a tether, so I don't want to say too much, but
Boo Boo, you can say what you want, but I'm saying the bottom line, all the stuff you talk about, Boo Boo, we are tried already for many generations.
But you know, I seen that Carlo attacked the Haitians. He ain't attack her like he
I did not
attacked
attack Haitians, man. What are you
you
talking
know,
about?
but it's all, senor.
Your feelings about that. I was not attacking.
Senor,
I was defending Haitians, man.
He trying to get that Afghanistan in Mexico, man. I see what you're doing, man. I see what you're doing. He trying to get that Afghanistan in Mexico. So I see what you're doing. I'm gonna just be quiet.
It was a suggestion, man.
I see you
Tyler
working.
has a thing for the lighter flesh. That's been proven already.
Now, see, gee, I just mentioned Africa and Mexico. Now Kyle's a swirl and Kyle wants some Mexico. Get the hell out of here.
No, Tyler, you've been acting soft on this platform ever since. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
bro.
right.
That's kind of biggest fantasy, man. You want to mix it.
El Carlo call everybody third world, but Mexico.
Whatever.
You know, they got the mafia
Call
and
about to
everything.
drop the
They're not
Liberian
third
tour
world.
for the Mexico City tour.
Yeah, right. Okay. All right, whatever.
No, but my question to her: do she see? But why do she believe that black people shouldn't be supporting Trump? And who is she to say that black people should be supporting Trump after Obama ignored black people, especially African Americans, for 8 years?
She said we shouldn't support Trump.
I didn't say that. I did not say that at all. You putting words in my mouth. I did not say that.
You actually said that, Mamacita.
Maybe that's what you inferred. I said, but I didn't. Those words did not come out of my mouth. What I said was the only reason why black people are supporting Trump is because they think that he's going to do something for them. That's what I said. I never gave my opinion or not on whether I think black people should or shouldn't support Trump. I never
So
said that.
what is your opinion then? You have the mic. What's your opinion?
I really don't care either way. If you want to support Trump, go ahead. I mean, Trump is not going to be the white savior for Black America. I mean, like I said, the only reason Black people swung his way is because, so in a lot of ways, Trump is relatable to Black America, and they think that Trump is going to do something for him. The only reason, the only reason why Black people are supporting Trump is because of this immigration issue. That's the only reason.
That's not true. That's not true, Miss. That's not true.
Actually, to tell you the truth, she's very smart. You know,
She's smart. She's very smart.
It wasn't just the immigration issue; it's also the LGBTQ and the transgender shit.
But the immigration issue is the main one, though.
Kyla, you both are very smart. They've been showing statistics that Black people been leaving the Democratic Party since Obama. So it really ain't that smart.
8 years. 8 years of ignoring the Black people, their problems, saying that he's not the president of Black people. He's the president of America. Is Black people not a part of America?
Like I said, Trump, the only reason a lot of Black people jumped on board quickly with Trump is because when they saw how bad that immigration crisis was and how it was affecting them in their backyard, and Trump was the only one talking about, oh yeah, I'm going to take care of this, Black people immediately jumped on board with Trump. They was not on board with Trump before, except because he gave them stimulus checks. That was the first reason. They was kind of
gave him stimulus checks and then voted for Joe Biden.
They was kind of rocking with Trump then. I saw it even before this immigration crisis. They was like, man, I want Trump back in so he can give us more stimmy checks. But once this thing came out with immigration, then you had the people in Chicago really talking about the immigration, and also in New York. That's when Black people jumped on board, and it happened very quickly. Very quickly.
It had nothing to do with Biden.
Actually, Black people did jump on. All Black people did jump on board. You still, you know.
Did I say all Black people?
Well, let me
no,
just
I
say
did
this.
not.
Let me say this, right? Because this, you know, Democrats still have majority of Black vote, and also Black people. Some Black people, the Black people that you thought jumped on Trump, them Black people just stayed home. You had some Black people jump on the Trump.
Yeah, literally just didn't vote for him.
Literally just didn't vote.
But Big Black, I never knew this until now, that some people can be so dumb that when you try to be general, you usually mean the most people, the average people, but you're talking about a minority of people, but talking like that's a general thing.
That's that whole
majority of people didn't vote. The majority of Black people didn't support Trump at all.
I know that. I saw the statistics. I know that.
All right, so but when you say Black people jumped on board, that doesn't really make any sense. You talk about a minority of people that jumped on board.
If you don't have enough common sense to know that just
enough
because
common
somebody
sense says that if you're going to make a general statement, it's usually the norm, not the not norm.
Hold on. Let's be clear this up. Which I think what she's trying to say is Black people didn't enthusiastically come out for Kamala the way they did Barack Obama, and by default, they gave Trump their vote because Black people stayed home. Georgia, it was like a less than 50% voter turnout in Black community. You know, that's why Trump had an early vote in Georgia. Black people in North Carolina too. Black people simply didn't show up. They're like, "What the hell am I showing up for? I don't like Kamala." And I kind of agree with what Trump was saying. So she's right about that. You know, it was a fact of the matter is like half the white people made up 72% of the electorate.
Right.
70%. You know, that means that Black people did not show up to vote.
But that's not her. I'm just saying it's been a Democratic talking point. It's like Black people did this, Black people. No, a lot of people sat back and you still get a majority of the vote like you usually do. But you know,
but such a low turnout didn't matter. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
this is why I say, Colin,
Big Black. You need like 90% Black turnout, and you need a good percentage of new Black voters and 90% Black turnout, right, to vote. At least 75% Black turnout, which never happens anymore. That's what Obama got. Obama got like 80% Black turnout and new voters and everything, like Black turnout, and he got 99% of the Black vote. That's what pushed him over the edge. You know,
and Colin, this is why I say that the Black community will never, we're really never advance or get anywhere because you can't even turn out to vote. Leave your house to go to your nearest library or school to vote for a political candidate,
Oh,
yet you want
they
to.
could have voted. They
No,
could
no,
have voted. They just
oh
they, they chose.
no.
They literally
Ma'am,
chose.
I don't
ma'am,
think there was
if
anything
what
on
you're
the
saying is
table
true,
to
the
vote for.
Hispanics should be doing better than blacks, and you're fucking not.
Well, that's your opinion.
No. That's government data. Would you like to look at it?
Well, from what I see, the Hispanics are
Government
smarter
data.
than
Would you
all
like to look
y'all are.
at it? How y'all are? Government, call you a sucker. Government data. Would you like to look at it? You're not doing better at all.
Like I said,
Why am I a sucker? Why am I a sucker?
You know why.
Why? Why am I a sucker, man?
You know why. You let
Because
this
if it
girl
was
come
me,
up here.
hold on, if it was me saying these things, you would not
We'll
be
be
speaking
getting
like
on your
this, bro.
ass, Prince.
No. I just want to know how am I? He's talking about Hispanics. Where do I disagree? Why am I a sucker?
Hispanics split
You people, like you deaf or something? When did you become
I'm
deaf,
saying
Carla?
I was look. Basically,
If Africans got on here and started saying this, there'll be savages and everything else in the book.
Look, that's her opinion, right? But the whole thing is this, though. You made a point that black people are actually doing better than Hispanic. Now, I could basically, we could have that debate, but I could also prove that by saying that there's no Hispanic HBCUs or something like that. There's 100 black colleges in this country, 100 black colleges, right? We have more degrees, and there's more black people in positions of
More
power.
degrees, make more money.
More black billionaires.
The whole nine yards.
Billionaires in Hispanic,
I think we turned out more than Hispanic votes, though. We turned out to the voting booth.
Yeah, with Hispanic
bro. The Hispanics didn't know what the fuck they wanted to do because they so fucking divided.
I love how y'all can only go in on. I love how y'all can only go in on my Hispanic side, and you just totally in the dark about.
I'm saying like this.
You don't even know the other side.
Hispanic voter turnout. You make the point that
we don't want to know the other side is white.
Turn out the vote, right? And I said Hispanic voter turnout is actually lower than black voter turnout. You know that? It's actually lower.
I mean, sure, okay.
Yeah,
so that's what. So why would you say something about the Hispanic side?
Black, but their turnout rate is lower than black people are. For some reason. Say the ages. More the age. Black voter turnout to me, 40% black turnout is actually good because
I was talking about community-wise, Kala.
Like what?
Hispanic communities overall are better and more intact than black communities are.
Well, that's a family issue.
Can you show? No. Can you show us where that is, ma'am?
Oh, please! You can look at Chicago and tell. And
I can look at Compton and be like, look at them Hispanics knocking each other down on drugs, killing shit, pimping them bitches, or pimping them women.
Black Kings killing each other too.
Let's do it, baby girl.
Well, I guess you can.
Hispanics is starting to lead the prison population. Tell us where this good old family values is coming from, baby girl. I want to know.
There's a lot of crime in Chicago. I don't know what she's talking about.
Would you like government data for that too?
You're right. It is a lot of Hispanic on Hispanic crime. But did I say that there wasn't? I never said that there wasn't.
No. Baby girl, don't point out one side. Don't point out the black side. Point out your side. Point that finger at you. Look in the mirror and be like,
yeah.
Why are we like this?
The problem is, I think a lot of people, right? They basically in this country, because we have a white media, right? They always focus on black people's problems, that we have these unique problems. And you know something? You know who's another rate that's growing up with teen pregnancy? White chicks. White kids are growing up in fentanyl, heroin, stuff like that. I met a white girl the other couple of years ago, right? And she had a baby, right? And I said, "Yeah, nice baby." She goes, "Yeah, I just got out of rehab." So, what rehab for what? She goes, "I was addicted to heroin." I was like, "What?" This is like an upper middle class, Virginia Beach, whatnot. They say, "Yeah, drug addiction and Cox." That's a real nice section of Virginia Beach. She says, "Yeah, there's so many people that died, OD'd." And when I was like, "What the hell's going on?"
That's very common in middle class to upper middle class neighborhoods.
Yeah, so the bottom line, so everybody got their issues and problems,
Right, you're right.
Yeah. If Africa was on the border of the United States, our communities would look a whole lot better too.
So this is it's what you call. You have a situation where everybody in America wants to outdo each other and whatnot, and we want to basically kiss up to this imaginary white perfection in America and whatnot, because the white man, because that's what the brainwashing of what make it seem like white people are perfect. I know white people, they got their issues too. They sometimes white people resent being held up as this perfect people, and they look at us like we're strong and whatnot, and they be like, yeah, because blacks and Hispanics look at white people as a source of strength, and they're like, that's unfair to white people because they're like, I got my problems too. I'm only human. I fall to temptation, drugs, laziness. A lot of white people say, yeah, I fall to laziness, ignorance, same freaking thing. But they always project that on black people. They tell me that. They say, I know so many white people that want to work, that skip jobs, that steal, that do all stuff like that. But the bottom line, in this American culture, they always put all these bad things and project that on the black people, And
I got a question.
We got a lot of Hispanics who do the same thing now. Let's dump on black people all our problems. Everybody knows in every community you got Chico and Paco who haven't had a job in 3 years. They got baby mamas. They're like this, but that's completely ignored. I see it in my own eyes. Like my brother. My brother's married to a Filipino, right? And the bottom line is, for the longest time when they were young, her brother was like, "Oh man, not because black was like, oh yeah, she could have married better when not." Now they look at it like this: my brother house, he got an in-ground pool. He's better than all. He makes more money than all of them. He's the head of our agency. He basically is head of all of them, right? And they think he got grandkids now and everything. So they look at him like, wow. Back in the days, they just wrote him off as a black kid, and he was privileged. Now he pays all the bills and whatnot. She has to work, what I'm saying? They have a house, mortgage, in-ground pool, remodel house, everything. And so they look at when they come over, everybody comes over his house for holidays when they're like, yeah, I got to remind them, it's my brother's house, And so the bottom line, this whole idea, and then her brothers that used to say that, some of them still live with the grandma, her mother, And so, but that's how things work. People always project their negative thing, Don't call my brother a swirler. My brother's wife, she gotta go. You're gone. Disrespect my sister-in-law, bitch.
Hold on. Just the other day, you was going hard about people.
Hold up. You said don't call females bitches on this very platform.
When you go there, I didn't.
No.
I didn't say it to her face, but the bottom line is, hold on. You don't talk about anybody in my family. That's what we're drawing the line.
But you was going hard about the TV shows and the commercials.
Yeah, I said my brother, not me. He's married to an Asian. So the bottom line is this, and that's my sister,
Carlo, you're going crazy today, bro. You loco today, man.
I'm not loco.
Carlo loco, man.
All right, everybody, y'all can go.
Damn, Carlo, my phone, man.
Y'all can go. Bye. I'm kicking everybody out.
Sorry about that, Carlo.
Kicking everybody out. I ain't gonna tolerate. You do not talk about my freaking family. Do not do that. You cross the line. I have never once talked about Jonathan's family. Giggle, talk about Jonathan. I never talked about anybody's principal, whoever the fuck you are. When I leave family and shit like that, that's off fucking limits. When you come over here and talk to the host and on my platform like that, you are going too fucking far. And you're just lucky I don't ban you for good. I just want to make that clear. Don't ever mention my family or talk about my family.
Carla, I don't even know why you entertain these guys. They clearly don't respect you.
I know, but I'm done with them. I'm fucking done. I'm freaking fed up. Everybody's telling me, they're like, what the hell you have these people on your platform? They don't support you. They don't like you or not. The fucking hell you come on my platform talking shit,
Yeah, Carla, this is what I'm saying. Like, I've been listening to you for at least a couple months now, and I see how these guys overtalk you. They don't respect you, Carla. Your typical Negroes. I'm sorry. That's why I got on here.
No, they're niggas. That's all they are, niggas.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it, but that's what they are.
He's a fucking nigga. That's all he is.
They don't have nothing going on. Probably don't even work. They probably got 2 or 3 baby mamas. They got running from the.
They ain't got shit going on. I'm somebody that fucking got a real fucking business. I got a real fucking life. I'm about to go to Liberia, see my wife next month. I got real shit going on in my life.
Yeah, these guys don't have nothing going on. You can tell by how they talk. The fact that that guy got on
Look,
here.
a banter. Look, I don't like. Look, I said I only call that woman a bitch because she said something, and I lost my temper. But you didn't say nothing to that guy, Bantu, that he called you a bitch. You know,
Yeah.
You didn't say nothing to him. You didn't say
Yeah.
nothing to him. He was on call. You said don't say bitch. No, I'm saying you don't talk to a girl because you disagree with her. Call her a bitch. You know.
But see, that told me everything I needed to know and what type of dude I was dealing with, what type of panel I was dealing with. That's why I say I wasn't going to reveal anything else about my identity because I didn't want to deal with the assumptions, with the generalizations, with the name calling, with the jokes. I already know. I've listened to these guys before on this show before I called in. This isn't my first time listening. I see what jokesters and busters these guys are. No way I would take them seriously. That's why I say
My whole thing is we can go back and forth and stuff like that, but at a certain point in time, you gotta start. There's got to be some decorum. You gotta have respect,
And this is why I said, Kala, how do people how do Black people as a whole expect to get anywhere when guys like that thinking that they're going to get somewhere when they can't even have a decorum, like a nice conversation, a civil conversation without over talking one another? It's never going to happen.
Yeah, what you call? I'm like this. I like this. People always say, "Colin, let's build a BAL organization." I can't build an organization with niggas like that.
No, you can't.
Because the bottom line is when you start talking over people and talking wild and whatnot, there's disrespect whatnot. You can't build nothing with people like that.
Those are the guys that you hang out on the porch with in the summertime and you have a couple of drinks and
you have
talk.
40s out, 40 out, you're smoking weed.
Yeah, those are those type of guys. Those are not the guys you're gonna have in the boardroom.
No decision making. No, seriously, don't take nobody seriously that fucking just talk shit all the time.
No.
Like then I told Jonathan, I said, look, I played the video. He said, no, there's no incident with Black people. Yeah, there was a Black community. It wasn't because they were Haitians, because the same way it happened in Houston when there was a bunch of people from New Orleans that went to Houston and everything went out of control, right? The people of Houston met and said, look, we got to do something about these people and send them back to New Orleans because they're tearing our community up. We don't have the resources for them. It happens. It was Black on Black. Like I said, it had nothing to do with Black people hating Haitians or hating migrants, right? It was a situation of limited resources, That's all I was saying, But the migrant crisis, because of the large numbers, exacerbated the situation. That's all I'm saying. Now, I'm telling you, these people are not victims. They just are concerned. Same way the white people in Springfield, like this. See, that's how you basically intelligently explain something to somebody. You intelligently explain to somebody, sorry, this is understand. And then after I said all that, here's Jonathan joking, laughing, saying, "Collie, blah 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 blah." And I said, "Look, I've had enough. I fucking had it. I really have."
Yeah, don't cast your pearls before swine. Some of these guys are just stupid. That's why I say these are your guys. They got 2 and 3 baby mamas. They probably living in their mom's basement. They running from the repo man. They working they the fry cook at Burger King. I'm just being honest. You can tell by how these guys talk. I mean, these guys are not in no big boss positions. They're not the head of C corporations and managers and high positions. They're not.
That's all. I told everybody last night. I said, look, if I ever get offered partnership in a firm I work with, I'm out of here. I'm done with all this shit. I really am. Because I'm tired. As much as I love my people, I want to see something happen. I got to think about my life. And when it really comes down to it, it's all about you and yourself. And I always tell anybody, don't ever be a Black nationalist. Don't ever join any Pan-African group or no Black power groups because it's a waste of freaking time. I would tell anybody, go out there, live your life, be happy, do what the hell you want to do, marry who the fuck you want to marry, do what the hell you want to do when not live your life and everything, because if I had to do it all over again, when I do things a lot differently, I think I realize now that I wasted 35 years of my freaking life, dealing with Negroes, But I love them. I'm gonna keep fighting for people, but if I could have a way out of this shit, I would do it, because Black people just push me to that point. It's like, geez, you don't want to do nothing? All you want to do is sit around and joke and clown me all day? I'm a fucking serious man, And And I hate when freaking people clowning and joking all the time. I hate that shit.
Yeah, when I listen to your show, Carla, that's all I hear these guys talking about. They always joking. They constantly talking over you. I'm like, they don't even respect the host. These guys would never respect you in real life. I mean, these, like I said, the online show, talking to them, that's just equivalent to, sitting on the porch, talking about sports, cracking jokes. That's what it is for these guys. They're not trying to do anything. They're not revolutionaries. They are defeated. Okay, they are defeated, and they know they're defeated. That's why they come on and just joke and laugh, because they don't have any solutions. They don't have any plans. They don't have any goals. Like I said,
Principe says, I'm unsurprised. Bye, Principe. Bye. Bye. I'm so subscribed. But I'm just telling you the freaking truth, Sorry if I hurt your feelings, brother. But the bottom line, I gotta tell the truth, man. You guys with the joking, laughing, bullshit. When I say, yo, look, don't go there, don't fucking go there. I'm not playing with you.
Yeah, and I remember when you told the panel a while back, it probably had to be like a month ago, when you said, going here forward, nobody better not ever say anything about my family, or else you're going to get blocked. Like, I remember you saying that.
Yeah, I don't tolerate that, because you know why? Because I never asked nobody about specifically about their family and stuff like that. I never do. I don't know anything about Elvis's wife, where he works, whatever like that. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about Jonathan's wife, whatever like that, because it's not my business. I don't know anything about Principe's wife, family. I don't know about Big Black's wife, family, because not anything like that. So, but what I'm not going to do is sit here and talk about people I don't know. I don't know Big Black's wife, so I'm not going to talk about it. I don't know his wife, I'm not going to talk about it. That's just being respectful. So why
like that one.
Talk to me, huh?
Excuse me, Carla. I haven't said anything about your wife. Could I say this?
Well, I know that.
If you felt disrespected, I apologize.
No, you never did anything, Big Black. You're good,
But don't let her try to hype up. This is the same woman. I'm just being real. She came on here. She disrespected our whole race.
Well, I look, and also, you see how I basically defended our people. Hey, Mangos, do you really respect how I defended Black America and put it in perspective?
Yeah, I do.
That's how you do. You don't blow up and get angry and start cussing and stuff like this, because all you're doing is making people think that they are. You become what they think you are.
You prove the stereotypes.
You're right, but
I know I'm right. I've been doing this a long time, and I can articulate my frustration about people, the righteous indignation, all like that. I can articulate that, without me friggin' just cursing and calling names, everything like that. I know what my people want and everything like that, and I know for a fact of the matter. And you know me, I never defend bad behavior in our community, so I know if I'm defending something, it's righteous. Black people had a right that basically in Chicago, right? If you're living there as a resident, right, this is where you go. That's your home, right? Somebody can't just come to your community, right, and be dumped on you, and you got to pay for them. That's so you have a right to voice your concern, and you show that at the ballot box, right? They said, man, Johnson, we're going to vote you out. If Johnson don't think his job is important, that's exactly what's going to happen. Or they could recall him, That's what you do. You use a process to do like the thing, and we're allowed to organize our concern, right? I don't think that's basically people the victim or being mad, but I think a lot of people are not used to Black people asserting themselves like that, because I don't think it's anything about. I mean, now there's some Black people who don't like immigrants and who are ignorant and just basically hateful. Yes, there are people like that. But the cause of what they're talking about is legitimate. It's just that they don't have anybody legit articulating it for them. And I articulated that tonight and what I was talking about. So I said the same thing happened. I was going to play another video about the Haitians in Alabama. I don't want to really go there though, but
But here's the thing, Carla. I do have a problem though, and I'm seeing this a lot, right? With a lot of women, right? Specifically Black women, not even people from Black women from other countries, right? Even like just non-Black African Americans, they jump on this Cynthia G wave. By the tone of her voice and by what she says, I can tell she's a Cynthia G fan. We got to watch these type of people because maybe I'm wrong, but that type of rhetoric, is very divisive in the black community, and we got to watch charlatans. I don't know if she's a charlatan or not, but the rhetoric that she chooses to use seems to point in that direction.
No, I just think I don't think Cynthia G. I would say more Candace Owens.
Oh, Candace Owens. Okay, more.
Now,
Owens.
the reason why I say Candace Owens is because, like I said, I could debate Candace Owens, right? Because I could debate when you debate somebody, her premise. She's with Candace Owens, the other chick, I forgot her name. That's the African name, but she's mixed race, whatever. What they're saying a lot of times, what people are saying about black people is right, but what they miss is they forget to leave a lot of detail. What drove all this stuff is white supremacy, white racial play. There was a Kerner Commission that came out in 1968, right? There was basically 1968 was 4 years after the Civil Rights Act, right? Civil Rights Act. So Civil Rights Act was so civil rights racism was illegal and everything like that. 4 years later, major cities in America were burned to the ground, right? So anyway, the Kerner Commission, after study to put thousands of dollars in this commission, and it was like I think for a month they convened studying every day what's going on with the riots and everything. They interviewed people and everything. Then they concluded what the racism problem is rooted in white racial prejudice of black people. And then what it means is by racial prejudices, they found out that black people and white people fundamentally think alike. They watch the same music, eat the same foods, whatnot, have the same traditions, both seem to be patriotic towards this country, whatever like that. So what's the problem? It was race. There was racial prejudice among white people who fundamentally, and that's something that's rooted in slavery, where they fundamentally do not see black people as fully human like they are. So they're undeserving. And then people said that you cannot have a country that basically oppresses a man because and call yourself a moral, good country. And say that was going to be America's conundrum, right? You cannot refer, because basically when they say America is a great country, they're right. But the bottom line, there's one little caveat. America basically rejects a group of people just because of their color of skin, and it symbolized the ultimate sin of America, which is slavery. That's what it's all rooted in. America has never dealt with slavery. And so when people start judging Black America, like with victims, we've never dealt with that issue of slavery in America.
Let me ask a question, Carla, and pretty much this is to the young lady, right? In Latin countries, right? Do you agree that there's a certain caste system when it comes to the blacks and
Of course there is. Of course there is. Of course there is. They basically in Latin countries, black people are told to like Black America. Why should I give Black America this? We never had this thing where we call improving the race. That means most mestizos and mulattoes and people, Morenos in Central and South America, right? They believe that marrying light and whatnot it's like it rooted in Portuguese and Spanish Latin culture, marrying light. But Black America, we never had that. We did have Black power, Black pride, and stuff like this, and that's what the advantage Black America has over a lot of other people,
Let me ask the lady this: Do you think that some people in Black people in that type of setting, right, can experience self-hatred? And in your own personal life, do you think some of that self-hatred kind of spilled over into you?
What do you talk? What's self-hatred?
I mean, you do say we know that you're if according to you, you have Hispanic, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would think the other half is a Black ethnic group, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not gonna say what I am.
Oh, okay. So, okay. Well, I thought you were, the other side was a Black ethnic group. So
I'm not gonna confirm or deny because I don't, like I said, I don't want people making generalizations, cracking jokes, making racist comments. It's all kind of
now on this platform. Look, if you say it, if anybody says it in the chat room, I'm gonna block them. You know,
but you gotta admit though, you came on and you made generalizations about black people. You see how that works though, but you don't want anybody to make generalizations about you.
No, because you don't get to just because somebody's mixed, you get to decide for them. Oh, you must think this way. You must look like this, or we don't want to hear anything you have to say just because you're mixed and you don't understand our plight. I don't want to hear comments like that. So,
but at the same time, and in the same breath, that you pretty much made generalizations on black people.
But I didn't say that. I never said that. Oh, all black people must think like this. Oh, you can't say this because you're black. I never said comments like that. Whereas,
you didn't say all, but I'm saying
no. But whereas when you're mixed though, with whatever, people they say, oh, you can't think like this. You can't say this. Or how are you going to say that when I don't want to hear all that? Okay, so.
But do you think people want to hear your generalizations though? And don't you think that's kind of disrespectful to make generalizations?
I'm telling. Look, first of all, a lot of what I said, some of what I said, Carlo agreed with, and look, what did I say that was really a lie? Okay, black people are not organized.
Yeah, whether he agrees with it or not.
The black community is in shambles. What did I say?
The thing is, what I would say is this though: the reason why it's in shambles because we were never allowed to become a community, right? We try. Look, we had the Marcus Garvey, Elijah Muhammad, we had Malcolm X, all that. All these groups basically were dismantled by the government and stuff like this. So they said back in the days, sister, right? Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey warned the white man, said, look, if you keep fighting us, America is going to have a serious problem. We need order. This is what we need. They didn't freaking listen to that, right? Now, the result of them basically not listening to people like Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, and Stokely Carmichael, and all these other people like that, black nationalists, right? Black America is disarray and stuff like this. And now people are like, why don't y'all get organized? Well, we tried to do that for generations. And those people basically who fought against us are looking at us like, now, why don't y'all get your act together? Well, we tried to. We had a Black Wall Street, 1921, burned to the ground by white mobs. Wilmington, North Carolina, in 1898, burned to the ground by white mobs. We had all these things before, all destroyed by white people in this country. When that redlining, all these things they did, they waged a whole war against us for 100 years, up until 1965, with the Voting Rights Act. 100-year war after the Civil War, America lost a full-scale war, and that war in Oklahoma was a military operation. We're the only group of people on American soil that was ever bombed by the air. The whole black community was bombed from the air, burned to the ground. All these things happened to us and whatnot, and we just basically supposed to just forgive and forget and just say, "Oh, we didn't know." We're going through a lot of anger and pain and stuff like that because of our thing, and that's right. I'm not going to tell. It's wrong to tell black people, "Oh, just," because white people have never gotten over Pearl Harbor. They still talk about remember Pearl Harbor. They never got over Santa Ana, and they never got over all the things at 9/11. You think white people are going to forget about 9/11? No. But when it comes to black people, shut up about slavery, get over it, get over Jim Crow, get over all the stuff we talked about and just be a good American, put a flag in your hand and be a good American. It don't work like that. I'll never tell black people to freaking settle for being in this country. She dropped off, but because, like I said, that's what you do. You basically tell it like it is, and when people can't handle the heat, they gotta leave. Nothing wrong with sister, but she was not ready for these conversations because this is real here. You could beat somebody in debate without insulting them, without calling them names and stuff like that. That's what I tell Jonathan and this other guy. You don't have to call names on that. If you're right, you can intelligently articulate your point. Here she goes back. You articulate your point. When you articulate your point, you both get your point across without insulting people.
Okay, but what does that have to do? Okay, I'm not even talking about slavery. I'm talking about modern day, like those clowns.
Let me say this. Do you have ever heard the Gilded Age in American history? The Gilded Age.
Yes.
Okay, what was that about?
I don't know much.
Okay, let me explain to you. The Gilded Age was a term called root, hog, or die. That basically means you're on your own, And basically, during the Gilded Age, the rich people, right, basically felt like America's wealth, white people, America's wealth. They used to openly say this at events and things, hail to the white race and all this kind of stuff you see here in white neo-Nazi. They used to say it in corporate settings, halls of government and everything. The bottom line is the triumph of the white race, or the white Western race, when I coast to coast, sea to shining sea. And the bottom line is this abundance of America belongs to them. You know, this land belongs to them. The milk and honey of this country belongs to them or not. So it had to take black people, right, for some reason, fighting and actually believing in this country that it has a promise that opened the doors up for all these other people to come in. Because white people were not going to share this country with anybody. Do you understand that? It was like this. The fact that we had a civil rights movement and stuff like that was a complete accident in history. Because the way America was laid out, they were not going to. So it's almost miraculous that the civil rights movement and stuff like that happened. And basically, and now the America that you take for granted right now, it wasn't always like that. There was one America, white America, and everybody else was not a part of it. You know?
Why are we upset? Why are we upset that white people don't want to share their ruling and their wealth with us?
No, why?
Let me say black people. Where if it was black people, they wouldn't want to share their power either. Why are we acting like we would do the same if we were in power? We would not.
Let me say it like this. Why? Because at the same time, right? Do you know decisively why America won World War I? Because they sent the toughest soldiers to fight Germany, called the Harlem Hellfighters. We put blood into this country. You understand? The Rough Riders, San Juan, you know, and all these things like that. We fought in every war in Mexico, the Philippines, everything for this country, you know. So when you take people and basically send them off to protect your riches, and you come bring them back to this country and put them on the bottom of the country, say you were not a part of it, we're not going to share it. No, that's not justice. You know, that's what we're talking about. You see, but the white supremacists and the white nationalists won't tell you that part. You listen to this side of the story, but that's a side story they don't talk about. If no man that's going to use another man to fight their wars and then deny him access for things right after the war, the white people gave white people the GI Bill, home loans, everything like that. Stuff we were education for their kids, college education. We got none of that. So they had a head start on us, you know? So the bottom line is, so when we say, look, what about us? Whatever like that, what about us? Everybody's like, oh, why you always begging and complaining, you know? You know, so yeah, black people have a legitimate gripe against this country, you know? They didn't do right, you know? Now, I'm not going to sit back and be like waiting for it, because I know the white man is not just, so I know reparations is never going to come. I know that because that's what I'm dealing with. One thing you won't see me doing, like all these people, these race traders in the chat room who are turncoats trying to stab me in the back. They thought they were loyal to me, but I know who I'm dealing with, right? I know for a fact that the matter is white people are never going to give us justice in this country. And that's why I'm a nationalist. I believe we need a nation of our own, you know? And so if people want to keep doing this thing with white America, hey, you can go right ahead, you know, because I know they really feel that they gave you enough. They always say they elected Barack Obama twice. Stuff like that. They don't say Barack Obama sucked so much political and cultural capital out of Black America, right? We spent moral capital on Barack Obama. Black America had a moral credit, you know, that was owed to us. And white America said that we gave you, you use your credit up with the election of Barack Obama twice. That's what I'm talking about. Now he's walking off with $100 million house and $100 million in the bank and a big, like 4 or 5 mansions and whatnot. You know, him and Michelle chilling and whatnot. So the bottom line is this: black people got nothing from his presidency. You know, but white people are like, hey, we did our part. You know, y'all spent your moral capital up. You know, we had moral capital because we owed y'all. We gave it to you with Barack Obama elected. That's the way they think. You know, so is that justice to you?
What? No. What I'm saying is, Colin.
No, you got to answer that. It's like, just like I do, Jonathan Oldham. I'm cornering you. I say, is that justice?
No, it's not.
It's not. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. That's how you make a point. That's not justice. Actually, I know how to articulate black rage and anger when I'm an expert at this. You know, that's not.
But I'm still saying though, why do we expect white people to give up their power when if it was any other race of people, they would not do it, including black people? If the tables were turned and black people were in power in this country and white people,
this has the thing, sister. This right here in America is something unique, right? Black people are not the majority any place where they are the effective majority of white people. Even in South Africa, even though black people are numerical majority, white people are the effective majority because they make up most of the businessmen, the infrastructure, they control the infrastructure, the money, the banks, the stock exchange, everything in the corporate system. So the bottom line, there's no place on earth where white people live under a black rule like that, you know? So we don't know what it would look like. I don't think white people in a million years will live under black rule like that. It will never happen.
No, I didn't say that, you know, in other
We
parts
don't
of the
know.
world.
We don't know. Yeah, of course not. But the bottom line is this will never happen. It'll never happen anywhere in the world. So we can never know. All we know is black people did not ask to be brought here. You
But
understand?
what we do know is that if the tables were turned and black people,
Hold on. How would that turn? Were you saying that we would bring white people here in chains?
no, just think about it, Carla. Just think about it for a second. I'm not saying.
Can you tell me how would black people become the majority?
Who else is on? Put that comment down. Who else is on?
I'm not saying that. Look, I'm just saying. Imagine it for a second. If the tables were turned, black people would not want to give their power away either. Okay.
Carl, you gonna bring Jonathan back?
I don't know. You know, he ain't trying to come in. You know, I don't know, but I'm gonna say Sick has antagonized me all night. You know, and so the whole thing is this, sister. The thing is, white people basically, we never asked for any of this. You know, we never asked to be Americans. We never asked for this. So since we don't have a land, a nation of our own, we're like pilgrims and whatnot. White people bear some responsibility, and we're not asking for power over them. We even not asking to share power. But can you admit, right? Like this is where I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you think black people have any legitimate right to power over their own lives in America? So Mango, do you believe that? Oh, she dropped off. That's the whole thing. You know, people don't ask these questions, you know. Do black people have legitimate power over their lives, right? What that means is, if we have a black community, right? Shouldn't we have black people running the thing? You got people, I remember in the 70s, there was a friggin' in black buildings in Chicago, even though it's public housing and whatnot, white people would go down there and be like this, and there was like called meetings and whatnot, living in the project. And black people went down there, stormed down and said, you ain't gonna do no meeting without us. We live here. We're the residents here. We're gonna take control. Over the years, black people took control over the public housing in Chicago. It used to be white people down there doing clerical work and paperwork and everything like that, you know? And so black people like this, they say we have a legitimate right to power, you know? And so white people don't believe black people have any legitimate right to power. If you got black people in a neighborhood where 90% black, why is it like 90% of the police are white? That's what we're talking about. In New York City, why are most of the teachers in New York City, black and brown kids, why are most of the teachers white? You know, why is that? There's an imbalance there. Why can't we pay the money and give black teachers, black male teachers, those roles so black kids can have role models and black educators for the most part?
Carla, what percentage of the teaching corps do you think is black?
Well, it's not enough. I'm talking about.
Of course. So that's the key. You can't just put non-existent black teachers in black schools.
Look, I do know in the inner city, in New York City, right? The teachers unions are predominantly white. That's a problem. And like most of the student body is black in New York City and Hispanic. And most of the teachers in New York City are still white. Why? Because there's money in it, you know? And the
right. Recruit more black teachers.
It's more than that. It's no good. It's more than that. As long as white people feel entitled, and also they're failing the kids. Like you see the movie Lean on Me, that was indicative. White people basically go in there and they don't give a damn about the kids and getting educated. White kids are not educated. Like this, They need if we were able to have our own educators and everything like that who care.
That's why it's important for black people to be in strategic professions.
No.
Tell them to become cops. Tell them to become teachers.
Elvis. The problem is that white people, on the whole, right, do not think that they have to abide by that, and they think they're entitled to what black people. Somebody will say that's racist, you know.
Kyla, if black people flooded being teachers and being cops,
Okay.
you would see a lot more black cops and a lot more black teachers.
That was never done before. I was never okay. We never had black teachers unions and stuff like that, Elvis. We never had student groups and protests for black studies. Oh, Elvis is coming here telling us something we don't know.
Kyle, I'm just saying. I went to high school. I had 2 black teachers in my high school.
We're talking about
2 black teachers.
We're talking about where most black people are at. I ain't talking about your dusty ass Minnesota. You know,
I'm just telling you, right?
We're talking about in places where there's large numbers of black people, African Americans, right? The majority of teachers, the majority of firemen in the neighborhood, majority of police, the majority of everything in a black neighborhood are white. You think?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Do you think that black people who went to school or who qualify to be cops are being turned away from those communities?
No. I just think,
or they're just not applying, or they're just not looking to be in this profession.
You understand something? The problem is. It wasn't until the 80s where we got black people on the MTA board in New York City Transit Authority. We had the first black early in the late 80s got into on the MTA board. Black people were the overwhelmingly majority of bus drivers, transit workers, but we had nobody on top board. But we fought and got that on there because we fought for. We're going to shut down the subway system, and we didn't do it. That's why the only thing they understand is boycott. You know,
where you at, Elvis? I went to school. If I was elementary school, junior high had majority black teachers. So it depends.
All right, that's good. But I'm just telling. I'm telling Carla. 1 second, Carla. I'm telling Carla that, like African Goddess says in the chat here, they have programs in certain communities, like here in Minnesota. Some people will say it's DI. You know, the cops.
Hold up, my point.
Hold on, Carl. I mean, you never let me even finish a sentence.
Go ahead, man, hurry up, bro.
Okay, Carl, it's your show. Go ahead, bro. You never let any people speak.
The point I'm trying to make is that although we can have all that stuff, that what gives white people the right to even have the control over our education at all in the first place? That's what I'm talking about.
Because white people rule the world.
No, they don't rule the world. They don't fucking rule. They don't rule me. You know, that's what we're talking about. So when
Carla, if you're part of a lodge, if you're a Freemason, for example, if you're part of the NAACP, these are the things that they should be thinking about how to uplift black people. Think about strategic ways and strategic positions to put black people in so that the future generation will benefit from it.
Elvis, all right.
I mean, Carla, every time I say something, you say, Elvis, can I speak, man?
Yeah, go ahead. Hurry up.
Yeah, well, every time I start speaking, you start calling my name 5-10 times.
Say what you guys say.
I'm just making a point. This is a strategy, right? You have organizations of black people, whether it's the NAACP, Masonic lodges, or whatever it is. You encourage college-going students. You want to get into a profession, let's try to get you to be a teacher or police officer. We're lacking in those professions. We need more people to be representing those fields because our children are impacted, our people's lives are impacted by these people if they're not, if black people are not representing those professions.
All right, I heard enough. Here's the problem.
Okay, Carl.
You have an educational system. How are you going to do that? You have an educational system that brainwashes black kids to believe they're Americans, and we're all Americans, and not see color blind and all this kind of stuff.
Carl, you're talking ideology. I'm telling you.
No, I'm just saying. How do you
black professionals, right?
Hold up.
Black professionals can go to high school and.
Let me fucking put this motherfucker down. You're not gonna talk over me. Bottom line is this. If you basically have a system that from the start, from kindergarten, teaches you to play a Pledge of Allegiance, that we're all one country, this is all going. Martin Luther King fought for black boys and black girls and that. Then how are you going to sit there and talk about we need to build black this? No, it doesn't work like that.
Hold on. Can I say something? I know you want to cut us off, but that's why certain people voted for Trump, because Trump is American first. He also highlighted the importance of HBCUs and how majority of black entrepreneurs and leaders come from HBCUs. so that can lead to black people taking more of initiative. He invited black people to be more police officers and engage more with solutions. There's certain things he said is way more than what Obama said. That's why when I'm listening to this lady police black people, it's kind of cringy because it's only sensible that certain people rotate or gravitate towards Trump because Trump is more solution based and do for self. And even if other nations are affected by his energy. So for her to say, "Oh no, we only gravitating towards Trump for immigration," mind you, I'm a child of immigrants. You see what I mean? So I'm like, she's just, it's very cringy to hear her speak, and she's not even having
Well,
it
I know.
from a
Hold on.
subjective tone.
Principally, let me say
She's
it.
speaking in
Principally,
absolutes.
let me say you're right. Right. Check this out. The whole thing is this: Donald Trump. It wasn't. I told her it wasn't just immigration. It was the stuff he said about education. He invited the HBCUs to the White House. Right. $50 billion permanent funding. Black people enterprise zones and who work with are now all across the country. Enterprise zones and everything. So basically,
Kyle, I just want to tell you, your audience are watching and they're seeing you kowtow tonight, and it's embarrassing.
Kowtow to who?
You figure that out, Kyle. You're smart enough. They're watching you. They're right there in the comments. Go read your comments.
Hold on. I don't give a fuck about any idiots in the comment. He's illiterate in the comment. Yo, check us out. Miss Mango, am I kowtowing to you?
No.
Read your comments, Kyle. Read your comments, and I agree with that. You're kowtowing.
Yo, most of these comments, people in the comments think they're Native Americans and whatnot. What the hell? I care about that shit. Including John.
You talk all this big talk, and tonight you kowtow.
No. I'm just talking. Look. I said, look. I got a guest on my show, right? I have a different opinion. I don't agree with that, but respectfully,
you don't respect Chantel this way. You don't respect Mr. Don. You don't respect MP. You don't respect the women in the chat.
I got a new person on my platform, right? That she's listen to me, and she's a listener and whatnot. The bottom line is this: she comes up here, and basically, I want to say, I'll give her respect, and I say, look, I strongly disagree with what she's saying, but I can respectfully explain why I disagree with what she's saying. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not agreeing with what you're saying. So what are you talking about?
I mean, we all tell you this. Big Black told you it. Principe is telling you. I'm telling you. Jonathan told you it. People in the chat is telling you it.
Paula, let me explain. You're
Don't talk about black men again.
You're dealing with Paula. You're dealing with ignorant people who, when they hear somebody they don't agree with, they automatically want to attack, and you're not like that, and they don't understand that. Therefore, they claim that you're kowtowing to me. They don't understand that, Kyle. They're ignorant. I'm telling you, this is why I said.
I know that.
I don't know if you've been watching the show. Kyle has disrespected people who disagree with them in the quickest. You do that. We've seen it many times. When women come up here and they disagree with you, start cussing them out, calling them names. You do that very often, Kyle.
I never cursed on this platform, man. Never.
Okay, Kyle.
Let's get the fuck out of here. Nah, I did. I curse women out. When's the last time? Hey, Frenchie, have you ever heard me curse a woman on this platform?
Not a woman, but you curse the general panelists if you disagree with them.
No, but hold on. Elvis said I curse women out on the platform. I ought to ban him permanently for that shit. He's lying.
But she
you're dealing with emotional. They don't possess those skills. They don't possess them. They automatically want to attack when they hear something they don't agree with. They don't know how to have a civil conversation. They don't. So that's weird to them that you know how to do it.
And I broke it down to him. I said, look, how can you basically talk about you guys ought to get together and build this? You cannot, if you got an educational system that brainwash you to be integrationist and stuff like that from the time you were in kindergarten and whatnot. By the time you were in high school and whatnot, you don't know who the hell you are. That's what we're dealing with. And the bottom line is this is the way it is. Majority of coaches in high school are black. You're around white people all the time. Why? Because that's where the money's at. White people are not going to hand over the education of our kids to us. It's not going to happen. Public education.
It's school choice that is also being pushed.
Well, even when you got school choice, same thing. You're going to be around white teachers, everything like that. I'm not saying nothing about that, but the whole thing I'm trying to say is that there's a disproportionate. This is the point I'm trying to make, whether you agree with that or not. I said there's a disproportionate amount of power white people have over us. You'll never have a situation where a white kid, like 80% of all his teachers are black. You know, it never happened. So there's a disproportionate power structure, right? Maybe because it's the numbers game, everything like that. But white people have a lot of power, disproportionate power over black people in America. That's just a fact of the matter is you're more likely to work for a white person. He's more likely to be your employer rather than the other way around and stuff like that. So that's what it is. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a power dynamic. You got black men killing themselves in the NFL, right? Headed to have a Super Bowl. White guys sitting in box seats making billions of dollars. You think that's fair? No.
Let me say this.
So there's a lot of stuff that's not fair in this country that we point out. That's what Colin Kaepernick was about. I don't like Colin Kaepernick, but I'm seeing now that he was right, you know?
Let me say this, Miss Mangos, you guys admit though, you came on very disrespectful. Even the women in the chat, they're very angry with you. You know, no, you know. So you know,
I
you
don't care
gotta take
about
some.
Liz, Nicole, you know. These
Well, even Frenchie. I mean, everybody.
I ain't
African
even Frenchie
goddess.
saying nothing about her.
Yeah, she said something about her. You know, they you know, she didn't take some self accountability and apologize for how
Okay,
she
she said what she said. Or not, I disagree, but I respectfully disagree and show her why I disagree. Now she can have whether I change her opinion or not. That's another thing. But I made
No, but
clearly.
hold on, Carla. She came in very like almost telling you how black people should feel or what we are doing. She claimed to be a fan of the show. She didn't came in as a
I know,
okay,
but
here's my
principally, all due
opinion.
respect,
She's coming
principally.
to as an absolute. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
but
go ahead.
I
don't
didn't
you
say
do
I
that
was
every
a
day?
fan
You
of the
do that
show.
all the time, Principe.
I didn't say that. I didn't say I was a fan of the show. I said I've just been listening. You put words
So
in
you've been
my mouth.
listening. So you've been listening for months repetitively, and you're not a fan or supporter of the show. How
Yeah,
does that
yeah,
work?
yeah. Paula, yeah. Some of his topics are interesting. I don't listen to 6 and 7 hour live streams. Okay, I'll listen to maybe an hour or two.
But you keep coming back because you like the show, right? Yes or no?
Principe, you gotta say something. You do the same thing because you're always coming up.
Right.
We need to do this. We need to do
And
that.
as a matter of
You
fact,
said
because
you
I don't
think black
police.
people
I don't police
organize.
nobody. One and two, I get insulted and videos are played about Haiti and this and shit it on. None of that shit happened to her, so I don't see
as a
how that
matter of
even the
fact,
same.
as a matter of fact, because
I
Kala is
come through
so
suggesting ideas. She came through speaking absolutes.
because Kala is so civil, and he can engage in a civil discourse without calling names and getting agitated. I just might come back.
Okay, but what names have anybody else called you? One person insulted you by calling the B word, and Kala checked them. So besides that, who called you a name outside of that? Nobody. You're strawing for victimhood.
No,
And you came in real aggressive, telling people how we should feel and what we should do, and this, that, and the third.
Also, I checked that because basically I checked that with intelligence. You know, I don't basically get mad and like, oh, f you, whatnot. You don't get nothing done. I just basically said, okay, you know, this is what happened. You know, black people did not. First,
Bro, but Kala, if it was me, you would have played 100 videos about Haiti. Where's the videos about Mexico?
Principally, let me put it to you like this. This is what started, right? I said my initial comment statement was that this migrant thing didn't start with Mexicans and blah blah blah. So black people victims. It's actually started with Haitians, right? And Jonathan all said no, it did not. Carla, I said yes. During Lightfoot's time, there was an incident in Woodlawn with Haitian immigrants, but they just happened. It had nothing to do with them back there with Haitians. But there was a community being burdened because the government dumped these people on the Biden administration dumped these people on. This community right there, you know, and what happened was a couple of years later they did the same thing in Springfield, Ohio, right? So the whole thing is, I said then during Brandon Johnson ran on the fact that that's a wrong. People should be paying taxes for these things like that. And then what happened was he escalated that when the buses start coming in, migrant buses start coming in from Texas. They started dumping in Chicago, and he welcomed them in. That's what escalated the situation further, you know, to a higher level. And then people started saying, well, wait a minute. It was more than just the people like that. There are people like, oh, look, our whole way of life is changing, you know, and stuff like that. So that's what I was saying. So it wasn't like black people sitting back complaining about, that's why I disagree with her, about what little bit of benefits the migrants were getting. It was like the whole thing was the sheer number of people coming in was altering the demographics of the city. And that's a legitimate concern, you know.
Hey, Carla, can you let Elvis back up? He was solid throughout the whole ordeal. He probably, he just said.
Yeah, he didn't put whatever. He
Come on, let Elvis back up. But can I ask you a question? So, but when you said that, you also said that that's why black people are advocating for some type of gradual or different like a distribution of the different immigrants, and she told you no, the blacks got to take it. And da, da, da. She was trying to police and son black people, bro.
I strongly disagree with that because the bottom line
But
is
there
this:
was no Mexican videos. Why there was no Mexico Mafia videos playing like you would do for a Haitian like me?
I hope after this show. This is why I do these shows, right? Because probably she never heard a pushback like she did tonight, and it's gonna make her think.
She watched the show before, though, bro. She watches the show, big bro.
Been on here and had her ideas pushed back like that. I could tell. I articulated something that probably she never heard before. I like, look, white people are not no sacred cows. If they're gonna bring people over here, and then I said, look, they actually did do that. They dumped the Haitians in a place called Springfield, Ohio. They did do that, right? White people are not untouchable,
But people like her, people like her know that we don't have to keep showing her.
We basically proved to her that white people are not invincible. We showed the video, the evidence. White people are not invincible. They could go through the same thing, and it happened. Haitians were dumped in Alabama. They were dumped in Springfield, Ohio, and people are in an uproar. And it's them too. It's not just black people complaining about this or like that, like white people are the rulers and everybody. No, white people are playing because they're saying, look, man, how is these people? White people are serious because they're like, in Alabama, it's really bad. It's really bad with the migrant crisis in Alabama. And rural white areas said, look, we fought for this land. We had this land for 400 years, blah, blah, blah. It's about to be taken away. To say, and white people down there grabbing their gun, they're ready to fight, so that's what I'm trying to tell her. It's not like that, what you think, that white people are just sitting back. People like to believe that the white people in this nice community, this safe one. No, there's a lot of fentanyl. There's like gangs activity now in white community, biker gangs, there's mafia, there's all kinds of stuff like that. And the migrant issue and the fentanyl issue is another thing that's plaguing white society. And you got a growing number of white people that live in trailer parks and stuff like that, and out of work. The poorest county in America is in Kentucky, white, Republican. Not even black people, the white Republican, but people always focus on black problems, there's white problems too in America. But one thing I'm not gonna have is people sitting there telling us that we need problems. We have problems in Black America. That's obvious. But like I said, we do not have the power of reward and punishment. How to solve these problems, I have no idea. We don't have a majority state. Even like I said, the political machine of a place like Chicago. You gonna tell me Brandon Johnson is trying to help the black community? No, he's trying to help the big money people that need migrant labor. That's what it's all about. I said that 2 hours ago. I said America is addicted to migrant and slave labor. That's the root of all of this. That's why the migrants are here. Cheap labor. America needs that. As American inflation goes up, you're going to see more. No matter what Trump says and whatnot, migrants are going to be here. As simple as that. It is what it is. They're going to get rid of some criminals here and there, but for the most part, America needs these migrants. That's just the way it is.
I hear you, Carla. But and what you did was cool. Which needs to be done, right? But this could be a time where we gotta stop trying to hold their hands like they know they presidents. They know exactly what we went through. So they don't know exactly the whole details. But we gotta realize it's just people that's gonna hate us because they hate us. They just hate us
because
they hate our skin.
And the bottom of the problems just give them excuse.
Color of our skin, We're gonna hate Africans because they hate Africans. They're gonna hate black people worldwide because they just hate our skin.
The Kerner Commission said the fundamental hatred of black people was simply what they look like. That's it. They hate black people because our hair, our skin, and whatnot, and they feared race mixing. That their race would disappear if we mixed together. So that was driving all the racism and segregation and violence in America. It was the fear of the black phenotype of black genes. It's like this. That's what it is. So a lot of people, they don't talk about that. They make white people think they're innocent, non-racist. No. The root of it is fear of white genocide, fear of being ethnically and racially exterminated. That's what the root of it. Ms. Mango, do you believe that?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
The white people are the right people. Not saying they're all guilty. When we have our dirt too, but the root of it, right, is white people's fear of racial genocide. That's just what it is.
Well, I think that's everybody's fear to a degree, and I
No,
don't think
white
there's
people
anything.
go to the lengths of
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. But I don't
they
think
have
there's
power.
anything.
They have the
I,
power
I
to
don't
act
think
on it.
there's. I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to keep some pure blood in your race. I don't think there's
Yeah, but
anything wrong with
the
that.
thing is though, when it's done at the expense of other people, right? And let's
Well,
say
yeah, that's not right. But the concept in general.
if white people believe that, right? They were like this. They should have never brought black people here in the first place.
Well,
They're
well,
bringing
that's
people here and torture them before they white people made their country off the initial slave trade. The slave trade, even the trade in slaves, right? Do you know slavery? The black, what they call black gold. When you bought slaves, you got like 7 times the investment turnover. That's how valuable slaves were, and that's what built Wall Street. That's what that money right there financed. Was able to loan everybody from insurance companies to railway companies. That's how valuable the African body was to this country. That's the
Well,
truth.
I'm just saying in general, not talking about what you just said. I'm just speaking in general. I don't think there's anything wrong with any race of people wanting to keep some pure blood. I'm not saying they don't want any race mixing. I don't agree that I don't have a problem with mixing races. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. But what I'm saying is I don't think that there's anything wrong with the contrary either. If you meet somebody or you have this group of people, this family, they say, look, we want to keep our family white. We want to keep our blonde hair, blue eyes. I don't see anything wrong with that. You got black people who say, I want my grandchildren and babies to have dark hair and dark skin and kinky hair. What's the difference? So
Yeah, so like I said, I have no problem.
I
Everybody's like that, but the difference between white people is white people want to project their supremacy on the other people. They even go through the length. They think they have an entitlement to rule over us. Like, let me give you an example, right? Do you think it's right that kids in elementary school age are looking at one thing I know white people love their race, all that stuff like this, but do you think it's right that they have to brainwash black kids into worshiping their standard of beauty? We see blonde, blue-eyed all over the place, everything. That's the whole thing.
no, I don't think that's right.
So that's what it is. So when we say white people, yeah, okay, but the bottom line is, how do you do that? And we always said, okay, the reason why we had Ebony magazine, Jet magazine, because they gave black people a chance to see positive images of themselves.
Yes, I remember Jet and Ebony magazine.
Okay, they see images of themselves, right? Why? Because if we were picking up, if our women were picking up Cosmos essence, they would have a low self-esteem. So
and you know what the difference is between the images that you saw in Jet and Ebony and versus what you see today? First of all,
that's another argument, but I'm saying the gist of what I'm saying is
what's to be proud of today.
Also, a lot of images you see that you talk about are not done by black, but done by white people. We used to have a time where only black people printed magazines for black people. There were no white people in the editorial board, stuff like that. Even on radio stations, we didn't have white people basically in our business like that. We used to own radio stations, everything like that. The images we put out were ourselves. What you see, right? What you're complaining about is a negative image of Black America. That's not Black America putting that out there. It's white Jewish America putting that out there. You understand?
Yeah.
So it's not us. So when I understand what you're saying, oh, look at the way black people portrayed now and whatnot, the ghetto shit, whatnot. That ain't Black America doing that. It's same racist people that hate us, that used to make minstrel shows and stuff like that to demean us. These are the same people that's putting out these records, the bullshit that we see now.
Yeah, nowadays you got the men and women covered in these ugly tattoos, out of shape. You didn't see any of that in Ebony and Jet.
Oh, because Ebony magazine was a black magazine. The people that you see now are controlled by white producers, white this, that, and the other thing. And the bottom line is that's what they want. They want to humiliate black women and stuff like that, and black men, when I make them look like fools and everything like that. That's what you have,
All this drag queen looking makeup they have nowadays. The women in those magazines, they were natural looking. Yeah, they had the weave, some of them, but they looked natural.
It was black people doing that.
Yeah.
Now you have white people and people who hate black people putting out black images. Go ahead, hold up. We got Frenchie on. Go ahead, Frenchie.
Hello, Kala.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Sorry, I've been dipping in and out because, you know, the live's quite late on my end. So I've just come back in and I've seen that everyone in the chat is quite upset. And it's the first time I've seen everyone in agreement, whether they be from the Caribbean, America, or African. They're all in agreement with this, I guess, this lady, that she shouldn't, you know, be on the panel. So I just wanted to know why she thinks it's okay for her to be using the N-word.
She had look, as this platform grows, I'm gonna get more and more people that think like her in the mainstream, because they never heard people like the college. In all due respect to her, and she probably never heard nobody like college Genesis, right? Like me, you know. And I'm sure when she's gonna come away from this with a different perspective, that a lot of times people have it in their mind, they know black people, they know everything, and they don't, you know. And so hopefully she'll be a little bit wiser. And what people I don't like is people attacking her for her opinion. Most people think like her, you know. They think like her because that's the perception the media has of us. That we're just complaining about racism, victims, we want reparations, blah, blah, blah. And there's no nuance, no anything. Just this is what black people think, you know? Oh, we debate these things all the time. There's no consensus among black people on reparations, you know? There's no mandate, you know, just something people talk about chatter on online. But so when you conflate that with legitimate things like what happened with the black people and the Haitian people in Chicago, you know, that's what started it, right? And then 3 years later, it became the other migrants. We can't say the black people are just acting like victims. No, this has a long history, starting with the Haitian migrants 3 years ago. That's what I was saying, you know, and now it's like full blown where people are like we're overwhelmed. And it has nothing to do with the little bit of benefits they're getting. It's actually they're altering the whole pattern of everything in Chicago. People's lives are just being disrupted. You know, gyms are being shut down. People they have migrants sleeping in awesome hallways, police stations. They're all over the place. You know, someone doing illegal businesses. You got Venezuelan gangs. So people are reacting to all this, right? It ain't been being victims. You know, so I had to, you know, correct on that. You know, with all due respect. You know, that's all.
Yeah, no, Kala, I know that. I know that you are open to anyone being on the platform. You will challenge them. You are open to people with diverse thoughts. I completely understand that. It was just shocking to see how many people in the chat were in agreement. So I was just wondering who she is and where she's from for her to be calling people the N-word. Have we established what she is, where she's from?
I don't think
before she can be saying those words.
I think she said something about people act like niggas, you know, but I don't think she was like the hard ER, whatever, like that. How white people.
Yeah, I did not say that, and I would not say that on a public panel. That's crazy.
Yeah, but we haven't established like who you are, and
you don't need to know who I am. Okay,
we do, because we don't know. For all we know, you could be a white person using the N-word on this platform.
Do I
so we need to know who you are.
Listen to my voice. Listen to the inflection in my voice. Do I sound white to you?
Well, I've heard white people that sound just like you. Yes.
Well, I know you're in there. I know you're in the UK, so you have a totally different perspective than the US. So we shouldn't even go there as far as inflection and voice.
It doesn't matter, because there are other Americans on here that have established that you don't sound like them.
As an American, do I sound like a white woman to you?
Well, you sound like, let me honest with you, you sound like a very light-skinned, mixed race woman, black woman. That's what you sound like, a mixed race black woman that's that has a lot of white in you, but you sound like you got black in you. Yeah, you sound like you got black in you. You know, not all black, but you got some black in you. That's what you sound like, you know. That's what you sound like to me. I work on the phones all day, I get to, I always look at people's voice patterns, stuff like that. I can
Yeah.
almost tell, that a person basically is probably mixed race, something like that. You're definitely not all black, you're not all white either,
Right. So this is what I'm saying. Like, so for her to say, but it's okay because she's in a different country. So her perspective on life is totally different. I understand.
But she
I get
watches
it.
the show every night. She understands where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I've heard her voice. I get it. It's fine.
So yeah, so like I said, this is on this platform tonight. The topic was, are black people turning into the right? And like I said, I think on these issues, I don't think. And what I don't like is when people basically are. There's a lot of black people in America that are hateful for no reason, and they'll use things like immigrants are taking jobs, whatnot, what is this bullshit? No, like this, And I think it's more than like you made a mistake when you said black people vote for Trump because immigrants. I know that's part of it, but
Carl, you agree though. You
well,
agree.
hold on. But the thing is, you got to understand something, sister. The main thing is Donald Trump, for the first time in our history, my lifetime, right? He was the first person running for office that actually spoke to black people. That's why black people gravitate towards him. He said, "What do you have to lose?" And he really tried to reach out to black people. His first term, he brought a whole bunch of black youth college kids to the White House and whatnot. Stuff like that, basically. And also people understand that Donald Trump and Michael Jackson were best friends. When people look at the history and back in the days, we remember Donald Trump or Mike Tyson and all Don King and all these other people. And so basically,
and all the rappers rap about him.
Right. So
Donald Trump has been liked by black people. He's
right,
been that guy.
So black people basically, were basically looking at Donald Trump like a little bit like, well, why? How's he a racist all of a sudden? And so that's what I think tipped it for. And it's not the fact that they would vote for him, right? What they basically did not vote against him, because it's like, look, and you guys haven't convinced me. Most black people saying, look, when white people tell them how racist he was, and a lot of black people in America resent when white people try to tell them who's racist. And one thing I can't stand is when white people try to tell me that who's racist. I'm like, look, let me decide who's racist. Not you. And a lot of black people just felt that way. But the bottom line, the overwhelming black media is controlled by a few people. And everywhere you look, right, you could not get a word edgewise. Everybody was telling you to vote for Kamala, vote for Democrats and whatnot. They never gave you a policy or why. They just said, basically, vote for Kamala. Vote for Kamala. Why? You're not in Black America. We're not allowed to ask about policy. I'm trying to tell Elvis. We're not even allowed to ask about policy. We're supposed to just do it. Look. So in other words, if we're going to change the black educational system balance, right, we have to look to the Republicans, see what they have to say. What do you think about black school choice and charter schools and stuff like that? Maybe we could educate our own kids with government funding, But the bottom line, you can't have that conversation if you're being beat over the head with vote for Democrats, no matter what. You can't do that. So I was trying to tell Elvis, No.
Well, hey, call up. I got to get going to bed, but it's late. I'm glad I called in. I mean, if you have a show tomorrow, which I'm sure
Hold on, Miss. Can you, before you leave, can you apologize to all the people you disrespected?
No, I don't feel I disrespected anybody. I've just stated my opinion, like Colin said. I came in here
So when
strong.
you insulted all the people that's usually on the panel, like Jonathan and all the other people, you didn't feel like that's disrespectful.
I came in strong, but look, I didn't.
No. When Carla, hold on. When Carla just kicked off everybody on the panel, right? You went on a little rant. Disrespectful and bummy.
Carla, her people are in the chat, by the way. Carla, if you read the chat, her people are in the chat calling her blonde queen. Her people are in the chat. People that have never called in before, people that have never written in our comment section before, are in the live chat encouraging her, calling her blonde queen.
Blonde queen?
Her.
Okay, do I sound like I'm white? Okay.
Yes.
I'm loving this.
What you call
I'm
mango?
loving this. I'm loving this.
Mango to clear some.
No, bro, it's the same. It's the same.
Mango, would you do that?
Wait, what?
You broke up. You broke up.
Hold up. If I basically put you in the back chat, would you cam up for 1 second? Just for like, not even a split second.
Wait, like put me on camera?
Yo, I wouldn't put you on the show. I'll put you in the back chat. Nobody can see you but me.
No. I never show my face on any live streams.
Well, you won't be on live stream. You'll be in the back chat.
I know, but I don't even do that.
Could be a leg, an arm, anything.
No, why do you need to say my skin color? No. I love being mysterious. I want to keep y'all guessing. Okay, as I've gotten older, I'm learning that it's good to keep some things to the imagination. I'm learning that.
Well,
so
we are really appreciating
chaos.
Bye, Miss Mango, and you have a good night. Okay.
Yeah, I might call in tomorrow. We'll see.
We'll see you tomorrow. We have a good topic. Hope you can contribute. You take care.
All right. Good night.
Goodbye.
She can't apologize.
No, Kala, she is a white woman. Kala, she is a white woman. Want to be black? She is definitely a white woman.
Right.
No, I assume she's
she
mixed.
sounds like she came in with an agenda.
Oh, it sounds
She sounds like she came in with an agenda.
Sounds she's probably white and Mexican, or white Mexican.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of mixed, but I don't.
Black, and father was Mexican and whatnot, so she's like mostly white, but a little bit of black in her. You know, she reminds me of that chick that what's that mixed race chick that be on the Dennis Prager show. You know what I'm talking about? That what's her name? I forgot her name.
No, sorry, I don't know.
She's like Owens, but worse. So look, I want to debate some of these black conservative types. She's a black conservative. I want to debate these people, because they're easy to beat. But the bottom line is, black people, what you guys can't do, and when you're debating these black conservatives, is get emotional, angry. That's how they win.
How was she conservative though? How was she conservative?
No, that's a conservative talking point. Like I try to tell you, when you start quoting Afro dumbass, Afro dumbass is a quotes white supremacy, white conservative talking points. And so the bottom of this conservative talking points is black people portray themselves as victims. That's a white conservative talking point. That's white nationalist talking points. See, white people basically they don't call the white people in Springfield, Ohio, acting like victims, right? And white people always acting like victims, but they always make it seem like every time they delegitimize black issues and concerns. That's white supremacy talking points. Like I said, black people had legitimate concerns about the influx of migrants in Chicago, but she reduced it to black people always the victim. That's what comes from listening to right-wing radio and talk radio. That's what I said. When people like that come up here, I'm ready for them.
No, but you allow her to bash your solid day ones.
Look, I'm not allowed.
Like, even when I went on Afrodamus, he tried to insult you. I didn't say, "Oh, yo, you're Carla stupid." I said, "Carla smart." You let her insult the whole.
Hold up. Look, first of all, it's just talk, And so the whole thing is this: if I basically let people talk, we're not, if we don't figure this is what this platform's for, people can talk, and I just basically say, "Hey, look, this is where you're wrong." It's about the points that she's talking about. I'm just here to debate points. I'm not here to go back and forth and insulting people, And so the bottom line is people get upset and they get emotional. Oh, she said this, she said that, and whatnot. I got thick skin, I don't get upset over like that. Especially I know what I'm talking about. What I'm doing is telling the truth. When you got the truth on your side, you relax, you're calm, and you just let it flow. I knew for a fact that the matter is, I know. Look. Every time I debate, I've been doing this so long, bro. I know how to debate people. Like ask Bomani, I'm like the king of this. I know how to articulate. I'll even articulate her points for her, and then give them back to her and say, "Look, this is what you need to say it." That's how good I am with debating. I'll articulate my points for them, and brush it up so he could say, "Now bring this back to me when you clear this up." And I'll say like this. Like I told her, the thing is and the whole thing is always defending white America. And that's everything. When people attack black America, all they're doing is defending white America. And then when you corner them about that, they have nothing to say. Like I brought up Springfield, Ohio. Are they victims too? And she couldn't say anything. She didn't answer it. See, that's how you trap people.
Yeah, but you let her off on the situation. Like even like in New York, they were giving new fresh buildings that they made. You know, there's certain areas that used to be parking lots, abandoned lots, that they made fresh new buildings and they put immigrants in them.
I didn't get to that because I didn't
Right?
want to say that. My whole thing is this. We was talking about Chicago, right? The Haitian migrant crisis and thing like that. And she said her point was, but then I did bring up New York. I said when they was about to bring a bus to Staten Island, you saw what those Irish and Italians did, right? They got down there. They had Curtis Slewa out there, the Guardian Angels. They were like, hell fucking no, And so the bottom line is this: yes, white people. So if you don't have anything to say about that, but you got something to say about the black people in Chicago, there's something wrong. You're being biased. So once you expose people to being biased, they have nothing else to talk about. She has nothing else. She has no credibility after that. That's what you do. You take people's premise away from them.
But you should have played videos, attacking points better. I feel like you let her scave off. You let her basically imply that it was like an anti-immigrant stance.
I played 2 videos, right? She couldn't articulate or answer any one of them, so the debate was over with. I could have went on, but I said, look, no, she couldn't answer the one.
No, the videos were towards Jonathan. It wasn't towards her. It was towards Jonathan.
Then I asked her. I said, since you started this conversation, you said black people always complaining and they're taking resources. What did the lady say in that video? They're taking resources we don't have. The old lady in the video, races we don't have, and blah 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 blah. And they're tearing up the community when that.
But she dismissed it as, oh, that county is broken. She was talking down. If I was to say the same thing, it would be 102 Haitian videos about how we eat mud cookies and and how we know we got to walk 55 miles to get water.
My whole thing is, she basically, if anybody listens to this, she writes, and like I said, I appreciate her coming as a guest, but she has no credibility.
Because but I'm saying she like Frenchie, like he basically allowed her to dismiss his points. Like he'll make a solid point, she'll dismiss it disrespectfully. Like, oh man, that county is a bum county. Yeah, such and such county is a bum county.
Hold up, that's deflection. That's not dismissing. She can't dismiss what I said.
That's dismissing, man.
No, dismissing is when you could take and articulate something and then discard it. She was deflecting. That's a difference. Deflecting where you don't want to. And obvious reality.
But deflecting is like throwing a different art. Oh, what about such and such? What about deflecting? When you dismiss it, it's like, oh, even though you made a good point, that don't mean nothing. Those guys are bombs. That's disrespectful, bro.
She never answered the question. That means she was deflecting. She didn't have an answer for it. That's deflecting.
Yeah, but you let her get away like easier. I know if it was a Haitian like me, or a Jamaican, or a Trini, or a Nigerian, or something, especially a Nigerian, you would have had 102 videos about how we come from shitholes. She come from Mexico and wherever else she come from, and you let her scave off. Actually disrespect your whole panel, bro.
I told her about how she was wrong. She was basically saying that black people do this, black people that. I said no. I said this is what's going on, and I explained to her when I think a lot of people basically, you guys aren't used to somebody coming on this panel and just being different. There's more people coming on this panel and basically challenging me and whatnot, and like this because like I had this guy the other night, Little John, coming here talking about he's Native American. I was like, nigga, please. More and more people are trying to come up here on this platform to challenge me and give me the smoke, whatnot. But I'm like, I welcome it. I don't want nobody to be like, I can't come on the platform. I welcome everybody on this platform. I don't care if I disagree with you or not. I welcome everybody on the platform so long as you're being respectful and stuff like that. The only thing I don't tolerate is personal attacks because I don't ask you about your family. You don't ask me about mine. Don't ask me about my job, my business, anything like that. Anything personal to me, Don't disrespect my moderators like Frenchie and everybody else. And don't friggin' think. Let me see what Jonathan has to say, He'll come up here and tell me about myself.
Sorry, Carla, can I just say something really quickly? I think what surprised me was that she had the entire chat in agreement. And that's when you know that something is off. If the entire chat is like, no, there's something weird about this lady. That's why I found it so confusing why she was so strange about telling us where she was from. Like everyone here, we know where we're from, what skin color we are, but her, it was just something was very fishy. And that's why I kept calling her a white woman. Because if you were really a mixed woman with black, you would say so. We can't see your face. We don't know your real name. There'd be nothing weird about you telling us what race you are. We can't trace you. So I just saw her as like an agent of chaos. That's honestly how I saw her. And I understand you, it's your platform. You welcome diversity in thought and so on and so forth. And that's fair enough. I'm pretty sure you would have handled her. I haven't watched the replay. You would have handled it differently.
Give me good feedback,
Yeah, no, for sure. But I just didn't like it as soon as I came in and hearing that she called people the N-word. It's like, wait, hold on. Are you Black American? Why are you using that word?
Yeah.
She just sounded odd. And if she ever calls in again, I think the ladies will be on guard because we just can't have that. I understand you as a man, you don't really want to.
I don't like. You
come
know
across-
me, Frenchie. I tell Jonathan, you except for Chantel, even when Chantel's up here, I joke around with that, but I never really called out a name, and I joke around with her. I call her Arnold, whatever like that, and I'm just playing with her. But the bottom line is this: I never call no one the B word. On the platform.
I know.
Never call anybody.
But I think the women will deal with her how we deem fit. But I know she wouldn't have had the nerve to say half of what she said if Chantel had been here. But it's just strange.
Like I said,
it's very strange.
Women do. Like
Exactly.
I said, but it doesn't look good when men get insulted, get riled up over women. Like I said, I'm like this. You know how me? I'm like, hey, Chantel, babe, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, or Mystic Dime. I let Mystic Dime fuss me out, whatever like that. You didn't see me. You know what I'm saying? That's how I am with women. When women come at me with, I don't let women get like I'm just a freaking real man. Women don't freaking get to me like that. It's just being a man.
Yeah, but we may have our differences, but I can't allow some white woman to just come on here, freely say the N-word, and just completely insult Black Americans, African Americans. I can't allow that.
Yeah, so
Carla, she said in so many ways that she was a non-black woman. When she talked about black people, she said they, y'all, constantly. When she said, if I tell you what race I am, you're going to be racist towards me. How can we be racist towards a person that we always consider to be black if they're mixed with black?
Well,
Kyla, you can't be that crazy, bro.
Chase, I knew she was Mexican. I thought maybe her mother was like a mixed race woman, and she was leaning towards.
She told you what she was.
She said she was Mexican.
In every different kind of way, she told you what she was. You mean to tell me the whole chat? We always talk shit about each other, but we all in agreement, and you the only one that can't tell.
But I don't know. Maybe she was white. I don't care. This way you think it was. I like this. I don't know if she's black or not. I don't really care. I'm not gonna lose no sleep over it. I had a conversation. I just checked her what she said. When I said that's a bunch of nonsense and whatnot, because I do know that whether she was white or whatever like that, she was using those alt-right talking points. I do know that.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, she was using those alt-right talking points. So I was like, that sounds
all right talking points. Constantly saying she's not black, saying y'all this and that, disrespecting black people entirely. And you allowed it on your platform as a black national.
I'm basically hardwired when I hear alt-right talking about whether they come from black people, white people, whatever. I'm hardwired when I hear those alt-right talking points. Those talking points that basically like black people this, studies have shown black people this. They always got their statistics and everything.
But Carla, even me, I'm black. You're black. You claim that because I'm from a Haitian background, I don't fully understand your reality. This woman might be mixed. She could be whatever. But even if she's mixed, part black or whatever, she doesn't understand the full reality of a black person the same way you don't understand the full reality of a mixed person.
Look, I proved to her she don't know anything about black reality. What do you want? She didn't know what she was talking about. She was like,
she might understand some, but she was not even receptive to you.
I'm sure Carla would have addressed it, but he would have done it really respectfully. You know how he is with when females come on the platform. It's not like it was like an Elvis or Carla doesn't allow it. Look at how Carla treats Kung Fu Panda. So it's not like he's just an apologist for white people. That's not the case. Sorry, I don't agree with you guys there.
Where they get that from?
Yeah, no. And she's a woman. He's not going to approach her in that way.
everything like
Yeah.
that, you
Yeah,
know.
that's true. She is a woman, but my thing is that he allowed her to disrespect the whole panel. He kicked us off
Well,
the
how
panel,
y'all?
and then
Well,
she
first
went
of
on her
all,
rant.
you guys
She went
disrespect
on her rant.
Hold on. You guys
Hmm?
disrespect each other. Now, hold up. Now, when you guys start arguing like that, and I basically pull everybody down on the panel, then you get upset. Why you guys mute everybody? So when people start going back and forth like that, what I'm gonna start doing is just shutting the thing down altogether. You know, and just
But we wasn't going back and forth. Somebody in the comments said something about your brother,
you
and we
guys.
laughed because the other day you had a whole show about
Hold up. If somebody says,
black love, and we gotta call out these other people that's dating out, and etc. You had that show, not us. And even with us who have a strong stance on black love, you out pro black all of us when you was talking. So to see you have a certain stand was funny. But
I am
we didn't
pro.
insult your brother.
I am pro black, but like I said, there's people. Even my brother Bomani was in here tonight. Agree with me, like when we have people that come on, right? We let them talk, right? Because all they do when they talk, they freaking give them the rope to hang themselves. That's what we do. We let them talk. Now when you see here this person again and whatnot, you know where they're coming from. You guys need to know this. You guys, what happens is you guys get on these chat rooms. It's like it's almost like a freaking like you guys on one of those buddy lines and whatnot. This is an open panel. Look, I want more people up here that disagree. And believe like that. Why? Because I want to show everybody how it dismantles. I'm waiting for these alt-right types and these I want these black conservatives to start calling it, so I can eat them alive. I'll show you how to deal with them. You guys, obviously, nobody on here knows how to deal with these people, because they come away, y'all like, oh yeah, you got people out there like you and Chukwo quoting Thomas Sowell. Now, what's up with that?
I don't quote no Thomas Sowell.
You and Chukwo, you guys quote Thomas Sowell. You said so yourself.
Not me. That's probably Ron Moise. I like Farrakhan. I don't really listen to Thomas
all
Sowell.
the same to me, man. You guys all the same. Bottom line, you guys quote Thomas Sowell and all these. What do you think about this another black conservative guy and so like that? Then you're gonna act all holy and down when this girl says the same thing y'all be saying half the time. Principally, you say the same thing all the time. Black people ain't doing this, they ain't doing that. Blah blah blah. What's the difference between you and that girl?
I say it, but I get pushed back. I get insults. I get videos played. I get. Come on, she didn't get none of that, man.
I say only thing I say personally. I say, yo, look, boo boo. We're doing that. We're doing that. We're doing that. We're doing all the things you say we're doing, but you're not in the networks, in the social networks I'm in. So I see a lot of things that you don't see. A lot of stuff you talk about, right, goes on all the time. Black people supporting black businesses. Like that, we are organized like that economically, because I deal with black professionals and everything every day. That's what I tell you. But you come on every night with your Professor Afro dumbass thing talking about what black people ain't got, what have to do. To me, Afro dumbass is worse than she is.
Oh, don't do that, man. Don't do that, man.
Yo, see, this is hypocrisy. This is hypocrisy. Afro dumbass said that black people in America, he was having a mock slave auction. On his show, he had a mock slave auction.
I don't know about that. Well, I don't know about that.
Mocking black people being sold into slavery, But this is a guy you follow on that, but you're gonna see him preach to me about some whatever racial ambiguous chick, white chick, whatever like that. That don't mean nothing and whatnot, See, this is what I'm talking about. See, I watch everything, bro. You talking to the college Genesis, man. I see everything. I go in there, peep y'all in there, which I'll be saying on Afro Dumbasses show. I'm listening. You think I don't know what the fuck is going on? I'm not a fool.
Hold on, Afro show. I don't agree with all his points, man. It's like technically like a class. You go to school, you don't agree with everything your teacher say, man.
You're on somebody's.
That's not my literal teacher. It's just he just claim he has.
And you're on people's panel. To me, you're freaking one of them. You're on Kaizo, the Afro Dumbass panel. With that, you're one of them.
So on Kaizo, everybody that's on Kaizo channel don't agree with Kaizo. That's the point of his platform.
I know.
He'll say something bizarre. You hop up. You argue.
You, Chukwo, and all you guys never have anything to say good about. It's all the Black American is your number one target, whatever like that. Everything y'all say every day. I get more hatred from you people, you Haitians, Jamaicans, and you fucking Africans than I do. Here's this guy. Let's be honest. Like he's been giving me smoke for a couple of weeks, so I guess he's gonna let me have it. Tonight. All right, let's be honest, man. What's I guess you want to give me the smoke. What's on your mind?
How's my microphone?
It's good. It's good. What's going on?
Okay, that's good. Yesterday in your show, I was listening to the replay, and you went into a rant against Nigerians. I do notice that Nigerians seem to be some people that irk you. You said you were asking, what have black people in the UK, what have they built a HBCU? And I just wanted to ask, were you being serious, or were you just
Oh,
angry?
well, I do know they have no black colleges in the UK. They have no black banks. My boy Jughead that lives there told me that he lives in the UK. He's Nigerian. He said we haven't built shit there, in the UK. You got some Nigerian millionaires that bought some major business, but for the most part, the black community in the UK is doing really bad. That's what he told me.
Okay, so you do understand that Nigerians have only started coming to the UK since the 1960s. So what would be the reason for us to have a HBCU in the UK? I mean, what does HBCU, was it historical black college?
Historically black
University
colleges,
of
yeah.
Why would we have that for?
Because you could educate yourself, See, we have black colleges in America because we thought we took education seriously. And a lot of Nigeria, Nnamdi Azikiwe, your Nigerian first president, he graduated from a HBCU in America.
So just out of curiosity, because I want to be educated, HBCU, so I take it the people doing the teaching, they're all black?
Yeah, black institutions.
Okay, so what would be the reason why Nigerians would only want a black person to teach them anything if they're in the UK?
Well, if you're going to learn about
their
yourself, right? Wouldn't you want to learn your history and everything like that? You basically, if you're in the UK, the British curriculum is going to teach you the glories of the British Empire. And if you wonder why the British basically got a big tube in your country sucking the oil out of the ground, and you're in the UK while they're getting rich off the oil out of your ground, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Yeah, so you're saying that it would be better to have a HBCU in the UK so that Nigerians can know about their history?
And also they know about
serious?
geopolitics from an African-centered point of view, Right now, hold up. What the educational system in the US and UK produces is black English, not Africans.
Okay, so I can see why that kind of thing would be important to you as a black American, but in all honesty, I don't know many Nigerians that are interested in taking any serious courses in history or anything like that.
I know most Nigerians don't care about history. They don't care about history.
No, we don't. So yeah, you know what they say? Was it necessity is the key to all
Let me ask you a question. Why is it that do Nigerians have any pride and whatnot? How come I don't? Where's the great Nigerian writers and novelists showing me? Do you guys have kingdoms, empires, and whatnot? I know you do, but are they worth friggin' selling to the world or whatnot? Like you basically got a movie out with 300 King Ten Commandments of the Spartans and whatnot. Where's the Nigerian version of that?
I'll have to be honest. That's not something. Me personally, I'm more of an individualist in that sense.
This is what I'm talking about, right? This is let's be honest. Let me say, and I appreciate your call coming in, right? See, this is the thing.
I'm sorry. Earlier on, you were saying how you want more people to hop in your line and all that kind of stuff, but it's the whole interrupting thing. You don't let me.
Okay. I just want to make this point, and then I'm gonna let you have the floor. Okay. People yesterday, I know you heard this yesterday on the show when somebody said, "Colin, why don't you just go ahead and become one of a tribe?" Because I got Igbo blood in me. Remember Igbo? I'm saying no, I don't want to be an Igbo. I don't want to be an Igbo. I said, why not? Because I'm sorry, I just don't. Because there's nothing impresses me about the culture and the people. I mean, I showed it a beautiful culture and everything like that, but I'm a modern person. I like great things, whatnot. I basically admire people who are conquerors and basically people who could tell their story and everything like that. So I said I don't want to be a part of African. I'm African American. That's good enough for me. I acknowledge that I'm Black Sub-Saharan African descent, but I'm not a particular tribe in Africa, because that was lost in the transatlantic slave trade. So when I hear people like you just saying that you don't care about history, you don't care about the past, I'm justified in thinking like that. Yeah?
Of course, you're justified to think like that. Just like
I tell
exactly
Ross
what I'm
Moisture,
saying.
and everything, And I say Africa and Nigeria make movies, but they make crappy. Come on, you can't really call Nollywood real movies, man. Come on, the movies made with a fucking camcorder in their hand, and whatnot, So
But it's still a movie, right?
What?
So your problem is, but it's still a movie. I mean, you just said
No, man.
the
I mean,
movies made.
look, I mean, if somebody likes that stuff, that's fine, But when I go out there and I want to see a movie, I want to see a movie. I want to see a motion picture. With
You
effect,
want something
history, story, depth, character,
let me
real
say
acting.
something.
Huh?
Jesus, let me say something. You don't let me talk. So when you say you want a real movie, you want something to European standards, and I understand what you're saying.
No, we have standards,
but
Black
that's
American standards.
Yeah. Oh, that's another thing I need to ask. I mean, anytime anyone says anything positive about Nigerians, you get really angry. And then the first thing and there are others on your panel, the first thing you guys do is you try and look for, I don't know, stats or something, some sort of information to disagree with it. Sometimes you don't even do that. You'll just go on a rant and say how it's not true. Is there a reason why anytime any African or any other Black group other than Black Americans gets a compliment for anything, why do you get so angry? Because when I
Look,
hear
let me say this, brother. For one, let me say this.
Oh my God, are you gonna just let me finish?
Good.
So, hear anything positive about Black Americans, the first thing I do is, I'm happy. I'm like, oh God, that sounds good. Like I see it as a win for all Black people. But for some reason, anytime someone says anything positive, not just Nigerians, I've heard you get angry. Even with Ghanaians, I know that you're friends with that Bomani guy, and he's got tours to sell. So I've heard him say something negative about Nigeria as well. So I take it, because I've been watching you guys, not just you, I've noticed other like Phil from the Advice Show. I know you don't like him. He used to be one of my subscribers.
I do like Phil. I just strongly disagree with him on a lot of stuff.
Okay, so you disagree with me. He used to actually be subscribed to me back in the day when I used to do videos, funny enough. But I've noticed he also always attacks West Africans for some reason, and all you guys seem to have tours in a particular country. So anytime anyone says anything positive about another country in Africa, you guys do your best to try and tear down that country. So I'm assuming it's because you want people to just go to the country where you have tours going on in. Is that correct?
No, man, why you say that, man? I would not do that.
I'm asking. I don't want to make.
Oh no. I know it looks like that when people will say that, but let me tell you. So this is what I want to say. Look, for one, I love Nigeria. I love Nigeria, love Nigerians and whatnot. But let's be honest with ourselves. The problem I have, right, and I hope you can listen to this and listen very carefully, right? I'm seeing that Nigerians are, unlike other Africans, they're being used by white supremacists, right, to attack Black America. Black America is a spawning ground for Black radicalism, Black nationalism, and stuff like that, right? Nigeria is the antithesis of that. Nigeria is a Black people up and coming that white world sees, that's non-racial, that's friendly, could get along with whites, everything like that, but just about business, just about money and whatnot, and not radicalized, right? They would love to have Nigerians be the number one Black people, right? Not us, because what comes with Black America is a stain of slavery and the anger and stuff like anti-whiteness that comes along with it. And Nigerians have made it clear to the world that they don't care about race, color, and stuff like that, because that lady Chimamanda said, we Nigerians don't see color and whatnot. Okay, but when you step out of Nigeria, the world does see color. Race is real.
Yes, I agree with you. I'm going to agree with you.
Nigerians carry that mentality. Back in my country, whatnot. This is the problem I have. they say back in my country, everybody's black. No, but when you come to America, right? There's the racial, like you saw with this girl just now on the show. There's a real serious racial dynamic, a race war going on between blacks and white, eternally going between blacks and whites. And so when you come over here, white people tend to use these people to say, hey, why don't you be like this Nigerian? Because he don't care about color and race. Why should you? No, we got a history because Nigerians don't have your history with us. They're black, but they're not black like us. See what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. I want to ask, in regards to you saying Nigerians talking badly about black Americans, is this a widespread thing, or is this a pockets of small, like?
No, it's just on the internet. It's on the internet. I seen a Nigerian family the other day.
Because if you allow me to just make this point, so then you will understand why I see things different. Because what you need to understand, there's a difference between Nigerians straight from Nigeria and then those not in Nigeria, like myself. Like, I'll give you my history. So I YouTube, I came in around 2015, and I was going at, Tommy Sotomayor?
Yeah. I don't know him, but I know him.
He hated me. Yeah, he hated me. And I was going because I didn't like what he was saying about black Americans. Now, I'm a Nigerian, so from the UK. So when I see blacks, I just saw blacks all the same. So when he was saying these disgusting things about black people in America and attacking the women, he even went as far as to make fun of young girls that had been murdered, black girls. So I started going to him straight away, to the point he was trying to flag all my channels and all that kind of stuff. So I turned on him and I started flagging his entire channel. To the point I took away his monetization, and some of his channels were just going down, and he couldn't even use them. They became useless. So that's me. If you look at my old, a lot of people took all my old videos. Some people were pretending to be me, but it's my voice. If you look up online, it's Jay Black. That was my old name, JayBlaque. So I was attacking him. And then Tariq Nasheed, he used to share. I used to go with the alt-right when they were a big thing, and Tariq Nasheed even shared my videos on his, when it used to be called Twitter. He shared my videos, and that's how I got more and more subscribers at the time. And who else? So Phil was subscribed to me. I mean, most of the people that are big now, they were all watching my stuff at the time. So I was actually going after racists that were attacking just black Americans. I was going after Tommy Sotomayor attacking black Americans. So you can see with me, I have no issues with black Americans, and most of the people in the UK, Tariq Nasheed himself, he was coming to the UK till he got banned. And most of the people who would have been showing up at his lectures would have been Africans, Nigerians specifically, and Jamaicans. So this thing about all Nigerians having an issue with, no, most Nigerians, even the ones from the continent who might say things to be considered ignorant and insensitive, they don't really think about black Americans like that. They're more self-serving. I mean, all Nigerians, for the most part, were all self-serving. You might get the odd people that might say insensitive stuff, but in all honesty, it's just these clowns like Phil and Tariq. If they see one video of a Nigerian saying something negative, they'll post it up and make a big deal. Then it's all Nigerians. But you can see many black Americans saying something negative about Africans unwarranted. But Africans don't make it. The only African I know who is fighting against that is literally Afrodamus. But you can't really show equivalent to Tariq Nasheed or any of these other African hating channels, because
let me ask you a question. You know, I have no love for Tariq Nasheed when I go at him all the time. You know, I am not ADOS FBA. You listen to my shows, right? I attack that ADOS FBA garbage, or that xenophobia, anti-African stuff like that. I don't believe in none of that stuff like that. You know.
Well, actually, you sometimes sound worse than him. In all honesty.
Well, I know I do, but the whole thing is what you rather have me than him. Know why?
Oh yes, of course.
Because he does not actually identify as being black. Me and you are the same race. You know, we just have a different ideology. Our world, our mindset's different. You, me, Principe, and Frenchie, we're the same race. I believe that. I believe anybody who says anything different is a race traitor. Anybody who say that they were already here, they're Native American, and we are not Africans, we're Black Americans, are race traitors. You know, I believe we can talk about each other. I can talk about Nigerians. They could talk about me in a Pan-African world because it's all good. We're one race. But when you step outside of the race and say you're something else, now I got a problem with that. If you don't acknowledge that you're Black and your history and your future is tied to Black people in Africa, like my story is an African story in America. So that story is also your story in America. You see what I'm saying? You know, the problem I have with
Okay,
some
yeah, that's a good
Nigerians
point.
is they try to delineate and say, "Oh, you know, you Black Americans are not us," and stuff like that. You know, and I'm
But
saying to
that's
myself,
no,
"Well, I thought we were all one people," and stuff like that. I mean,
we
you
are.
got. I used to follow in the '90s. I used to follow Nigerian politics a lot. I always dreamed Nigeria was going to be the superpower that we're going to go back to and build. We might even have a
Have you
new
heard any
state in Nigeria
politicians say
for Black
anything like
America.
that?
You know,
Carlo, have you heard a Nigerian politician say anything like that about we're different?
well, no
I bet
politician.
you
But I'm
haven't.
saying,
No,
I
it's
only
just
go by. Like,
random.
did you listen to my show last night called The Black Matrix?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the Black Matrix is in this matrix right here. This alternate reality, right? In the real world, like I said the other day, I'm in Virginia Beach, Middle America, Virginia Beach, and I was in a pizza place, an Italian pizza place, and guess what? A Nigerian family walked in. You know, I know they're Nigerian because of the father was loud. Nigerians are very loud, you know, and he's talking loud and they're very loud and confident, you know. And so usually when you have other Africans, Togolese and Ghanaians, they're very soft spoken, quiet, whatever like that. This guy was loud, so I said I knew he's Nigerian. Anyway, they're sitting there just enjoying their day, ordering pizza and whatnot. You know, him, his wife, and like 3 sons and whatnot. I said, hey, that's great, man. You know, I welcome him to our community. You could be part of our community, whatever like that. He's just another Black man adding to the Black community. That's the way I see it. You know, I don't see people as different than me because you're Black to me. That's what I see it. You know, the bottom line is we're
Yeah, I
all Black.
understand that.
That's the way I see it. But in the Matrix, like when you get online, you know, you got people like Mike Olawale always talking stuff about Black America, Kidola, and you got all these other people always talking stuff.
Do you think that perhaps the environment you've cultivated on your channel would encourage people to go online onto your channel and speak badly about Black Americans? I.e., for instance,
Actually, to
you
tell you the
talk.
truth, I always look. I know how far to go. You know, like the
Carlo,
other
let me
night,
finish
Kidola
my
was like, "Yeah, our cousins
Carlo,
over there." I say, "Kidola, you actually calling me your cousin now or not?" Yeah, oh yeah, Colin. They know the fact that
Color, your monologues are bashing everybody, including your own African American people.
exactly. That's
Then
what
you
I
open the
do.
show.
That's what I
Yeah, but
do.
you don't think it's gonna draw a certain type of it shifts the conversation to a back and forth rather than a discussion about a topic like tonight.
So when I come in, right, I come in my monologue, right. The first, like I said, no one's off limits, right. I'll be talking about white folks, Black folks, Nigerian folks, whoever's on the topic of the day. When I equal opportunity, you cannot say, kind of like the other day, I'm sitting there talking about so-called FBA and everything like that, right? Everybody in the chat room, yeah, Collar, and that. Give it to him, Collar, give it to him, Collar. But as soon as I said, now it's time to talk about my Nigerian people, right? Suddenly, everybody got in their feelings. Now, when I'm going off on FBA and whatnot, everybody's like, yeah, Collar, yeah, that's right, Collar. I love Collar, man. They love Collar when I'm talking about FBA. And I've been bashing FBA a lot lately, you know? But when I basically talk about them, like, you know, when I get on my Haitian brothers, you know, person be kissing his feelings, you know? I dare not talk about Cameroon because French will kill me, you know? I don't talk about Cameroon, yeah, you'll kill me, you know? But the bottom line is Nigerians get in their feelings, Ghanaians get in their feelings. My boy Lewis had to call in, just like, Kyle, lay off Ghana, you know? Liberians, you know, I love Liberia, but, you know, I got to basically tell it like it is, you know? About Liberia, when I say every
Yeah,
country,
Carla, do you? I heard you saying recently that you felt that Africans were inferior people.
No, I
Is that
say,
how
look,
you truly
this is
feel?
what I say, right? When somebody corners me, like what you call Musa, Ross Moy said, he said, "Why don't you friggin' give up your culture?" Think about this. Think about what I'm about to say. Give up your identity and adopt some tribe. I said, I don't. First of all, I don't know any of these tribes, right? So I'm supposed to forget 400 years of my history, right? Every group of people think there's a culture is superior. Why are you superior to me? Because it's all I know. Now, basically, when I look at other people's culture, to me, it is inferior because I don't know it and I can't practice it. I can't tomorrow become an Igbo. I can't tomorrow become a Yoruba. I can't do that. I can't become a Mende because I'll be retarded, right? So the culture is inferior to me because it doesn't reflect my reality, you know? But does it have its good qualities? Yes, to those people, you know? But I cannot be those things. So when people keep insisting that I forget, so I have to push back like that. No, I think my culture's the best.
That was what I was talking about. I was talking about more. I've heard you say because Africa isn't as developed as European nations. I've heard you, out of frustration, I believe, then make the claim that because Africans are inferior. And I'm
But
not
hold on.
saying it's
But
not
what I
true.
say is this: don't I admit that I'm sub-Saharan African?
I know that, but that's not what I'm
Okay,
talking
so
about. I
look,
said
if
when
I'm
you said
talking
that.
about Africa is backward inferior, I'm talking about myself.
Yeah,
I'm not
exactly.
basically.
But let me just finish my
Hold on.
point.
I'm not like Tariq, where I basically looking at Africa like I'm an American. And I believe Africa's problem, underdevelopment, and stuff like that is also my problem because I'm a part of Africa,
Yeah,
even though I live in America.
I understand that, but let
I
me
have
finish what I'm
I
saying.
have
So
every right to be angry, disappointed, and criticize Africa because I have a vested interest in Africa. And now that my wife is in
I
Africa,
understand that.
you know,
I
so I have
understand
a
that. Let me finish my point, though. Please let me finish my point. So when you say that, it sounds good now that you're saying it, but when we listen to you going on your rants, you'll say that you're superior to Africans, but because I've heard you say it a few times, and I have no issues with that. I'm more
look. I
interested
don't.
in
You know. I don't believe that. You know. I don't believe that. I say things. I'm a shock jock. But I say things to shock people when I don't believe that shit.
yeah.
Because if you
Okay, but
see the
I've
way
heard you.
what I talk about Black America half the time, how can I believe that? You know, when I'm on Black America for us. Let me get started on Black America. You know. So the bottom line, I'll say that I think I'm superior to some Black people in America because they act ignorant and whatnot. You know. So I'm just look. Let me tell you
Look,
something, brother. I grew up in
what
New
you're
York.
saying is wrong.
Hold
I'm
up.
saying
Let's
that
be
what you're
honest. Let me say
just
this, right? Let me say
finish.
this. Tell me what you think. I'm a product of New York, right? Just like Dollar Bill, Bomani, and that. I'm a product of the New York educational system, right? Everybody who born in New York think they're superior to everybody else. Black people in New York think they're superior to people from New Jersey and Connecticut, you know, the South, and everything. People from New York, Manhattan think they're superior to people in Brooklyn and Queens, you know? People in New York naturally think they're on top of the world. Everybody else is inferior, third world, backwards, inferior. That's the way we're taught and everything like that. New York is the first world. This is where all the culture, decisions, the power in the world emanates from. And so you're part of New York. You be blessed to born in New York. So every place else is the third world, the backward, the inferior to you, the slow, whatever. Like that's the way people in New York think. So naturally, if I believe like that my whole life, when I, of course, I'm gonna have the same view when it comes to the Pan African world, like I'm on top. You know, that's the way I was brought up. You know, that's what. But I know it's not true because I meet a lot of people from the continent that are brilliant people. You know, I know that's not true. But like I said, when I run my mouth sometimes when I get out of pocket, you know, but I really, in my all heart, don't believe none of that stuff. You know,
Oh, I know
just in
you
the
don't
making,
believe that.
you know?
I know you don't believe that. What I'm trying to say, I'm speaking from a viewer's point of view who may not have watched all your other shows or whatever. So I'm going to
Yeah,
say
if
this.
you just listen to
When
me one
you
time, you'll think, hey, brother, your mic is going down. Your mic is going down.
can you hear me? What about now?
You might. It's a little better, but it's really low.
Oh, okay. I don't know what's going on there.
Okay, now I can hear it.
Okay. Yeah. So what I'm going to say, in my this is why I asked the question, because if you keep saying things like that, but then you, on the other hand, when you're talking about white America, you'll say that you're living in a country that isn't yours, and you do kind of make it look like, well, whites are ruling. And in a way, if you listen to your rants about Black Americans, it sounds like you believe Black Americans are inferior to whites because whites are the ones in charge, whites are the one who are ruling, all that kind of stuff. So if you say that you think Africans are inferior, but you want to start an Afristan because you're fed up of white people, that makes it look like you're running away from people you view as superior, and you want to go to Africa because you view them as inferior, and you just want to feel superior to a different group. That's
No,
the psychology of it.
not necessarily. I don't think white people are superior. You know, that's the whole thing. If I thought they were superior, I'd be happy here. I don't think they're superior.
You said conquering earlier on in our conversation.
No, I said, look, they basically look. We got conquered by a freaking weak race of people, right? Let me
I
say
don't know
this.
what you do. Okay,
What?
all right.
No, we
Yeah,
got
let me
conquered
finish
by
what
a
I'm
weak
saying.
race of people, and unfortunately, right? They illegally took over this continent. You know, he dropped off. They unfortunately took over this continent, and they basically, from coast to coast, sea to shining sea, we're living under the white man's manifest destiny. That's what the problem is. We're living under their manifest destiny and everything like that. So the bottom line is this: we never had any say-so over our stake here in America. We never asked to be brought here. We never asked to be here. We never asked to be a part of this country. It was something that was imposed upon us. You know, that's what I'm talking about. So therefore, the fact that they can make us, the people they oppress, love them and even go out and fight and die for their flag that they're not going to ever treat us right with, that's a sign of superiority, you know, that when people basically accept their inferior role. You know, if you basically fighting for something that you don't benefit from, that oppresses you, you know, you say you're oppressed in America, that's what black people believe, and you're going out there fighting for the same country, there's something seriously wrong with that shit, you know? That's all I'm saying, you know, but black people
Is that not a skewed perspective? Because your ancestors fought and basically created an America that didn't exist
well,
on paper even.
hold on. My ancestors did not create America. We were here and used by America to create a white man to create this civilization for himself. We did not create America. I hate when
No,
people
but
say
America on paper used to be only for land owning certain type of whites
I know that.
that
I
were
know
related
that.
to the Nordic
I know that.
whites.
Look, hold up. We were able to live off the excess of America, right? We live on the fringes of America. We were like that. We were never part of the mainstream of America. Well, you know, we never were. We were always on the fringes of America.
I beg to differ. I beg because basically the whole America today is based on the back of blacks who challenge abolitionists, who challenge America to create a more just society, actually reflective
Yeah,
of the Bible.
hold on. Let me say something. Let me say something, Principal. This is where you're wrong, right? America didn't do that for us. They did that for themselves to clear the slate by saying to say they didn't want their civilization to be judged, so they had to make an attempt at least to make it seem like they were making progress. It's called this illusion of inclusion, this gradualism, you know. And they have no intentions of ever giving black people a fair share of America. Never intended. That's not part of the plan, you know. Their plan is to wipe their take clean by saying, hey, and the ultimate thing was they elected a black man twice to the most coveted place in America, the White House. So therefore, if they didn't do that.
And what did that show you though?
That they showed the world that they're not racist. All is done and everything's forgiven. That's what it is. That's what Mitch McConnell said. Black people got their reparations. We elected Barack Obama twice. That's what he said, Senator Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, but I didn't ask. I didn't ask what it showed the world. I asked what it showed you.
Well, it showed me. Look, the bottom line is this: it just showed me that America, like I said, when Barack Obama elected, I was happy. But then after a while, right, that's when I really said, "Is there all there is?" Then I said to myself, "No," and I started the Afristan movement right after Barack Obama got elected because I felt there was a void. I said, "If that's it, that's what we were waiting for all these years, a black family in the White House," and I felt empty. And I said, no, we need a nation of our own. You know, we need a government of our own. It's time for us to go home to our people. Like this guy, let's be honest, said, I want to go someplace. No, I just want to go home. You know, and go home to our people. I think we should build our nation on our land of our own. It's time for us to for the journey home and everything. Build. That's the next phase of Black history. We reached the pinnacle.
I agree to a certain degree.
We
I
reached.
agree,
I believe that we
I'm
reached
sorry. Go ahead.
the pinnacle in America. Right. We put a Black family in the White House. Right. That's the pinnacle of what we go. We can't win any more Super Bowls. We can't win any more NBA championships.
Hold on. Why is Obama? Hold on. Why is Obama a half white man a pinnacle of Black American success?
That's far as a Black American. When you look at the Black American Almanac, Barack Obama's in there as a so-called African American president, just like they put Kamala Harris as an African American. We don't own.
No, you use the word pinnacle though. Pinnacle means the ceiling of your success. He's not the ceiling.
Unfortunately, that's what I said. Unfortunately, that's a half Black, half white man from Kenya. You know, is the pinnacle of our success. You know, now you're
he's a part of Black success because he stood on the back and the work of Black people to get there. Yes, but he even as a president, he dodged Black people's issues and all that type of thing. So for me personally,
on the surface, he was Black, but on deep down inside, he's nothing but a white man raised in Indonesia with a tan. You know, he's not Black. He's not one of us. He's not African American. He's not one of us. He's not our blood. You know.
Yeah, but a black majority state in America would be a pinnacle of Black success. You see what I'm saying? Like even when I go to Atlanta, that's a pinnacle of Black success. Not Obama. He's a part of it.
Bro, you're never gonna have a majority state in America because you got to go back to the Monroe Doctrine. You know, the Monroe Doctrine sealed this idea of the manifest destiny in America. The manifest destiny in America means the white race has a right to the whole territory, coast to coast, sea to shining sea, and subject everybody and everything on this land and this continent. Everything, the gold, the people belongs to them. Us having a state on this territory is not part of the manifest destiny, you know? And so
but the closest thing to a nation in America is to govern your own state. So to govern your own state is almost to have your own
you cannot govern your own
little
state.
Africa.
Because you'll never be a majority. You understand that? They will friggin' burn the shit down before they let that happen. You know? They'll never let that happen. You guys have all these dibs when you come to America and see, we Black America, we know that. We know what these people are capable of. You know? They burned down Wilmington, you know? They burned down the Colfax massacre in Louisiana. It was about to secede from Louisiana, became a new state. It was burned to the ground in the 1800s, you know? We've been through this, bro.
No, I'm not saying secede from America. I'm saying like you're still part of America, but it's a Black.
Look, bro, we went through all that, trying to build a majority Black state and do it right here in America. It met with violence, redlining, everything. We were even bombed from the air in Tulsa and Greenwood, you know, bombed from the air, right? So with all that, right, it leads me to the thing is it's time for us to part ways with America, you know? No more, you know, no more. No more. America said what it said. It made war on us. For 100 years after slavery, America waged war on us inside this country. The Ku Klux Klan and massacred us how many times and whatnot, you know? The bottom line is this. So the white man in America, like Khalid Muhammad said, is completely disagreeable to live with. So we're going to live in America. Either you do two things. You become a MAGA, just get along with the go along, or you talk about basically parting ways. Because I believe that the only way we're going to be safe is we need safety from three elements. We need safety from the white man, particularly white American, Africans, right? And we need protection from ourselves. You know, we got a serious problem in Black America with gangs, crime, and immorality, and decadence, and depravity. You know, we need.
Who's gonna fix that if it's not you? Like,
hold on.
If you're not the police, if you're not the governor, if you're not the judge,
we need a new civilization to carry that out. When we have the laws and everything, we can carry the laws out in our hand. We have the power to carry out a reward and punishment in our hands. You know, it's not going to happen in America. Like somebody said earlier, if you try to do some vigilante shit, no, it's not going to work. We tried that shit, bro. what you said, principally, you're trying to tell us shit that we already tried. The Black Panthers tried that, basically going out there, policing the community. It don't work. We need a nation of our own. We have our own government.
No, the Black Panthers was like
They
a
failed.
community
They
organization. I'm
failed.
talking about the government.
No, they failed, bro. They failed. They
There's a
failed.
lot of not I don't call them failed, but a
The bottom
space
line,
that's
you cannot battle.
underpopulated,
You cannot
not
battle.
wealthy.
You cannot, principally, look, bro. You cannot battle with white people in their own country. It's not going to happen. They don't give a shit. You have this idea, when you immigrants have this idea that you're going to create some utopia inside the white man's country. It's not going to happen.
No, but white flight do exist. You do know white
Yeah,
flight happens
white
often.
nothing.
So why not take advantage of white flight and
we're
create
not
your own
taking
shit?
that. Look, dude, bro, we've been down that road, principally. We've been down that road. It don't work.
That's what Flatbush is. Flatbush is white. But when the Caribbean niggas moved there, white flight happened, and they made that a little Haitian Jamaican house.
Hold up. Let them have that piece of shit area called Flatbush. I don't want it.
Piece of shit. What the hell?
First of all, we got nice neighborhoods where I live at. We got nice black neighborhoods.
Like I'm saying that. I'm gonna say scale it up. I ain't say that I don't.
Look, a nice neighborhood is something I always grew up in. I don't need that. You basically come.
So you saying you don't need that, but your people need that. Your people need that.
Haiti, you coming from Haiti? That's a step up. I get it, right? But to me, that's no.
He ain't do none of that to the Mexican lady. But look, man. I'm talking about in general.
I'm saying, like, you keep telling me
your people need that.
Nice, look, bro, we did all that already, bro. We got nice black.
You're looking at life from a middle class perspective and upper class. I'm talking about the masses of people. Working class people are looking to your people, the elites and middle class, to create a vision and a new city for them.
Whatever people want to do. If you think that's all you want out of life is living in a so-called white, a black neighborhood, go right ahead. But I'm saying, I'm trying to convince enough people it's time for us to have a nation of our own. We need laws. And the bottom line is this: the white man, whatever he's doing with America, I wish him a lot of luck. That's it. This is their dream. I'll stick around as long as I'm making money and everything like that. But my dream is to have a nation of my own. I think it's time. I think just like George Washington and all Thomas Jefferson, all these people, like, look, it's time for they were all British too, same race, everything. But they said, we want to become a republic, be our own everything, and they got their dream of American Revolution was born. We have the same idea. The African American needs a revolution, a nation of our own. I wrote that like 15 years ago. The African American Revolution is when we decide that we want to. I wrote that 15 years ago, blog 15 years ago. The African American Revolution, a nation of our own, on the continent of our ancestors. That was 15 years ago. I wrote that blog. Nothing else. No more playing games. No more basically playing hide and seek. Everything, the chips are in. It's time to pull everybody's card and see where everybody show their hand. And when people show their hand, you realize people ain't shit. They're not doing shit. They're not about nothing. And all they want to do is waste our time for the next freaking 100 years talking about a bunch of freaking nonsense. That's the truth. Now it's time for black people in America to look at the situation. It's never going to get better and everything. Our community is getting worse and everything. It's time for us to govern ourselves,
I hear you, but my
Americans,
you're gonna have.
I get side of people saying America's stolen. No, America was conquered. Wasn't stolen. They sit there conquered. They went to war. They spilled blood. They killed the Indians, and that's how land is paid for in blood. No one's going to give you. So in other words, Afro diaspora, you want the white man to be like, oh yeah, let me give you a piece of. No, it don't work like that. The white man, like, we paid for this land in blood. It's ours. And you, a black man, you were never going to be part of this thing on that. So whatever they give you, just like every time you see Shaq, he's worth millions of dollars. There's some white man paying him that worth 100 times more than him. Same thing. All these people you see Jay-Z with $2 billion. He's making some white man like $50 billion. That's just the way it is. Ain't no black people free in this country. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Frenchie, Principally, I gotta go. We'll be back tomorrow night. It's a good show tonight, man.
God bless, bro.
It show's only growing. I love it.
Yeah. Onwards and upwards, Cara. Have a good night.
You too, Perchy. Give me your feedback when you watch it.
I will. I will.
Thank you.